Chapter 1 of Domestic Manners of the Americans. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Domestic Manners of the Americans by Frances Trollope. Chapter 1. Entrance of the Mississippi, Balize. On the 4th of November, 1827, I sailed from London, accompanied by my son and two daughters, and after a favourable, though somewhat tedious voyage, arrived on Christmas Day at the mouth of the Mississippi. The first indication of our approach to land was the appearance of this mighty river pouring forth its muddy mass of waters and mingling with the deep blue of the Mexican Gulf. The shores of this river are so utterly flat that no object upon them is perceptible at sea, and we gazed with pleasure on the muddy ocean that met us, for it told us we were arrived, and 7 weeks of sailing had wearied us. Yet it was not without a feeling like regret that we passed from the bright blue waves, whose varying aspect had so long furnished our chief amusement, into the murky stream which now received us. Large flights of pelicans were seen standing upon the long masses of mud, which rose above the surface of the waters, and a pilot came to guide us over the bar, long before any other indication of land was visible. I never beheld a scene so utterly desolate as this entrance of the Mississippi. Had Dante seen it, he might have drawn images of another Bolgia from its horrors. One only object rears itself above the eddying waters. This is the mast of a vessel long since wrecked in attempting to cross the bar, and it still stands, a dismal witness of the destruction that has been, and a boding prophet of that which is to come. By degrees bulrushes of enormous growth become visible, and a few more miles of mud brought us within sight of a cluster of huts, called the Balize, by far the most miserable station that I ever saw made the dwelling of man, but I was told that many families of pilots and fishermen lived there. For several miles above its mouth, the Mississippi presents no objects more interesting than mud banks, monstrous bulrushes, and now and then a huge crocodile luxuriating in the slime. Another circumstance that gives to this dreary scene an aspect of desolation is the incessant appearance of vast quantities of driftwood, which is ever finding its way to the different mouths of the Mississippi. Trees of enormous length, sometimes still bearing their branches, and still oftener their uptorn roots entire, the victims of the frequent hurricane, come floating down the stream. Sometimes several of these, entangled together, collect among their boughs a quantity of floating rubbish, that gives the mass the appearance of a moving island bearing a forest, with its roots mocking the heavens, while the dishonoured branches lash the tide in idle vengeance. This, as it approaches the vessel and glides swiftly past, looks like the fragment of a world in ruins. As we advanced, however, we were cheered, notwithstanding the season, by the bright tints of southern vegetation. The banks continue invariably flat, but a succession of planless villas, sometimes merely a residence, and sometimes surrounded by their sugar grounds and negro huts, varied the scene. At no one point was there an inch of what painters call a second distance, and for the length of 120 miles, from the Balize to New Orleans, and 100 miles above the town, the land is defended from the encroachments of the river by a high embankment which is called the levee, without which the dwellings would speedily disappear, as the river is evidently higher than the banks would be without it. When we arrived, there had been constant rains, and of long continuance, and this appearance was therefore unusually striking, giving to this great natural feature the most unnatural appearance imaginable, and making evident not only that man has been busy there, but that even the mightiest works of nature might be made to bear his impress. It recalled, literally, Swift's mock heroic, "Nature must give way to art." Yet she was looking so mighty and so unsubdued all the time that I could not help fancying she would some day take the matter into her own hands again, and if so, farewell to New Orleans. It is easy to imagine the total want of beauty in such a landscape, but yet the form and hue of the trees and plants, so new to us, added to the long privation we had endured of all sights and sounds of land, made even these swampy shores seem beautiful. We were, however, impatient to touch as well as see the land, but the navigation from the Balize to New Orleans is difficult and tedious, and the 2 days that it occupied appeared longer than any we had passed on board. In truth, to those who have pleasure in contemplating the phenomena of nature, a sea voyage may endure many weeks without wearying. Perhaps some may think that the first glance of ocean and sky show all they have to offer, nay, even that first glance may suggest more of dreariness than sublimity, but to me their variety appeared endless, and their beauty unfailing. The attempt to describe scenery, even where the objects are prominent and tangible, is very rarely successful, but where the effect is so subtle and so varying, it must be in vain. The impression, nevertheless, is perhaps deeper than any other. I think it possible I may forget the sensations with which I watched the long course of the gigantic Mississippi; the Ohio and the Potomac may mingle and be confounded with other streams in my memory; I may even recall with difficulty the blue outline of the Alleghany Mountains, but never, while I remember anything, can I forget the first and last hour of light on the Atlantic. The ocean, however, and all its indescribable charm, no longer surrounded us. We began to feel that our walk on the quarter-deck was very like the exercise of an ass in a mill, that our books had lost half their pages, and that the other half were known by rote, that our beef was very salt, and our biscuits very hard; in short, that having studied the good ship Edward from stem to stern, till we knew the name of every sail, and the use of every pulley, we had had enough of her, and as we laid down, head to head, in our tiny beds for the last time, I exclaimed with no small pleasure, "To-morrow to fresh fields and pastures new." End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Domestic Manners of the Americans, by Frances Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. New Orleans, Society, Creoles and Quadroons, Voyage up the Mississippi. On first touching the soil of a new land, of a new continent, of a new world, it is impossible not to feel considerable excitement and deep interest in almost every object that meets us. New Orleans presents very little that can gratify the eye of taste, but nevertheless there is much of novelty and interest for a newly arrived European. The large proportion of blacks seen in the streets, all labour being performed by them, the grace and beauty of the elegant quadroons, the occasional groups of wild and savage-looking Indians, the unwonted aspect of the vegetation, the huge and turbid river with its low and slimy shore, all help to afford that species of amusement which proceeds from looking at what we never saw before. The town has much the appearance of a French ville de province, and is, in fact, an old French colony, taken from Spain by France. The names of the streets are French, and the language about equally French and English. The market is handsome and well supplied, all produce being conveyed by the river. We were much pleased by the chant with which the negro boatmen regulate and beguile their labour on the river. It consists but of very few notes, but they are sweetly harmonious, and the negro voice is almost always rich and powerful. By far the most agreeable hours I passed at New Orleans were those in which I explored with my children the forest near town. It was our first walk in the eternal forests of the western world, and we felt rather sublime and poetical. The trees, generally speaking, are much too close to be either large or well grown, and moreover their growth is often stunted by a parasitical plant, for which I could learn no other name than Spanish moss. It hangs gracefully from the boughs, converting the outline of all the trees it hangs upon into that of weeping willows. The chief beauty of the forest in this region is from the luxuriant undergrowth of palmettos, which is decidedly the loveliest coloured and most graceful plant I know. The pawpaw, too, is a splendid shrub, and in great abundance. We here for the first time saw the wild vine, which we afterwards found growing so profusely in every part of America, as naturally to suggest the idea that the natives ought to add wine to the numerous production of their plenty teeming soil. The strong pendant festoons made safe and commodious swings, which some of our party enjoyed, despite the sublime temperament above mentioned. Notwithstanding it was midwinter when we were at New Orleans, the heat was much more than agreeable, and the attacks of the mosquitoes incessant and most tormenting. Yet I suspect that for a short time we would rather have endured it than not have seen oranges, green peas, and red pepper growing in the open air at Christmas. In one of our rambles we ventured to enter a garden whose bright orange hedge attracted our attention. Here we saw green peas fit for the table, and a fine crop of red pepper ripening in the sun. A young negress was employed on the steps of the house. That she was a slave made her an object of interest to us. She was the first slave we had ever spoken to, and I believe we all felt that we could hardly address her with sufficient gentleness. She little dreamed, poor girl, what deep sympathy she excited. She answered us civilly and gaily, and seemed amused at our fancying that there was something unusual in red pepper pods. She gave us several of them, and I felt fearful lest a hard mistress might blame her for it. How very childish does ignorance make us, and how very ignorant we are upon almost every subject, where hearsay evidence is all we can get. I left England with feelings so strongly opposed to slavery, that it was not without pain I witnessed its effects around me. At the sight of every negro man, woman, and child that passed, my fancy wove some little romance of misery as belonging to each of them. Since I have known more on the subject, and become better acquainted with their real situation in America, I have often smiled at recalling what I then felt. The first symptom of American equality that I perceived was my being introduced in form to a milliner. It was not at a boarding house under the indistinct outline of Miss C, nor in the street through the veil of a fashionable toilette, but in the very penetralia of her temple, standing behind her counter, giving laws to ribbon and to wire, and ushering caps and bonnets into existence. She was an Englishwoman, and I was told that she possessed great intellectual endowments and much information. I really believe this was true. Her manner was easy and graceful, with a good deal of French tournure, and the gentleness with which her fine eyes and sweet voice directed the movements of a young female slave was really touching. The way, too, in which she blended her French talk of modes with her customers, and her English talk of metaphysics with her friends, had a pretty air of indifference in it, and gave her a superiority with both. I found with her the daughter of a judge, eminent, it was said, both for legal and literary ability, and I heard from many quarters, after I had left New Orleans, that the society of this lady was highly valued by all persons of talent. Yet were I, traveller-like, to stop here, and set it down as a national peculiarity, or republican custom, that milliners took the lead in the best society, I should greatly falsify facts. I do not remember the same thing happening to me again, and this is one instance among 1,000, of the impression every circumstance makes on entering a new country, and of the propensity, so irresistible, to class all things, however accidental, as national and peculiar. On the other hand, however, it is certain that if similar anomalies are unfrequent in America, they are nearly impossible elsewhere. In the shop of Miss C I was introduced to Mr. M'Clure, a venerable personage of gentlemanlike appearance, who in the course of 5 minutes propounded as many axioms as ignorance is the only devil, man makes his own existence, and the like. He was of the New Harmony school, or rather the New Harmony school was of him. He was a man of good fortune, a Scotchman I believe, who after living a tolerably gay life had conceived high thoughts, such as Lycurgus loved, who bade flog the little Spartans, and determined to benefit the species, and immortalize himself by founding a philosophical school at New Harmony. There was something in the hollow, square legislations of Mr. Owen that struck him as admirable, and he seems, as far as I can understand, to have intended aiding his views by a sort of incipient hollow square drilling, teaching the young ideas of all he could catch, to shoot into parallelogrammic form and order. This venerable philosopher, like all of his school that I ever heard of, loved better to originate lofty imaginings of faultless systems than to watch their application to practice. With much liberality he purchased and conveyed to the wilderness a very noble collection of books and scientific instruments, but not finding among men one whose views were liberal and enlarged as his own, he selected a woman to put into action the machine he had organized. As his acquaintance with this lady had been of long standing, and, as it was said, very intimate, he felt sure that no violation of his rules would have place under her sway. They would act together as one being. He was to perform the functions of the soul and will everything, she those of the body, and perform everything. The principal feature of the scheme was, that, the first liberal outfit of the institution having been furnished by Mr. M'Clure, the expense of keeping it up should be defrayed by the profits arising from the labours of the pupils, male and female, which was to be performed at stated intervals of each day, in regular rotation, with learned study and scientific research. But unfortunately the soul of the system found the climate of Indiana uncongenial to its peculiar formation, and therefore took its flight to Mexico, leaving the body to perform the operations of both in whatever manner it liked best, and the body, being a French body, found no difficulty in setting actively to work without troubling the soul about it, and soon becoming conscious that the more simple was the machine, the more perfect were its operations, she threw out all that related to the intellectual part of the business, which, to do poor soul justice, it had laid great stress upon, and stirred herself as effectually as ever body did, to draw wealth from the thews and sinews of the youths they had collected. When last I heard of this philosophical establishment, she and a nephew son were said to be reaping a golden harvest, as many of the lads had been sent from a distance by indigent parents for gratuitous education, and possessed no means of leaving it. Our stay in New Orleans was not long enough to permit our entering into society, but I was told that it contained two distinct sets of people, both celebrated in their way for their social meetings and elegant entertainments. The first of these is composed of Creole families, who are chiefly planters and merchants, with their wives and daughters. These meet together, eat together, and are very grand and aristocratic. Each of their balls is a little Almack's, and every portly dame of the set is as exclusive in her principles as the excluded but amiable quadroons, and such of the gentlemen of the former class as can by any means escape from the high places where pure Creole blood swells the veins at the bare mention of any being tainted in the remotest degree with the negro stain. Of all the prejudices I have ever witnessed, this appears to me the most violent and the most inveterate. Quadroon girls, the acknowledged daughters of wealthy American or Creole fathers, educated with all of style and accomplishments which money can procure at New Orleans, and with all the decorum that care and affection can give, exquisitely beautiful, graceful, gentle, and amiable, these are not admitted, nay, are not on any terms admissible into the society of the Creole families of Louisiana. They cannot marry, that is to say, no ceremony can render a union with them legal or binding, yet such is the powerful effect of their very peculiar grace, beauty, and sweetness of manner, that unfortunately they perpetually become the objects of choice and affection. If the Creole ladies have privilege to exercise the awful power of repulsion, the gentle quadroon has the sweet but dangerous vengeance of possessing that of attraction. The unions formed with this unfortunate race are said to be often lasting and happy, as far as any unions can be so, to which a certain degree of disgrace is attached. There is a French and an English theatre in the town, but we were too fresh from Europe to care much for either, or indeed for any other of the town delights of this city, and we soon became eager to commence our voyage up the Mississippi. Miss Wright, then less known, though the author of more than one clever volume, than she has since become, was the companion of our voyage from Europe, and it was my purpose to have passed some months with her and her sister at the estate she had purchased in Tennessee. This lady, since become so celebrated as the advocate of opinions that make millions shudder, and some half score admire, was, at the time of my leaving England with her, dedicated to a pursuit widely different from her subsequent occupations. Instead of becoming a public orator in every town throughout America, she was about, as she said, to seclude herself for life in the deepest forests of the Western world, that her fortune, her time, and her talents might be exclusively devoted to aid the cause of the suffering Africans. Her first object was to show that nature had made no difference between blacks and whites, excepting in complexion, and this she expected to prove by giving an education perfectly equal to a class of black and white children. Could this fact be once fully established, she conceived that the negro cause would stand on firmer ground than it had yet done, and the degraded rank which they have ever held amongst civilized nations would be proved to be a gross injustice. This question of the mental equality or inequality between us and the negro race is one of great interest, and has certainly never yet been fairly tried, and I expected for my children and myself both pleasure and information from visiting her establishment and watching the success of her experiment. The innumerable steamboats, which are the stage coaches and fly wagons of this land of lakes and rivers, are totally unlike any I had seen in Europe, and greatly superior to them. The fabrics which I think they most resemble in appearance are the floating baths, les bains Vigier, at Paris. The annexed drawing will give a correct idea of their form. The room to which the double line of windows belongs is a very handsome apartment. Before each window a neat little cot is arranged in such a manner as to give its drapery the air of a window curtain. This room is called the gentleman's cabin, and their exclusive right to it is somewhat uncourteously insisted upon. The breakfast, dinner, and supper are laid in this apartment, and the lady passengers are permitted to take their meals there. On the 1st of January, 1828, we embarked on board the Belvidere, a large and handsome boat, though not the largest or handsomest of the many which displayed themselves along the wharves; but she was going to stop at Memphis, the point of the river nearest to Miss Wright's residence, and she was the first that departed after we had got through the custom house and finished our sight seeing. We found the room destined for the use of the ladies dismal enough, as its only windows were below the stem gallery; but both this and the gentleman's cabin were handsomely fitted up, and the former well carpeted; but oh, that carpet! I will not, I may not describe its condition; indeed, it requires the pen of a Swift to do it justice. Let no one who wishes to receive agreeable impressions of American manners commence their travels in a Mississippi steamboat. For myself, it is with all sincerity I declare that I would infinitely prefer sharing the apartment of a party of well-conditioned pigs to the being confined to its cabin. I hardly know any annoyance so deeply repugnant to English feelings as the incessant, remorseless spitting of Americans. I feel that I owe my readers an apology for the repeated use of this, and several other odious words, but I cannot avoid them without suffering the fidelity of description to escape me. It is possible that in this phrase, Americans, I may be too general. The United States form a continent of almost distinct nations, and I must now and always be understood to speak only of that portion of them which I have seen. In conversing with Americans, I have constantly found that if I alluded to anything which they thought I considered as uncouth, they would assure me it was local and not national; the accidental peculiarity of a very small part, and by no means a specimen of the whole. "That is because you know so little of America," is a phrase I have listened to 1,000 times, and in nearly as many places. It may be so, and having made this concession, I protest against the charge of injustice in relating what I have seen. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Domestic Manners of the Americans by Frances Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Company on board the steamboat. Scenery of the Mississippi. Crocodiles. Arrival at Memphis. Nashoba. The weather was warm and bright, and we found the guard of the boat, as they call the gallery that runs round the cabins, a very agreeable station. Here we all sat as long as light lasted, and sometimes wrapped in our shawls we enjoyed the clear bright beauty of American moonlight long after every passenger but ourselves had retired. We had a full complement of passengers on board. The deck, as is usual, was occupied by the Kentucky flatboat men, returning from New Orleans after having disposed of the boat and cargo which they had conveyed thither, with no other labour than that of steering her, the current bringing her down at the rate of 4 miles an hour. We had about 200 of these men on board, but the part of the vessel occupied by them is so distinct from the cabins that we never saw them, except when we stopped to take in wood, and then they ran, or rather sprung and vaulted over each other's heads to the shore, whence they all assisted in carrying wood to supply the steam engine, the performance of this duty being a stipulated part of the payment of their passage. From the account given by a manservant we had on board, who shared their quarters, they are a most disorderly set of persons, constantly gambling and wrangling, very seldom sober, and never suffering a night to pass without giving practical proof of the respect in which they hold the doctrines of equality and community of property. The clerk of the vessel was kind enough to take our men under his protection, and assigned him a berth in his own little nook, but as this was not inaccessible, he told him by no means to detach his watch or money from his person during the night. Whatever their moral characteristics may be, these Kentuckians are a very noble-looking race of men. Their average height considerably exceeds that of Europeans, and their countenances, excepting when disfigured by red hair, which is not unfrequent, extremely handsome. The gentlemen in the cabin (we had no ladies) would certainly neither from their language, manners, nor appearance have received that designation in Europe, but we soon found their claim to it rested on more substantial ground, for we heard them nearly all addressed by the titles of General, Colonel, and Major. On mentioning these military dignities to an English friend some time afterwards, he told me that he too had made the voyage with the same description of company, but remarking that there was not a single captain among them. He made the observation to a fellow passenger, and asked how he accounted for it. "Oh, sir, the captains are all on deck," was the reply. Our honours, however, were not all military, for we had a judge among us. I know it is equally easy and invidious to ridicule the peculiarities of appearance and manner in people of a different nation from ourselves. We may, too, at the same moment, be undergoing the same ordeal in their estimation, and moreover I am by no means disposed to consider whatever is new to me as therefore objectionable, but nevertheless it was impossible not to feel repugnance to many of the novelties that now surrounded me. The total want of all the usual courtesies of the table, the voracious rapidity with which the viands were seized and devoured, the strange uncouth phrases and pronunciation, the loathsome spitting, from the contamination of which it was absolutely impossible to protect our dresses, the frightful manner of feeding with their knives till the whole blade seemed to enter into the mouth, and the still more frightful manner of cleaning the teeth afterwards with a pocket-knife, soon forced us to feel that we were not surrounded by the generals, colonels, and majors of the old world, and that the dinner hour was to be anything rather than an hour of enjoyment. The little conversation that went forward while we remained in the room was entirely political, and the respective claims of Adams and Jackson to the presidency were argued with more oaths and more vehemence than it had ever been my lot to hear. Once a colonel appeared on the verge of assaulting a major, when a huge 7-foot Kentuckian gentleman horse-dealer asked of the heavens to confound them both, and bade them sit still and be d. We too thought we should share this sentence, At least sitting still in the cabin seemed very nearly to include the rest of it, and we never tarried there a moment longer than was absolutely necessary to eat. The unbroken flatness of the banks of the Mississippi continued unvaried for many miles above New Orleans, but the graceful and luxuriant palmetto, the dark and noble ilex, and the bright orange were everywhere to be seen, and it was many days before we were weary of looking at them. We occasionally used the opportunity of the boat's stopping to take in wood for a 10 minutes' visit to the shore. We in this manner explored a field of sugar canes, and loaded ourselves with as much of the sweet spoil as we could carry. Many of the passengers seemed fond of the luscious juice that is easily expressed from the canes, but it was too sweet for my palate. We also visited, in the same rapid manner, a cotton plantation. A handsome spacious building was pointed out to us as a convent, where a considerable number of young ladies were educated by the nuns. At one or two points the wearisome level line of forest is relieved by bluffs, as they call the short intervals of high ground. The town of Natchez is beautifully situated on one of these high spots. The climate here, in the warm season, is as fatal as that of New Orleans. Were it not for this, Natchez would have great attractions to new settlers. The beautiful contrast that its bright green hill forms with the dismal line of black forest that stretches on every side, the abundant growth of pawpaw, palmetto, and orange, the copious variety of sweet-scented flowers that flourish there, all make it appear like an oasis in the desert. Natchez is the furthest point to the north at which oranges ripen in the open air, or endure the winter without shelter. With the exception of this sweet spot, I thought all the little towns and villages we passed wretched looking in the extreme. As the distance from New Orleans increased, the air of wealth and comfort exhibited in its immediate neighbourhood disappeared, and but for one or two clusters of wooden houses, calling themselves towns, and borrowing some pompous name, generally from Greece or Rome, we might have thought ourselves the first of the human race who had ever penetrated into this territory of bears and alligators. But still from time to time appeared the hut of the woodcutter, who supplies the steamboats with fuel, at the risk, or rather with the assurance of early death, in exchange for dollars and whiskey. These sad dwellings are nearly all of them inundated during the winter, and the best of them are constructed on piles, which permit the water to reach its highest level without drowning the wretched inhabitants. These unhappy beings are invariably the victims of ague, which they meet recklessly, sustained by the incessant use of ardent spirits. The squalid look of the miserable wives and children of these men was dreadful, and often, as the spectacle was renewed, I could never look at it with indifference. Their complexion is of a bluish white, that suggests the idea of dropsy. This is invariable, and the poor little ones wear exactly the same ghastly hue. A miserable cow and a few pigs standing knee-deep in water distinguish the more prosperous of these dwellings, and on the whole I should say that I never witnessed human nature reduced so low as it appeared in the woodcutters' huts on the unwholesome banks of the Mississippi. It is said that at some points of this dismal river, crocodiles are so abundant as to add the terror of their attacks to the other sufferings of a dwelling there. We were told a story of a squatter, who having "located" himself close to the river's edge, proceeded to build his cabin. This operation is soon performed, for social feeling and the love of whiskey brings all the scanty neighbourhood round a new corner to aid him in cutting down trees, and in rolling up the logs till the mansion is complete. This was done, the wife and 5 young children were put in possession of their new home, and slept soundly after a long march. Towards daybreak the husband and father was awakened by a faint cry, and looking up beheld relics of 3 of his children scattered over the floor, and an enormous crocodile, with several young ones around her, occupied in devouring the remnants of their horrid meal. He looked round for a weapon, but finding none, and aware that unarmed he could do nothing, he raised himself gently on his bed, and contrived to crawl from thence through a window, hoping that his wife, whom he left sleeping, might, with the remaining children, rest undiscovered till his return. He flew to his nearest neighbour and besought his aid. In less than half an hour 2 men returned with him, all 3 well armed. But alas! they were too late. The wife and her 2 babes lay mangled on their bloody bed. The gorged reptiles fell an easy prey to their assailants, who, upon examining the place, found the hut had been constructed close to the mouth of a large hole, almost a cavern, where the monster had hatched her hateful brood. Among other sights of desolation which mark this region, condemned of nature, the lurid glare of a burning forest was almost constantly visible after sunset, and when the wind so willed, the smoke arising from it floated in heavy vapour over our heads. Not all the novelty of the scene, not all its vastness, could prevent its heavy horror wearying the spirits. Perhaps the dinners and suppers I have described may help to account for this, but certain it is that when we had wondered for a week at the ceaseless continuity of forest, had first admired and then wearied of the festooned drapery of Spanish moss, when we had learned to distinguish the different masses of timber that passed us, or that we passed, as a snag, a log, or a sawyer, when we had finally made up our minds that the gentlemen of the Kentucky and Ohio military establishments were not of the same genus as those of the Tuileries and St. James, we began to wish that we could sleep more hours away. As we advanced to the northward, we were no longer cheered by the beautiful border of palmettos, and even the amusement of occasionally spying out a sleeping crocodile was over. Just in this state, when we would have fain believed that every mile we went carried us towards Memphis, a sudden and violent shock startled us frightfully. "It is a sawyer," said one. "It is a snag," cried another. "We are aground," exclaimed the captain. "Aground! Good heavens! and how long shall we stay here?" "The Lord in his providence can only tell, but long enough to tire my patience, I expect." "And the poor English ladies, how fared they the while?" 2 breakfasts, 2 dinners, and a supper did they eat with the Ohio and Kentucky gentlemen before they moved an inch. Several steamboats passed while we were thus enthralled, but some were not strong enough to attempt drawing us off, and some attempted it, but were not strong enough to succeed. At length the vast and mighty "thing of life" approached, threw out grappling irons, and in 3 minutes the business was done. Again we saw the trees and mud slide swiftly past us, and a hearty shout from every passenger on deck declared their joy. At length we had the pleasure of being told that we had arrived at Memphis, but this pleasure was considerably abated by the hour of our arrival, which was midnight, and by the rain, which was falling in torrents. Memphis stands on a high bluff, and at the time of our arrival was nearly inaccessible. The heavy rain which had been falling for many hours would have made any steep ascent difficult, but unfortunately a new road had been recently marked out, which beguiled us into its almost bottomless mud, from the firmer footing of the unbroken cliff. Shoes and gloves were lost in the mire, for we were glad to avail ourselves of all our limbs, and we reached the Grand Hotel in a most deplorable state. Miss Wright was well known there, and as soon as her arrival was announced, every one seemed on the alert to receive her, and we soon found ourselves in possession of the best rooms in the hotel. The house was new, and in what appeared to me a very comfortless condition, but I was then new to Western America, and unaccustomed to their mode of "getting along," as they term it. This phrase is eternally in use among them, and seems to mean existing with as few of the comforts of life as possible. We slept soundly, however, and rose in the hope of soon changing our mortar-smelling quarters for Miss Wright's Nashoba. But we presently found that the rain which had fallen during the night would make it hazardous to venture through the forests of Tennessee in any sort of carriage. We therefore had to pass the day at our queer, comfortless hotel. The steamboat had wearied me of social meals, and I should have been thankful to have eaten our dinner of hard venison and peach sauce in a private room. But this, Miss Wright said, was impossible. The lady of the house would consider the proposal as a personal affront, and moreover it would be assuredly refused. This latter argument carried weight with it, and when the great bell was sounded from an upper window of the house, we proceeded to the dining room. The table was laid for 50 persons, and was already nearly full. Our party had the honour of sitting near "the lady," but to check the proud feelings to which such distinction might give birth, my servant William sat very nearly opposite to me. The company consisted of all the shopkeepers, storekeepers as they are called throughout the United States, of the little town. The mayor also, who was a friend of Miss Wright's, was of the party. He is a pleasing, gentlemanlike man, and seems strangely misplaced in a little town on the Mississippi. We were told that since the erection of this hotel it has been the custom for all the male inhabitants of the town to dine and breakfast there. They ate in perfect silence, and with such astonishing rapidity, that their dinner was over literally before ours was began. The instant they ceased to eat, they darted from the table in the same moody silence which they had preserved since they entered the room, and a second set took their places, who performed their silent parts in the same manner. The only sounds heard were those produced by the knives and forks, with the unceasing chorus of coughing, etc. No women were present except ourselves and the hostess, the good women of Memphis being well content to let their lords partake of Mrs. Anderson's turkeys and venison, without their having the trouble of cooking for them, whilst they regaled themselves on mash and milk at home. The remainder of the day passed pleasantly enough in rambling round the little town, which is situated at the most beautiful point of the Mississippi. The river is here so wide as to give it the appearance of a noble lake. An island covered with lofty forest trees divides it, and relieves by its broad mass of shadow the uniformity of its waters. The town stretches in a rambling, irregular manner along the cliff, from the Wolf River, one of the innumerable tributaries to the Mississippi, to about a mile below it. Half a mile more of the cliff beyond the town is cleared of trees, and produces good pasture for horses, cows, and pigs. Sheep they had none. At either end of this space the forest again rears its dark wall, and seems to say to man, "So far shalt thou come, and no farther." Courage and industry, however, have braved the warning. Behind this long street the town straggles back into the forest, and the rude path that leads to the more distant log dwellings becomes wilder at every step. The ground is broken by frequent watercourses, and the bridges that lead across them are formed by trunks of trees thrown over the stream, which support others of smaller growth that are laid across them. These bridges are not very pleasant to pass, for they totter under the tread of a man, and tremble most frightfully beneath a horse or a wagon. They are, however, very picturesque. The great height of the trees, the quantity of pendant vine branches that hang amongst them, and the variety of gay plumaged birds, particularly the small green parrot, made us feel we were in a new world, and a repetition of our walk the next morning would have pleased us well, but Miss Wright was anxious to get home, and we were scarcely less so to see her Nashoba. A clumsy sort of caravan, drawn by 2 horses, was prepared for us, and we set off in high spirits for an expedition of 15 miles through the forest. To avoid passing one of the bridges above described, which was thought insecure, our negro driver took us through a piece of water, which he assured us was not deep to matter. However, we soon lost sight of our pole, and as we were evidently descending, we gently remonstrated with him on the danger of proceeding, but he only grinned and flogged in reply. We soon saw the front wheels disappear, and horses began to plunge and kick most alarmingly, but still without his looking at all disturbed. At length the splinter bar gave way, upon which the black philosopher said very composedly, "I expect you'll best be riding out upon the horses, as we've got into an unhandsome fix here." Miss Wright, who sat composedly smiling at the scene, said, "Yes, Jacob, that is what we must do," and with some difficulty we in this manner reached the shore, and soon found ourselves again assembled around Mrs. Anderson's fire. It was soon settled that we must delay our departure till the waters had subsided, but Miss Wright was too anxious to reach home to endure this delay, and she set off again on horseback, accompanied by our manservant, who told me afterwards that they rode through places that might have daunted the boldest hunter, but that "Miss Wright took it quite easy." The next day we started again, and the clear air, the bright sun, the novel wildness of the dark forest, and our keenly awakened curiosity made the excursion delightful, and enabled us to bear without shrinking the bumps and bruises we encountered. We soon lost all trace of a road, at least so it appeared to us, for the stumps of the trees, which had been cut away to open a passage, were left standing 3 feet high. Over these the high-hung Dearborn, as our carriage was called, passed safely, but it required some miles of experience to convince us that every stump would not be our last. It was amusing to watch the cool and easy skill with which the driver wound his horses and wheels among these stumps. I thought he might have been imported to Bond Street with great advantage. The forest became thicker and more dreary looking every mile we advanced, but our ever-grinning negro declared it was a right good road, and that we should be sure to get to Nashoba. And so we did, and one glance sufficed to convince me that every idea I had formed of the place was as far as possible from the truth. Desolation was the only feeling, the only word that presented itself, but it was not spoken. I think, however, that Miss Wright was aware of the painful impression the sight of her forest home produced on me, and I doubt not that the conviction reached us both at the same moment that we had erred in thinking that a few months passed together at this spot could be productive of pleasure to either. But to do her justice, I believe her mind was so exclusively occupied by the object she had then in view, that all things else were worthless or indifferent to her. I never heard or read of any enthusiasm approaching hers, except in some few instances, in ages past, of religious fanaticism. It must have been some feeling equally powerful which enabled Miss Wright, accustomed to all the comfort and refinement of Europe, to imagine not only that she herself could exist in this wilderness, but that her European friends could enter here and not feel dismayed at the savage aspect of the scene. The annexed plate gives a faithful view of the cleared space and buildings which form the settlement. Each building consisted of 2 large rooms furnished in the most simple manner, nor had they as yet collected round them any of those minor comforts which ordinary minds class among the necessaries of life. But in this our philosophical friend seemed to see no evil, nor was there any mixture of affectation in this indifference. It was a circumstance really and truly beneath her notice. Her whole heart and soul were occupied by the hope of raising the African to the level of European intellect, and even now that I have seen this favourite fabric of her imagination fall to pieces beneath her feet, I cannot recall the self-devotion with which she gave herself to it without admiration. The only white persons we found at Nashoba were my amiable friend Mrs. W., the sister of Miss Wright, and her husband. I think they had between 30 and 40 slaves, including children, but when I was there no school had been established. Books and other materials for the great experiment had been collected, and 1 or 2 professors engaged, but nothing was yet organized. I found my friend Mrs. W. in very bad health, which she confessed she attributed to the climate. This naturally so much alarmed me for my children, that I decided upon leaving the place with as little delay as possible, and did so at the end of 10 days. I do not exactly know what was the immediate cause which induced Miss Wright to abandon a scheme which had taken such possession of her imagination, and on which she had expended so much money, but many months had not elapsed before I learnt, with much pleasure, that she and her sister had also left it. I think it probable that she became aware upon returning to Nashoba that the climate was too hostile to their health. All I know farther of Nashoba is, that Miss Wright having found, from some cause or other, that it was impossible to pursue her object, herself accompanied her slaves to Hayti, and left them there free and under the protection of the President. I found no beauty in the scenery round Nashoba, nor can I conceive that it would possess any even in summer. The trees were so close to each other as not to permit the growth of underwood, that great ornament of the forest at New Orleans, and still less of our seeing any openings, where the varying effects of light and shade might atone for the absence of other objects. The clearing round the settlement appeared to me inconsiderable and imperfect, but I was told that they had grown good crops of cotton and Indian corn. The weather was dry and agreeable, and the aspects of the heavens by night surprisingly beautiful. I never saw moonlight so clear, so pure, so powerful. We returned to Memphis on the 26th January, 1828, and found ourselves obliged to pass 5 days there, awaiting a steamboat for Cincinnati, to which metropolis of the West I was now determined to proceed with my family, to await the arrival of Mr. Trollope. We were told by every one we spoke to at Memphis that it was in all respects the finest situation west of the Alleghanies. We found many lovely walks among the broken forest glades round Memphis, which, together with a morning and evening enjoyment of the effects of a glowing horizon on the river, enabled us to wait patiently for the boat that was to bear us away. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Domestic Manners of the Americans by Frances Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Departure from Memphis, Ohio River, Louisville, Cincinnati. On the 1st of February, 1828, we embarked on board the Criterion, and once more began to float on the Father of Waters, as the poor banished Indians were wont to call the Mississippi. The company on board was wonderfully like what we had met in coming from New Orleans. I think they must have all been first cousins, and what was singular, they too had all arrived at high rank in the army. For many a wearisome mile above the Wolf River, the only scenery was still forest, forest, forest. The only variety was produced by the receding of the river at some points, and its encroaching on the opposite shore. These changes are continually going on, but from what cause none could satisfactorily explain to me. Where the river is encroaching, the trees are seen growing in the water many feet deep. After some time, the water undermines their roots, and they become the easy victims of the first hurricane that blows. This is one source of the immense quantities of driftwood that float into the Gulf of Mexico. Where the river has receded, a young growth of canebrake is soon seen starting up with the rapid vegetation of the climate. These two circumstances in some degree relieve the sameness of the 1,000 miles of vegetable wall. But we were now approaching the river which is emphatically called the Beautiful, La Belle Rivière of the New Orleans French, and a few days took us, I trust for ever, out of that murky stream which is as emphatically called the Deadly, and well does it seem to merit the title. The air of its shores is mephitic, and it is said that nothing that ever sunk beneath its muddy surface was known to rise again. As truly does La Belle Rivière deserve its name. The Ohio is bright and clear, its banks are continually varied, as it flows through what is called a rolling country, which seems to mean a district that cannot show a dozen paces of level ground at a time. The primeval forest still occupies a considerable portion of the ground, and hangs in solemn grandeur from the cliffs, but it is broken by frequent settlements, where we were cheered by the sight of herds and flocks. I imagine that this river presents almost every variety of river scenery. Sometimes its clear wave waters a meadow of level turf, sometimes it is bounded by perpendicular rocks, Pretty dwellings with their gay porticos are seen alternately with wild intervals of forest, where the tangled bear brake plainly enough indicates what inhabitants are native there. Often a mountain torrent comes pouring its silver tribute to the stream, and were there occasionally a ruined abbey or feudal castle to mix the romance of real life with that of nature, the Ohio would be perfect. So powerful was the effect of this sweet scenery, that we ceased to grumble at our dinners and suppers; nay, we almost learnt to rival our neighbours at table in their voracious rapidity of swallowing, so eager were we to place ourselves again on the guard, lest we might lose sight of the beauty that was passing away from us. Yet these fair shores are still unhealthy. More than once we landed and conversed with the families of the woodcutters, and scarcely was there one in which we did not hear of some member who had "lately died of the fever." They are all subject to ague, and though their dwellings are infinitely better than those on the Mississippi, the inhabitants still look like a race that are selling their lives for gold. Louisville is a considerable town, prettily situated on the Kentucky or south side of the Ohio. We spent some hours in seeing all it had to show, and had I not been told that a bad fever often rages there during the warm season, I should have liked to pass some months there for the purpose of exploring the beautiful country in its vicinity. Frankfort and Lexington are both towns worth visiting, though from their being out of the way places, I never got to either. The first is the seat of the state government of Kentucky, and the last is, I was told, the residence of several independent families, who, with more leisure than is usually enjoyed in America, have its natural accompaniment, more refinement. The falls of the Ohio are about a mile below Louisville, and produce a rapid too sudden for the boats to pass, except in the rainy season. The passenger is obliged to get out below them, and travel by land to Louisville, where they find other vessels ready to receive them for the remainder of the voyage. We were spared this inconvenience by the water being too high for the rapid to be much felt, and it will soon be altogether removed by the Louisville Canal coming into operation, which will permit the steamboats to continue their progress from below the falls to the town. The scenery on the Kentucky side is much finer than on that of Indiana or Ohio. The state of Kentucky was the darling spot of many tribes of Indians, and was reserved among them as a common hunting ground. It is said that they cannot yet name it without emotion, and that they have a sad and wild lament that they still chant to its memory. But their exclusion thence is of no recent date. Kentucky has been longer settled than the Illinois, Indiana, or Ohio, and it appears not only more highly cultivated, but more fertile and more picturesque than either. I have rarely seen richer pastures than those of Kentucky. The forest trees, where not too crowded, are of magnificent growth, and the crops are gloriously abundant, where the thriftless husbandry has not worn out the soil by an unvarying succession of exhausting crops. We were shown ground which had borne abundant crops of wheat for 20 successive years, but a much shorter period suffices to exhaust the ground if it were made to produce tobacco without the intermission of some other crop. We reached Cincinnati on the 10th of February. It is finely situated on the south side of a hill that rises gently from the water's edge, yet it is by no means a city of striking appearance. It wants domes, towers, and steeples, but its landing place is noble, extending for more than 1/4 of a mile. It is well paved, and surrounded by neat, though not handsome buildings. I have seen 15 steamboats lying there at once, and still half the wharf was unoccupied. On arriving, we repaired to the Washington Hotel, and thought ourselves fortunate when we were told that we were just in time for dinner at the table d'hôte. But when the dining room door was opened, we were treated with a feeling of dismay at seeing between 60 and 70 men already at table. We took our dinner with the females of the family, and then went forth to seek a house for our permanent accommodation. We went to the office of an advertising agent, who professed to keep a register of all such information, and described the dwelling we wanted. He made no difficulty, but told us his boy should be our guide through the city, and show us what we sought. We accordingly set out with him, and he led us up one street and down another, but evidently without any determinate object. I therefore stopped and asked him whereabout the houses were which we were going to see. "I am looking for bills," was his reply. I thought we could have looked for bills as well without him, and I told him so; upon which he assumed an air of great activity, and began knocking regularly at every door we passed, inquiring if the house was to be let. It was impossible to endure this long, and our guide was dismissed, though I was afterwards obliged to pay him $1 for his services. We had the good fortune, however, to find a dwelling before long, and we returned to our hotel, having determined upon taking possession of it as soon as it could be got ready. Not wishing to take our evening meal either with the 70 gentlemen of the dining room, nor yet with the half-dozen ladies of the bar room, I ordered tea in my own chamber. A good-humoured Irish woman came forward with a sort of patronizing manner, took my hand and said, "Och, my honey, you'll be from the old country. I'll see that you will have your tay all to yourselves, honey." With this assurance we retired to my room, which was a handsome one as to its size and bed furniture, but it had no carpet, and was darkened by blinds of paper, such as rooms are hung with, which required to be rolled up, and then fastened with strings very awkwardly attached to the window frames, whenever light or air were wished for. I afterwards met with these same uncomfortable blinds in every part of America. Our Irish friend soon reappeared and brought us tea, together with the never-failing accompaniments of American tea drinking, hung beef, chipped up raw, and sundry sweetmeats of brown sugar hue and flavour. We took our tea, and were enjoying our family talk relative to our future arrangements, when a loud sharp knocking was heard at our door. My "Come in" was answered by the appearance of a portly personage, who proclaimed himself our landlord. "Are any of you ill?" he began. "No, thank you, sir, we are all quite well," was my reply. "Then, madam, I must tell you that I cannot accommodate you on these terms. We have no family tea drinkings here, and you must live either with me or my wife, or not at all in my house." This was said with an air of authority that almost precluded reply, but I ventured a sort of apologistic hint that we were strangers and unaccustomed to the manners of the country. "Our manners are very good manners, and we don't wish any changes from England." I thought of mine host of the Washington afterwards, when reading Scott's Anne of Geierstein. He, in truth, strongly resembled the innkeeper therein immortalized, who made his guests eat, drink, and sleep, just where, when, and how he pleased. I made no farther remonstrance, but determined to hasten my removal. This we achieved the next day to our great satisfaction. We were soon settled in our new dwelling, which looked neat and comfortable enough, but we speedily found that it was devoid of nearly all the accommodation that Europeans conceive necessary to decency and comfort. No pump, no cistern, no drain of any kind, no dustman's cart, or any other visible means of getting rid of the rubbish, which vanishes with such celerity in London that one has no time to think of its existence, but which accumulated so rapidly at Cincinnati, that I sent for my landlord to know in what manner refuse of all kinds was to be disposed of. "Your help will just have to fix them all in the middle of the street, but you must mind, old woman, that it is the middle. I expect you don't know as we have got a law what forbids throwing such things at the sides of the streets. They must just all be cast right into the middle, and the pig soon takes them off." In truth, the pigs are constantly seen doing Herculean service in this way through every quarter of the city, and though it is not very agreeable to live surrounded by herds of these unsavoury animals, it is well they are so numerous, and so active in their capacity of scavengers, for without them the streets would soon be choked up with all sorts of substances in every stage of decomposition. We had heard so much of Cincinnati, its beauty, wealth, and unequalled prosperity, that when we left Memphis to go thither, we almost felt the delight of Rousseau's novice, un voyage à faire et Paris au bout. As soon, therefore, as our little domestic arrangements were completed, we set forth to view this wonder of the West, this prophet's gourd of magic growth, this infant Hercules, and surely no travellers ever paraded a city under circumstances more favourable to their finding it fair to the sight. 3 dreary months had elapsed since we had left the glories of London behind us. For nearly the whole of that time we beheld no other architecture than what our ship and steamboats had furnished, and excepting at New Orleans, had seen hardly a trace of human habitations. The sight of bricks and mortar was really refreshing, and a house of 3 stories looked splendid. Of this splendour we saw repeated specimens, and moreover a brick church, which, from its 2 little peaked spires, is called the Two-horned Church. But alas! the flatness of reality after the imagination has been busy. I hardly know what I expected to find in this city, fresh risen from the bosom of the wilderness, but certainly it was not a little town, about the size of Salisbury, without even attempt at beauty in any of its edifices, and with only just enough of the air of a city to make it noisy and bustling. The population is greater than the appearance of the town would lead one to expect. This is partly owing to the number of free negroes who herd together in an obscure part of the city, called Little Africa, and partly to the density of the population round the paper mills and other manufactories. I believe the number of inhabitants exceeds 20,000. We arrived in Cincinnati in February 1828, and I speak of the town as it was then. Several small churches have been built since, whose towers agreeably relieve its uninteresting mass of buildings. At that time I think Main Street, which is the principal avenue, and runs through the whole town, answering to the High Street of our old cities, was the only one paved. The trottoir is of brick, tolerably well laid, but is inundated by every shower, as Cincinnati has no drains whatever. What makes this omission the more remarkable is, that the situation of the place is calculated both to facilitate their construction and render them necessary. Cincinnati is built on the side of a hill that begins to rise at the river's edge, and were it furnished with drains of the simplest arrangement, the heavy showers of the climate would keep them constantly clean. As it is, these showers wash the higher streets, only to deposit their filth in the first level spot, and this happens to be in the street second in importance to Main Street, running at right angles to it, and containing most of the large warehouses of the town. This deposit is a dreadful nuisance, and must be productive of miasma during the hot weather. The town is built, as I believe most American towns are, in squares as they call them, but these squares are the reverse of ours, being solid instead of hollow. Each consists, or is intended to consist, when the plan of the city is completed, of a block of buildings fronting north, east, west, and south, each house communicating with an alley, furnishing a back entrance. This plan would not be a bad one, were the town properly drained, but as it is, these alleys are horrible abominations, and must, I conceive, become worse with every passing year. To the north, Cincinnati is bounded by a range of forest-covered hills, sufficiently steep and rugged to prevent their being built upon, or easily cultivated, but not sufficiently high to command from their summits a view of any considerable extent. Deep and narrow watercourses, dry in summer, but bringing down heavy streams in winter, divide these hills into many separate heights, and this furnishes the only variety the landscape offers for many miles round the town. The lovely Ohio is a beautiful feature wherever it is visible, but the only part of the city that has the advantage of its beauty is the street nearest to its bank. The hills of Kentucky, which rise at about the same distance from the river, on the opposite side, form the southern boundary to the basin in which Cincinnati is built. On first arriving, I thought the many tree-covered hills around very beautiful, but long before my departure I felt so weary of the confined view, that Salisbury Plain would have been an agreeable variety. I doubt if any inhabitant of Cincinnati ever mounted these hills so often as myself and my children, but it was rather for the enjoyment of a freer air than for any beauty of prospect that we took our daily climb. These hills afford neither shrubs nor flowers, but furnish the finest specimens of millepore in the world, and the watercourses are full of fossil productions. The forest trees are neither large nor well grown, and so close as to be nearly knotted together at top. Even the wild vine here loses its beauty, for its graceful festoons bear leaves only when they reach the higher branches of the tree that supports them, both air and light being too scantily found below to admit of their doing more than climbing with a bare stem till they reach a better atmosphere. The herb we call pennyroyal was the only one I found in abundance, and that only on the brows, where the ground had been partially cleared. Vegetation is impossible elsewhere, and it is this circumstance which makes the eternal forests of America so detestable. Near New Orleans the undergrowth of palmetto and pawpaw is highly beautiful, but in Tennessee, Indiana, and Ohio I never found the slightest beauty in the forest scenery. Fallen trees in every possible stage of decay, and congeries of leaves that have been rotting since the flood, cover the ground and infect the air. The beautiful variety of foliage afforded by evergreens never occurs, and in Tennessee, and that part of Ohio that surrounds Cincinnati, even the sterile beauty of rocks is wanting. On crossing the water to Kentucky, the scene is greatly improved. Beech and chestnut of magnificent growth border the beautiful river, the ground has been well cleared, and the herbage is excellent. The pawpaw grows abundantly, and is a splendid shrub, though it bears neither fruit nor flowers so far north. The noble tulip tree flourishes here, and blooms profusely. The river Licking flows into the Ohio nearly opposite Cincinnati. It is a pretty winding stream, and 2 or 3 miles from its mouth has a brisk, rapid dancing among white stones, which, in the absence of better rocks, we found very picturesque. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Domestic Manners of the Americans, by Frances Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Cincinnati, Forest Farm, Mr. Bullock. Though I do not quite sympathize with those who consider Cincinnati as one of the wonders of the earth, I certainly think it a city of extraordinary size and importance, when it is remembered that 30 years ago the aboriginal forest occupied the ground where it stands, and every month appears to extend its limits and its wealth. Some of the native political economists assert that this rapid conversion of a bear brake into a prosperous city is the result of free political institutions. Not being very deep in such matters, a more obvious cause suggested itself to me in the unceasing goad which necessity applies to industry in this country, and in the absence of all resources for the idle. During nearly 2 years that I resided in Cincinnati or its neighbourhood, I neither saw a beggar nor a man of sufficient fortune to permit his ceasing his efforts to increase it. Thus every bee in the hive is actively employed in the search of that honey of Hybla, vulgarly called money. Neither art, science, learning, nor pleasure can seduce them from its pursuit. This unity of purpose, backed by the spirit of enterprise, and joined with an acuteness and total absence of probity, where interest is concerned, which might set canny Yorkshire at defiance, may well go far towards obtaining its purpose. The low rate of taxation, too, unquestionably permits a more rapid accumulation of individual wealth than with us. But till I had travelled through America, I had no idea how much of the money collected in taxes returns among the people, not only in the purchase of what their industry furnishes, but in the actual enjoyment of what is furnished. Were I an English legislator, instead of sending sedition to the Tower, I would send her to make a tour of the United States. I had a little leaning towards sedition myself when I set out, but before I had half completed my tour I was quite cured. I have read much of the few and simple wants of rational man, and I used to give a sort of dreamy acquiescence to the reasoning that went to prove each added want an added woe. Those who reason in a comfortable London drawing-room know little about the matter. Were the aliments which sustain life all that we wanted, the faculties of the hog might suffice us. But if we analyse an hour of enjoyment, we shall find that it is made up of agreeable sensations occasioned by 1,000 delicate impressions on almost as many nerves. Where these nerves are sluggish from never having been awakened, external objects are less important, for they are less perceived. But where the whole machine of the human frame is in full activity, where every sense brings home to consciousness its touch of pleasure or of pain, then every object that meets the senses is important as a vehicle of happiness or misery. But let no frames so tempered visit the United States. Or if they do, let it be with no longer pausing than will store the memory with images which by the force of contrast shall sweeten the future. Guarda e passa e poi ragiam di lor. The simple manner of living in Western America was more distasteful to me from its levelling effects on the manners of the people than from the personal privations that it rendered necessary; and yet, till I was without them, I was in no degree aware of the many pleasurable sensations derived from the little elegancies and refinements enjoyed by the middle classes in Europe. There were many circumstances, too trifling even for my gossiping pages, which pressed themselves daily and hourly upon us, and which forced us to remember painfully that we were not at home. It requires an abler pen than mine to trace the connection which I am persuaded exists between these deficiencies and the minds and manners of the people. All animal wants are supplied profusely at Cincinnati, and at a very easy rate. But alas! these go but a little way in the history of a day's enjoyment. The total and universal want of manners, both in males and females, is so remarkable that I was constantly endeavouring to account for it. It certainly does not proceed from want of intellect. I have listened to much dull and heavy conversation in America, but rarely to any that I could strictly call silly, if I except the everywhere privileged class of very young ladies. They appear to me to have clear heads and active intellects, are more ignorant on subjects that are only of conventional value than on such as are of intrinsic importance. But there is no charm, no grace in their conversation. I very seldom during my whole stay in the country heard a sentence elegantly turned and correctly pronounced from the lips of an American. There is always something either in the expression or the accent that jars the feelings and shocks the taste. I will not pretend to decide whether man is better or worse off for acquiring refinement in the manners and customs of the society that surrounds him, and for being incapable of enjoyment without them. But in America that polish which removes the coarser and rougher parts of our nature is unknown and undreamed of. There is much substantial comfort, and some display in the larger cities. In many of the more obvious features they are as Paris or as London, being all large assemblies of active and intelligent human beings; but yet they are wonderfully unlike in nearly all their moral features. Now, God forbid that any reasonable American, of whom there are so many millions, should ever come to ask me what I mean, I should find it very difficult, nay, perhaps utterly impossible, to explain myself. But on the other hand, no European who has visited the Union will find the least difficulty in understanding me. I am in no way competent to judge of the political institutions of America, and if I should occasionally make an observation on their effects as they meet my superficial glance, they will be made in the spirit and with the feeling of a woman who is apt to tell what her first impressions may be, but unapt to reason back from effects to their causes. Such observations, if they be unworthy of much attention, are also obnoxious to little reproof. But there are points of national peculiarity of which women may judge as ably as men. All that constitutes the external of society may be fairly trusted to us. Captain Hall, when asked what appeared to him to constitute the greatest difference between England and America, replied, like a gallant sailor, "The want of loyalty." Were the same question put to me, I should answer, the want of refinement. Were Americans indeed disposed to assume the plain unpretending deportment of the Switzer in the days of his picturesque simplicity, when, however, he never chewed tobacco, it would be in bad taste to censure him; but this is not the case. Jonathan will be a fine gentleman, but it must be in his own way. Is he not a free-born American? Jonathan, however, must remember that if he will challenge competition with the old world will now and then look out to see how he supports his pretensions. With their hours of business, whether judicial or mercantile, civil or military, I have nothing to do. I doubt not they are all spent wisely and profitably, but what are their hours of recreation? Those hours that with us are passed in the enjoyment of all that art can win from nature, when if the elaborate repast be more deeply relished than sages might approve, it is redeemed from sensuality by the presence of elegance and beauty. What is the American pendant to this? I will not draw any comparisons between a good dinner party in the two countries. I have heard American gentlemen say that they could perceive no difference between them. But in speaking of general manners, I may observe that it is rarely they dine in society, except in taverns and boarding houses. Then they eat with the greatest possible rapidity and in total silence. I have heard it said by American ladies that the hours of greatest enjoyment to the gentleman were those in which a glass of gin cocktail or egging receives its highest relish from the absence of all restraint whatever, and when there were no ladies to trouble them. Notwithstanding all this, the country is a very fine country, well worth visiting for 1,000 reasons. 999 of these are reasons founded on admiration and respect. The 1,000th is, that we shall feel the more contented with our own. The more unlike a country through which we travel is to all we have left, the more we are likely to be amused. Everything in Cincinnati had this newness, and I should have thought it a delightful place to visit, but to tarry there was not to feel at home. My home, however, for a time it was to be. We heard on every side that of all the known places on the globe called Earth, Cincinnati was the most favourable for a young man to settle in, and I only awaited the arrival of Mr. T. to fix our son there, intending to continue with him till he should feel himself sufficiently established. We accordingly determined upon making ourselves as comfortable as possible. I took a larger house, which, however, I did not obtain without considerable difficulty, as notwithstanding 1,400 new dwellings had been erected the preceding year, the demand for houses greatly exceeded the supply. We became acquainted with several amiable people, and we beguiled the anxious interval that preceded Mr. T.'s joining us by frequent excursions in the neighbourhood, which not only afforded us amusement, but gave us an opportunity of observing the mode of life of the country people. We visited one farm, which interested us particularly from its wild and lonely situation, and from the entire dependence of the inhabitants upon their own resources. It was a partial clearing in the very heart of the forest. The house was built on the side of a hill, so steep that a high ladder was necessary to enter the front door, while the back one opened against the hillside. At the foot of this sudden eminence ran a clear stream, whose bed had been deepened into a little reservoir just opposite the house. A noble field of Indian corn stretched away into the forest on one side, and a few half-cleared acres, with a shed or two upon them, occupied the other, giving accommodation to cows, horses, pigs, and chickens innumerable. Immediately before the house was a small potato garden, with a few peach and apple trees. The house was built of logs, and consisted of 2 rooms, besides a little shanty or lean-to, that was used as a kitchen. Both rooms were comfortably furnished with good beds, drawers, etc. The farmer's wife and a young woman who looked like her sister were spinning, and 3 little children were playing about. The woman told me that they spun and wove all the cotton and woolen garments of the family, and knit all the stockings. Her husband, though not a shoemaker by trade, made all the shoes. She manufactured all the soap and candles they used, and prepared her sugar from the sugar trees on their farm. All she wanted with money, she said, was to buy coffee, tea, and whiskey, and she could "get enough any day by sending a batch of butter and chicken to market." They used no wheat, nor sold any of their corn, which, though it appeared a very large quantity, was not more than they required to make their bread and cakes of various kinds, and to feed all their livestock during the winter. She did not look in health, and said they had all had ague in the fall. But she seemed contented and proud of her independence, though it was in somewhat a mournful accent that she said, "'Tis strange to us to see company. I expect the sun may rise and set 100 times before I shall see another human being that does not belong to the family." I have been minute in the description of this forest farm, as I think it the best specimen I saw of the backwoods independence of which so much is said in America. These people were indeed independent. Robinson Crusoe was hardly more so, and they eat and drink abundantly. But yet it seemed to me that there was something awful and almost unnatural in their loneliness. No village bell ever summoned them to prayer, where they might meet the friendly greeting of their fellow men. When they die, no spot sacred by ancient reverence will receive their bones. Religion will not breathe her sweet and solemn farewell upon their grave. The husband or the father will dig the pit that is to hold them, beneath the nearest tree. He will himself deposit them within it, and the wind that whispers through the boughs will be their only requiem. But then they pay neither taxes nor tithes, are never expected to pull off a hat or to make a curtsy, and will live and die without hearing or uttering the dreadful words, "God save the King." About 2 miles below Cincinnati, on the Kentucky side of the river, Mr. Bullock, the well-known proprietor of the Egyptian Hall, has bought a large estate with a noble house upon it. He and his amiable wife were devoting themselves to the embellishment of the house and grounds, and certainly there is more taste and art lavished on one of their beautiful saloons than all Western America can show elsewhere. It is impossible to help feeling that Mr. Bullock is rather out of his element in this remote spot, and the gems of art he has brought with him show as strangely there as would a bower of roses in Siberia, or a Cincinnati fashionable at Almack's. The exquisite beauty of the spot, commanding one of the finest reaches of the Ohio, the extensive gardens, and the large and handsome mansion, have tempted Mr. Bullock to spend a large sum in the purchase of this place; and if any one who has passed his life in London could endure such a change, the active mind and sanguine spirit of Mr. Bullock might enable him to do it, but his frank and truly English hospitality, and his enlightened and inquiring mind seemed sadly wasted there. I have since heard with pleasure that Mr. Bullock has parted with this beautiful but secluded mansion. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Domestic Manners of the Americans by Frances Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Servants, Society, Evening Parties. The greatest difficulty in organizing a family establishment in Ohio is getting servants, or, as it is there called, getting help, for it is more than petty treason to the Republic to call a free citizen a servant. The whole class of young women, whose bread depends upon their labour, are taught to believe that the most abject poverty is preferable to domestic service. Hundreds of half-naked girls work in the paper mills or in any other manufactory for less than half the wages they would receive in service, but they think their equality is compromised by the latter, and nothing but the wish to obtain some particular article of finery will ever induce them to submit to it. A kind friend, however, exerted herself so effectually for me, that a tall stately lass soon presented herself, saying, "I be come to help you." The intelligence was very agreeable, and I welcomed her in the most gracious manner possible, and asked what I should give her by the year. "Oh, Jiminy!" exclaimed the damsel with a loud laugh, "you be a downright Englisher, sure enough. I should like to see a young lady engaged by the year in America. I hope I shall get a husband before many months, or I expect I shall be an outright old maid, for I be most 17 already, besides mayhap I may want to go to school. You must just give me $1.50 a week, and mother's slave, Phyllis, must come over once a week, I expect, from t'other side the water to help me clean." I agreed to the bargain, of course, with all dutiful submission, and seeing she was preparing to set to work on a yellow dress parsemé with red roses, I gently hinted that I thought it was a pity to spoil so fine a gown, and that she had better change it. "'Tis just my best and my worst," she answered, "for I've got no other." And in truth I found that this young lady had left the paternal mansion with no more clothes of any kind than what she had on. I immediately gave her money to purchase what was necessary for cleanliness and decency, and set to work with my daughters to make her a gown. She grinned applause when our labour was completed, but never uttered the slightest expression of gratitude for that, or for anything else we could do for her. She was constantly asking us to lend her different articles of dress, and when we declined it, she said, "Well, I never seed such grumpy folks as you be. There is several young ladies of my acquaintance what goes to live out now and then with the old women about the town, and they and their girls always lends them what they asks for. I guess you English thinks we should poison your things, just as bad as if we was neggers." And here I beg to assure the reader that whenever I give conversations, they were not made à loisir, but were written down immediately after they occurred, with all the verbal fidelity my memory permitted. This young lady left me at the end of 2 months, because I refused to lend her money enough to buy a silk dress to go to a ball, saying, "Then 'tis not worth my while to stay any longer." I cannot imagine it possible that such a state of things can be desirable or beneficial to any of the parties concerned. I might occupy 100 pages on the subject, and yet fail to give an adequate idea of the sore, angry, ever wakeful pride that seemed to torment these poor wretches. In many of them it was so excessive that all feeling of displeasure or even of ridicule was lost in pity. One of these was a pretty girl, whose natural disposition must have been gentle and kind, but her good feelings were soured, and her gentleness turned to morbid sensitiveness, by having heard 1,000 and 1,000 times that she was as good as any other lady, that all men were equal, and women too, and that it was a sin and a shame for a free-born American to be treated like a servant. When she found she was to dine in the kitchen, she turned up her pretty lip and said, "I guess that's 'cause you don't think I'm good enough to eat with you. You'll find that won't do here." I found afterwards that she rarely ate any dinner at all, and generally passed the time in tears. I did everything in my power to conciliate and make her happy, but I am sure she hated me. I gave her very high wages, and she stayed till she had obtained several expensive articles of dress, and then, un beau matin, she came to me fully dressed, and said, "I must go." "When shall you return, Charlotte?" "I expect you'll see no more of me." And so we parted. Her sister was also living with me, but her wardrobe was not yet completed, and she remained some weeks longer, till it was. I fear it may be called bad taste to say so much concerning my domestics, but nevertheless the circumstances are so characteristic of America that I must recount another history relating to them. A few days after the departure of my ambitious belle, my cries for help had been so effectual that another young lady presented herself with the usual preface, "I'm come to help you." I had been cautioned never to ask for a reference for character, as it would not only rob me of that help, but entirely prevent my ever getting another. So 5 minutes after she entered she was installed, bundle and all, as a member of the family. She was by no means handsome, but there was an air of simple frankness in her manner that won us all. For my own part, I thought I had got a second Jeanie Deans, for she recounted to me histories of her early youth, wherein her plain good sense and strong mind had enabled her to win her way through a host of cruel stepmothers, faithless lovers, and cheating brothers. Among other things she told me, with the appearance of much emotion, that she had found, since she came to town, a cure for all her sorrows. "Thanks and praise for it, I have got religion." And then she asked if I would spare her to go to meeting every Tuesday and Thursday evening. "You shall not have to want me, Mrs. Trollope, for our minister knows that we have all our duties to perform to man as well as to God, and he makes the meeting late in the evening, that they may not cross one another." Who could refuse? Not I, and Nancy had leave to go to meeting 2 evenings in the week, besides Sundays. One night, that the mosquitoes had found their way under my net, and prevented my sleeping, I heard some one enter the house very late. I got up, went to the top of the stairs, and by the help of a bright moon recognized Nancy's best bonnet. I called to her. "You are very late," said I. "What is the reason of it?" "Oh, Mrs. Trollope," she replied, "I am late indeed. We have this night had 17 souls added to our flock. May they live to bless this night! But it has been a long sitting and very warm. I'll just take a drink of water and get to bed. You shan't find me later in the morning for it." Nor did I. She was an excellent servant, and performed more than was expected from her. Moreover, she always found time to read the Bible several times in the day, and I seldom saw her occupied about anything without observing that she had placed it near her. At last she fell sick with the cholera, and her life was despaired of. I nursed her with great care, and sat up the greatest part of 2 nights with her. She was often delirious, and all her wandering thoughts seemed to ramble to heaven. "I have been a sinner," she said, "but I am safe in the Lord Jesus." When she recovered, she asked me to let her go into the country for a few days to change the air, and begged me to lend her $3. While she was absent, a lady called on me, and inquired with some agitation if my servant Nancy Fletcher were at home. I replied that she was gone into the country. "Thank God!" she exclaimed. "Never let her enter your doors again. She is the most abandoned woman in the town. A gentleman who knows you has been told that she lives with you, and that she boasts of having the power of entering your house at any hour of night." She told me many other circumstances unnecessary to repeat, but all tending to prove that she was a very dangerous inmate. I expected her home the next evening, and I believe I passed the interval in meditating how to get rid of her without an éclaircissement. At length she arrived, and all my study having failed to supply me with any other reason than the real one for dismissing her, I stated it at once. Not the slightest change passed over her countenance, but she looked steadily at me and said, in a very civil tone, "I should like to know who told you." I replied that it could be of no advantage to her to know, and that I wished her to go immediately. "I am ready to go," she said, in the same quiet tone, "but what will you do for your $3? "I must do without them, Nancy. Good morning to you." "I must just put up my things," she said, and left the room. About half an hour afterwards, when we were all assembled at dinner, she entered with her usual civil, composed air. "Well, I am come to wish you all good bye," and with a friendly, good-humoured smile, she left us. This adventure frightened me so heartily, that notwithstanding I had the dread of cooking my own dinner before my eyes, I would not take any more young ladies into my family without receiving some slight sketch of their former history. At length I met with a very worthy French woman, and soon after with a tidy English girl to assist her, and I had the good fortune to keep them till a short time before my departure. So happily I have no more misfortunes of this nature to relate. Such being the difficulties respecting domestic arrangements, it is obvious that the ladies who are brought up amongst them cannot have leisure for any great development of the mind. It is, in fact, out of the question; and remembering this, it is more surprising that some among them should be very pleasing, than that none should be highly instructed. Had I passed as many evenings in company in any other town that I ever visited as I did in Cincinnati, I should have been able to give some little account of the conversations I had listened to; but, upon reading over my notes, and then taxing my memory to the utmost to supply the deficiency, I can scarcely find a trace of anything that deserves the name. Such as I have shall be given in their place; but whatever may be the talents of the persons who meet together in society, the very shape, form, and arrangement of the meeting is sufficient to paralyze conversation. The women invariably herd together at one part of the room, and the men at the other; but, in justice to Cincinnati, I must acknowledge that this arrangement is by no means peculiar to that city, or to the western side of the Alleghanies. Sometimes a small attempt at music produces a partial reunion. A few of the most daring youths, animated by the consciousness of curled hair and smart waistcoats, approach the pianoforte, and begin to mutter a little to the half-grown pretty things who are comparing with one another how many quarters' music they have had. Where the mansion is of sufficient dignity to have 2 drawing-rooms, the piano, the little ladies, and the slender gentlemen are left to themselves, and on such occasions the sound of laughter is often heard to issue from among them. but the fate of the more dignified personages who are left in the other room is extremely dismal. The gentlemen spit, talk of elections and the price of produce, and spit again. The ladies look at each other's dresses till they know every pin by heart, talk of Parson Somebody's last sermon on the day of judgment, on Dr. Totherbuddy's new pills for dyspepsia, till the tea is announced, when they all console themselves together for whatever they may have suffered in keeping awake, by taking more tea, coffee, hot cake and custard, hoe cake, johnny cake, waffle cake and dodger cake, pickled peaches and preserved cucumbers, ham, turkey, hung beef, apple sauce, and pickled oysters than were ever prepared in any other country of the known world. After this massive meal is over, they return to the drawing room, and it always appeared to me that they remained together as long as they could bear it, and then they rise en masse, cloak, bonnet, shawl, and exit. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Domestic Manners of the Americans by Frances Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Market, Museum, Picture Gallery, Academy of Fine Arts Drawing School, Phrenological Society, Miss Wright's Lecture. Perhaps the most advantageous feature in Cincinnati is its market, which for excellence, abundance, and cheapness can hardly, I should think, be surpassed in any part of the world, if I except the luxury of fruits, which are very inferior to any I have seen in Europe. There are no butchers, fishmongers, or indeed any shops for eatables, except bakeries as they are called, in the town. Everything must be purchased at market, and to accomplish this, the busy housewife must be stirring betimes, or, spite of the abundant supply, she will find her hopes of breakfast, dinner, and supper for the day defeated, the market being pretty well over by 8 o'clock. The beef is excellent, and the highest price when we were there, 4 cents, about twopence the pound. The mutton was inferior, and so was veal to the eye, but it ate well, though not very fat. The price was about the same. The poultry was excellent. Fowls or full-sized chickens ready for table, 12 cents, but much less if bought alive and not quite fat. Turkeys about 50 cents, and geese the same. The Ohio furnishes several sorts of fish, some of them very good, and always to be found cheap and abundant in the market. Eggs, butter, nearly all kinds of vegetables, excellent, and at moderate prices. From June till December, tomatoes, the great luxury of the American table in the opinion of most Europeans, may be found in the highest perfection in the market for about 6 pence the peck. They have a great variety of beans unknown in England, particularly the lima bean, the seed of which is dressed like the French haricot. It furnishes a very abundant crop, and is a most delicious vegetable. Could it be naturalized with us, it would be a valuable acquisition. The Windsor, or broad bean, will not do well there. Mr. Bullock had them in his garden, where they were cultivated with much care. They grew about a foot high and blossomed, but the pod never ripened. All the fruit I saw exposed for sale in Cincinnati was most miserable. I passed 2 summers there, but never tasted a peach worth eating. Of apricots and nectarines I saw none, strawberries very small, raspberries much worse, gooseberries very few, and quite uneatable, currants about half the size of ours, and about double the price, grapes too sour for tarts, apples abundant, but very indifferent, none that would be thought good enough for an English table, pears, cherries, and plums most miserably bad. The flowers of these regions were at least equally inferior. Whether this proceeds from want of cultivation, or from peculiarity of soil, I know not, but after leaving Cincinnati I was told by a gentleman who appeared to understand the subject that the state of Ohio had no indigenous flowers or fruits. The watermelons, which in that warm climate furnish a delightful refreshment, were abundant and cheap, but all other melons very inferior to those of France or even of England when ripened in a common hotbed. From the almost total want of pasturage near the city, it is difficult for a stranger to divine how milk is furnished for its supply, but we soon learnt that there are more ways than one of keeping a cow. A large proportion of the families in the town particularly of the poorer class, have one, though apparently without any accommodation whatever for it. These animals are fed morning and evening at the door of the house, with a good mess of Indian corn boiled with water. While they eat, they are milked, and when the operation is completed, the milk pail and the meal tub retreat into the dwelling, leaving the republican cow to walk away to take her pleasure on the hills or in the gutters, as may suit her fancy best. They generally return very regularly to give and take the morning and evening meal, though it more than once happened to us, before we were supplied with a regular milk cart, to have our jug sent home empty, with the sad news that the cow was not come home, and it was too late to look for her to breakfast now. Once, I remember, the good woman told us that she had overslept herself, and that the cow had come and gone again, not liking, I expect, to hanker about by herself for nothing, poor thing. Cincinnati has not many lions to boast, but among them are 2 museums of natural history. Both of these contain many respectable specimens, particularly that of Mr. D'Orfeuille, who has, moreover, some highly interesting Indian antiquities. He is a man of taste and science, but a collection formed strictly according to their dictates would by no means satisfy the western metropolis. The people have a most extravagant passion for wax figures, and the 2 museums vie with each other in displaying specimens of this barbarous branch of art. As Mr. D'Orfeuille cannot trust to his science for attracting the citizens, he has put his ingenuity into requisition, and this has proved to him the surer aid of the 2. He has constructed a pandemonium in an upper story of his museum, in which he has congregated all the images of horror that his fertile fancy could devise, dwarfs that by machinery grow into giants before the eyes of the spectator, imps of ebony with eyes of flame, monstrous reptiles devouring youth and beauty, lakes of fire, and mountains of ice. In short, wax, paint, and springs have done wonders. To give the scheme some more effect, he makes it visible only through a grate of massive iron bars, among which are arranged wires connected with an electrical machine in a neighbouring chamber. Should any daring hand or foot obtrude itself with the bars, it receives a smart shock that often passes through many of the crowd, and the cause being unknown, the effect is exceedingly comic. Terror, astonishment, curiosity, are all set in action, and all contribute to make D'Orfeuille's hell one of the most amusing exhibitions imaginable. There is also a picture gallery at Cincinnati, and this was a circumstance of much interest to us, as our friend Mr. H., who had accompanied Miss Wright to America, in the expectation of finding a good opening in the line of historical painting, intended commencing his experiment at Cincinnati. It would be invidious to describe the picture gallery. I have no doubt that some years hence it will present a very different appearance. Mr. H. was very kindly received by many of the gentlemen of the city, and though the state of the fine arts there gave him but little hope that he should meet with much success, he immediately occupied himself in painting a noble historical picture of the landing of General Lafayette at Cincinnati. Perhaps the clearest proof of the little feeling for art that existed at the time in Cincinnati may be drawn from the result of an experiment originated by a German who taught drawing there. He conceived the project of forming a chartered academy of fine arts, and he succeeded in the beginning to his utmost wish, or rather, they fooled him to the top of his bent. $3,000 were subscribed, that is to say, names were written against different sums to that amount. A house was chosen, and finally application was made to the government, and the charter obtained, rehearsing formally the names of the subscribing members, the professors, and the officers. So far did the steam of their zeal impel them, but at this point it was let off, the affair stood still, and I never heard the Academy of Fine Arts mentioned afterwards. This same German gentleman, on seeing Mr. H.'s sketches, was so well pleased with them that he immediately proposed his joining him in his drawing school, with an agreement, I believe, that his payment from it should be $500 a year. Mr. H. accepted the proposal, but the union did not last long, and the cause of its dissolution was too American to be omitted. Mr. H. prepared his models and attended the class, which was numerous, consisting both of boys and girls. He soon found that the sage called discipline was not one of the assistants, and he remonstrated against the constant talking and running from one part of the room to another, but in vain. Finding, however, that he could do nothing till this was discontinued, he wrote some rules enforcing order, for the purpose of placing them at the door of the academy. When he showed them to his colleague, he shook his head and said, very good in Europe, but America boys and girls will not bear it. They will do just what they please, sir. They will go all the way next day." "And you will not enforce these regulations si nécessaire, monsieur?" "Oh la, not for the world." "Eh bien, monsieur, I must leave the young republicans to your management." I heard another anecdote that will help to show the state of art at this time in the West. Mr. Bullock was showing to some gentlemen of the first standing, the very élite of Cincinnati, his beautiful collection of engravings, when one among them exclaimed, "Have you really done all these since you came here? How hard you must have worked!" I was also told of a gentleman of high Cincinnati, tall and critical of his taste for the fine arts, who, having a drawing put into his hands, representing Hebe and the bird, while sacred to Jupiter, demanded in a satirical tone, "What is this?" "Hebe," replied the alarmed collector. "Hebe," sneered the man of taste, "what the devil has Hebe to do with the American eagle?" We had not been long at Cincinnati when Dr. Caldwell, the Spurzheim of America, arrived there for the purpose of delivering lectures on phrenology. I attended his lectures and was introduced to him. He has studied Spurzheim and Combe diligently, and seems to understand the science to which he has devoted himself, but neither his lectures nor his conversation had that delightful truth of genuine enthusiasm which makes listening to Dr. Spurzheim so great a treat. His lectures, however, produced considerable effect. Between 20 and 30 of the most erudite citizens decided upon forming a phrenological society. A meeting was called and fully attended. A respectable number of subscribers' names was registered, the payment of subscriptions being arranged for a future day. President, vice president, treasurer, and secretary were chosen, and the first meeting dissolved with every appearance of energetic perseverance in scientific research. The second meeting brought together one half of this learned body, and they enacted rules and laws, and passed resolutions sufficient, it was said, to have filled 3 folios. A third day of meeting arrived, which was an important one, as on this occasion the subscriptions were to be paid. The treasurer came punctually, but found himself alone. With patient hope he waited 2 hours for the wise men of the West, but he waited in vain, and so expired the Phrenological Society of Cincinnati. I had often occasion to remark that the spirit of enterprise or improvement seldom glowed with sufficient ardour to resist the smothering effect of a demand for dollars. The Americans love talking. All great works, however, that promise a profitable result are sure to meet support from men who have enterprise and capital sufficient to await the return, but where there is nothing but glory, or the gratification of taste to be expected, it is, I believe, very rarely that they give anything beyond their most sweet voices. Perhaps they are right. In Europe we see fortunes crippled by a passion for statues, or for pictures, or for books, or for gems, for all and every of the artificial wants that give grace to life, and tend to make man forget that he is a thing of clay. They are wiser in their generation on the other side of the Atlantic. I rarely saw anything that led to such oblivion there. Soon after Dr. Caldwell's departure, another lecturer appeared on the scene, whose purpose of publicly addressing the people was no sooner made known than the most violent sensation was excited. That a lady of fortune, family, and education, whose youth had been passed in the most refined circles of private life, should present herself to the people as a public lecturer would naturally excite surprise anywhere, and the nil admirari of the old world itself would hardly be sustained before such a spectacle. But in America, where women are guarded by a 7-fold shield of habitual insignificance, it caused an effect that can hardly be described. Miss Wright of Neshoba is going to lecture at the courthouse, sounded from street to street and from house to house. I shared the surprise, but not the wonder. I knew her extraordinary gift of eloquence, her almost unequalled command of words, and the wonderful power of her rich and thrilling voice, and I doubted not that if it was her will to do it, she had the power of commanding the attention and enchanting the ear of any audience before whom it was her pleasure to appear. I was most anxious to hear her, but was almost deterred from attempting it by the reports that reached me of the immense crowd that was expected. After many consultations, and hearing that many other ladies intended going, my friend Mrs. P. and myself decided upon making the attempt, accompanied by a party of gentlemen, and found the difficulty less than we anticipated, though the building was crowded in every part. We congratulated ourselves that we had had the courage to be among the number, for all my expectations fell far short of the splendor, the brilliance, the overwhelming eloquence of this extraordinary orator. Her lecture was upon the nature of true knowledge, and it contained little that could be objected to by any sect or party. It was intended as an introduction to the strange and startling theories contained in her subsequent lectures, and could alarm only by the hints it contained that the fabric of human wisdom could rest securely on no other basis than that of human knowledge. There was, however, one passage from which common sense revolted. It was one wherein she quoted that phrase of mischievous sophistry, "All men are born free and equal." This false and futile axiom, which has done, is doing, and will do so much harm to this fine country, came from Jefferson, and truly his life was a glorious commentary upon it. I pretend not to criticize his written works, but common sense enables me to pronounce this, his favourite maxim, false. Few names are held in higher estimation in America than that of Jefferson. It is the touchstone of the Democratic party, and all seem to agree that he was one of the greatest of men, yet I have heard his name coupled with deeds which would make the sons of Europe shudder. The facts I allude to are spoken openly by all, not whispered privately by a few, and in a country where religion is the tea-table talk, and its strict observance a fashionable distinction, these facts are recorded and listened to without horror, nay, without emotion. Mr. Jefferson is said to have been the father of children by almost all his numerous gang of female slaves. These wretched offspring were also the lawful slaves of their father, and worked in his house and plantations as such. In particular, it is recorded that it was his especial pleasure to be waited upon by them at table, and the hospitable orgies for which his Monticello was so celebrated were incomplete unless the goblet he quaffed were tendered by the trembling hand of his own slavish offspring. I once heard it stated by a democratical adorer of this great man, that when, as it sometimes happened, his children by quadroon slaves were white enough to escape suspicion of their origin, he did not pursue them if they attempted to escape, saying laughingly, "Let the rogues get off if they can, I will not hinder them." This was stated in a large party as a proof of his kind and noble nature, and was received by all with approving smiles. If I know anything of right or wrong, if virtue and vice be indeed something more than words, then was this great American an unprincipled tyrant and the most heartless libertine. But to return to Miss Wright. It is impossible to imagine anything more striking than her appearance. Her tall and majestic figure, the deep and almost solemn expression of her eyes, the simple contour of her finely formed head, unadorned excepting by its own natural ringlets, her garment of plain white muslin, which hung around her in folds that recalled the drapery of a Grecian statue, all contributed to produce an effect unlike anything I had ever seen before, or ever expect to see again. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Domestic Manners of the Americans by Frances Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Absence of public and private amusement, churches and chapels, influence of the clergy, A revival. I never saw any people who appeared to live so much without amusement as the Cincinnatians. Billiards are forbidden by law, so are cards. To sell a pack of cards in Ohio subjects the seller to a penalty of $50. They have no public balls, excepting I think 6 during the Christmas holidays. They have no concerts. They have no dinner parties. They have a theatre, which is in fact the only public amusement of this triste little town, but they seem to care little about it, and either from economy or distaste it is very poorly attended. Ladies are rarely seen there, and by far the larger proportion of females deem it an offence against religion to witness the representation of a play. It is in the churches and chapels of the town that the ladies are to be seen in full costume, and I am tempted to believe that a stranger from the continent of Europe would be inclined, on first reconnoitring the city, to suppose that the places of worship were the theatres and cafes of the place. No evening in the week but brings throngs of the young and beautiful to the chapels and meeting houses, all dressed with care, and sometimes with great pretension. It is there that all display is made, and all fashionable distinctions sought. The proportion of gentlemen attending these evening meetings is very small, but often, as might be expected, a sprinkling of smart young clerks make this sedulous display of ribbons and ringlets intelligible and natural. Were it not for the churches, indeed, I think there might be a general bonfire of best bonnets, for I never could discover any other use for them. The ladies are too actively employed in the interior of their houses to permit much parading in full dress for morning visits. There are no public gardens or lounging shops of fashionable resort, and were it not for public worship and private tea drinkings, all the ladies in Cincinnati would be in danger of becoming perfect recluses. The influence which the ministers of all the innumerable religious sects throughout America have on the females of their respective congregations approaches very nearly to what we read of in Spain or in other strictly Roman Catholic countries. There are many causes for this peculiar influence. Where equality of rank is affectedly acknowledged by the rich and clamorously claimed by the poor, distinction and preeminence are allowed to the clergy only. This gives them high importance in the eyes of the ladies. I think also that it is from the clergy only that the women of America receive that sort of attention which is so dearly valued by every female heart throughout the world. With the priests of America, the women hold that degree of influential importance which, in the countries of Europe, is allowed them throughout all orders and ranks of society, except perhaps the very lowest, and in return for this they seem to give their hearts and souls into their keeping. I never saw or read of any country where religion had so strong a hold upon the women, or a slighter hold upon the men. I mean not to assert that I met with no men of sincerely religious feelings, or with no women of no religious feeling at all, but I feel perfectly secure of being correct as to the great majority in the statement I have made. We had not been many months in Cincinnati when our curiosity was excited by hearing the revival talked of by every one we met throughout the town. The revival will be very full. We shall be constantly engaged during the revival, were the phrases we constantly heard repeated, and for a long time without in the least comprehending what was meant. But at length I learnt that the unnational Church of America required to be roused at regular intervals to greater energy and exertion. At these seasons the most enthusiastic of the clergy travel the country and enter the cities and towns by scores or by hundreds, as the accommodation of the place may admit, and for a week or fortnight, or if the population be large, for a month, they preach and pray all day, and often for a considerable portion of the night, in the various churches and chapels of the place. This is called a revival. I took considerable pains to obtain information on this subject, but in detailing what I learnt I fear that it is probable I shall be accused of exaggeration. All I can do is cautiously to avoid deserving it. The subject is highly interesting, and it would be a fault of no trifling nature to treat it with levity. These itinerant clergymen are of all persuasions, I believe, except the Episcopalian, Catholic, Unitarian, and Quaker. I heard of Presbyterians of all varieties, of Baptists of I know not how many divisions, and of Methodists of more denominations than I can remember, whose innumerable shades of varying belief it would require much time to explain and more to comprehend. They enter all the cities, towns, and villages of the Union in succession. I could not learn with sufficient certainty to repeat what the interval generally is between their visits. These itinerants are, for the most part, lodged in the houses of their respective followers, and every evening that is not spent in the churches and meeting houses is devoted to what would be called parties by others, but which they designate as prayer meetings. Here they eat, drink, pray, sing, hear confessions, and make converts. To these meetings I never got invited, and therefore I have nothing but hearsay evidence to offer, but my information comes from an eye-witness, and one on whom I believe I may depend. If one half of what I heard may be believed, these social prayer meetings are by no means the most curious or the least important part of the business. It is impossible not to smile at the close resemblance to be traced between the feelings of a first-rate Presbyterian or Methodist lady, fortunate enough to have secured a favourite itinerant for her meeting, and those of a first-rate London blue, equally blessed in the presence of a fashionable poet. There is a strong family likeness among us all the world over. The best rooms, the best dresses, the choicest refreshments solemnize the meeting. While the party is assembling, the lodestar of the hour is occupied in whispering conversations with the guests as they arrive. They are called brothers and sisters, and the greetings are very affectionate. When the room is full, the company, of whom a vast majority are always women, are invited, entreated, and coaxed to confess before their brothers and sisters all their thoughts, faults, and follies. These confessions are strange scenes. The more they confess, the more invariably are they encouraged and caressed. When this is over, they all kneel, and the itinerant prays extempore. Then they eat and drink, and then they sing hymns, pray, exhort, sing, and pray again till the excitement reaches a very high pitch indeed. These scenes are going on at some house or other every evening during the revival, nay, at many at the same time, for the churches and meeting houses cannot give occupation to half the itinerants, though they are all open throughout the day until a late hour in the night, and the officiating ministers succeed each other in the occupation of them. It was at the principal of the Presbyterian churches that I was twice witness to scenes that made me shudder. In describing one, I describe both and every one. The same thing is constantly repeated. It was in the middle of the summer, but the service we were recommended to attend did not begin till it was dark. The church was well lighted, and crowded almost to suffocation. On entering we found 3 priests standing side by side in a sort of tribune, placed where the altar usually is, handsomely fitted up with crimson curtains, and elevated about as high as our pulpits. We took our places in a pew close to the rail which surrounded it. The priest who stood in the middle was praying. The prayer was extravagantly vehement and offensively familiar in expression. When this ended, a hymn was sung, and then another priest took the centre place and preached. The sermon had considerable eloquence, but of a frightful kind. The preacher described with ghastly minuteness the last feeble fainting moments of human life, and then the gradual progress of decay after death, which he followed through every process up to the last loathsome stage of decomposition. Suddenly changing his tone, which had been that of sober accurate description, into the shrill voice of horror, he bent forward his head as if to gaze on some object beneath the pulpit. And as Rebecca made known to Ivanhoe what she saw through the window, so the preacher made known to us what he saw in the pit that seemed to open before him. The device was certainly a happy one, for giving effect to his description of hell. No image that fire, flame, brimstone, molten lead, or red-hot pincers could supply, with flesh, nerves, and sinews quivering under them, was omitted. The perspiration ran in streams from the face of the preacher, his eyes rolled, his lips were covered with foam, and every feature had the deep expression of horror it would have borne, had he in truth been gazing at the scene he described. The acting was excellent. At length he gave a languishing look to his supporters on either side, as if to express his feeble state, and then sat down and wiped the drops of agony from his brow. The two other priests arose and began to sing a hymn. It was some seconds before the congregation could join as usual. Every upturned face looked pale and horror-struck. When the singing ended, another took the centre place, and began, in a sort of a coaxing, affectionate tone, to ask the congregation if what their dear brother had spoken had reached their hearts, whether they would avoid the hell he had made them see. "Come then," he continued, stretching out his arms towards them. "Come to us and tell us so, and we will make you see Jesus, the dear, gentle Jesus, who shall save you from it. But you must come to him. You must not be ashamed to come to him. This night you shall tell him that you are not ashamed of him. We will make way for you. We will clear the bench for anxious sinners to sit upon. Come then. Come to the anxious bench, and we will show you Jesus. Come, come, come." Again a hymn was sung, and while it continued, one of the three was employed in clearing one or two long benches that went across the rail, sending the people back to the lower part of the church. The singing ceased, and again the people were invited and exhorted not to be ashamed of Jesus, but to put themselves upon the anxious benches, and lay their heads on his bosom. "Once more we will sing," he concluded, "that we may give you time." And again they sung a hymn. And now, in every part of the church a movement was perceptible, slight at first, but by degrees becoming more decided. Young girls arose and sat down and rose again, and then the pews opened and several came tottering out, their hands clasped, their heads hanging on their bosoms, and every limb trembling, and still the hymn went on, but as the poor creatures approached the rail their sobs and groans became audible. They seated themselves on the anxious benches. The hymn ceased, and two of the three priests walked down from the tribune, and going one to the right and the other to the left, began whispering to the poor tremblers seated there. These whispers were inaudible to us, but the sobs and groans increased to a frightful excess. Young creatures, with features pale and distorted, fell on their knees on the pavement, and soon sunk forward on their faces. The most violent cries and shrieks followed, while from time to time a voice was heard in convulsive accents, exclaiming, "O Lord Jesus! Help me, Jesus!" and the like. Meanwhile the two priests continued to walk among them. They repeatedly mounted on the benches, and trumpet-mouthed proclaimed to the whole congregation the tidings of salvation, and then from every corner of the building arose in reply short, sharp cries of "Amen! Glory! Amen!" while the prostrate penitents continued to receive whispered comfortings, and from time to time a mystic caress. More than once I saw a young neck encircled by a reverend arm. Violent hysterics and convulsions seized many of them, and when the tumult was at its highest, the priest who remained above again gave out a hymn as if to drown it. It was a frightful sight to behold innocent young creatures, in the gay morning of existence, thus seized upon, horror-struck, and rendered feeble and enervated for ever. One young girl, apparently not more than 14, was supported in the arms of another, some years older. Her face was pale as death, her eyes wide open and perfectly devoid of meaning, her chin and bosom wet with slaver. She had every appearance of idiotism. I saw a priest approach her. He took her delicate hand. "Jesus is with her, bless the Lord," he said, and passed on. Did the men of America value their women as men ought to value their wives and daughters? Would such scenes be permitted among them? It is hardly necessary to say that all who obeyed the call to place themselves on the anxious benches were women, and by far the greater number very young women. The congregation was, in general, extremely well dressed, and the smartest and most fashionable ladies of the town were there. During the whole revival the churches and meeting houses were every day crowded with well dressed people. It is thus the ladies of Cincinnati amuse themselves. To attend the theatre is forbidden, To play cards is unlawful, but they work hard in their families and must have some relaxation. For myself, I confess that I think the coarsest comedy ever written would be a less detestable exhibition for the eyes of youth and innocence than such a scene. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Domestic Manners of the Americans by Frances Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Schools, Climate, Watermelons, 4th of July, Storms, Pigs, Moving Houses, Mr. Flint, Literature. Cincinnati contains many schools, but of their rank or merit I had very little opportunity of judging. The only one which I visited was kept by Dr. Locke, a gentleman who appears to have liberal and enlarged opinions on the subject of female education. Should his system produce practical results proportionably excellent, the ladies of Cincinnati will probably some years hence be much improved in their powers of companionship. I attended the annual public exhibition at this school, and perceived with some surprise that the higher branches of science were among the studies of the pretty creatures I saw assembled there. One lovely girl of 16 took her degree in mathematics, and another was examined in moral philosophy. They blushed so sweetly, and looked so beautifully puzzled and confounded, that it might have been difficult for an abler judge than I was to decide how far they merited the diploma they received. This method of letting young ladies graduate, and granting them diplomas on quitting the establishment, was quite new to me. At least, I do not remember to have heard of anything similar elsewhere. I should fear that the time allowed to the fair graduates of Cincinnati for the acquirement of these various branches of education would seldom be sufficient to permit their reaching the eminence in each which their enlightened instructor anticipates. A quarter's mathematics, or 2 quarters political economy, moral philosophy, algebra, and quadratic equations, would seldom, I should think, enable the teacher and the scholar, by their joint efforts, to lay in such a stock of these sciences as would stand the wear and tear of half a score of children and one help. Towards the end of May we began to feel that we were in a climate warmer than any we had been accustomed to, and my son suffered severely from the effects of it. A bilious complaint, attended by a frightful degree of fever, seized him, and for some days we feared for his life. The treatment he received was, I have no doubt, judicious, but the quantity of calomel prescribed was enormous. I asked one day how many grains I should prepare, and was told to give half a teaspoonful. The difference of climate must, I imagine, make a difference in the effect of this drug, or the practice of the old and new world could hardly differ so widely as it does in the use of it. Anstey, speaking of the Bath physician, says, "No one e'er viewed any one of the medical gentlemen stewed." But I can vouch, upon my own experience, that no similar imputation lies against the gentlemen who prescribe large quantities of calomel in America. To give one instance in proof of this, when I was afterwards in Montgomery County, near Washington, a physician attended one of our neighbors, and complained that he was himself unwell. "You must take care of yourself, doctor," said the patient. "I do so," he replied. "I took 40 grains of calomel yesterday, and I feel better than I did." Repeated and violent bleeding was also had recourse to in the case of my son, and in a few days he was able to leave his room, but he was dreadfully emaciated, and it was many weeks before he recovered his strength. As the heat of the weather increased, we heard of much sickness around us. The city is full of physicians, and they were all to be seen driving about in their cabs at a very alarming rate. One of these gentlemen told us that when a medical man intended settling in a new situation, he always, if he knew his business, walked through the streets at nights, before he decided. If he saw the dismal twinkle of the watchlight from many windows, he might be sure that disease was busy, and that the location might suit him well. Judging by this criterion, Cincinnati was far from healthy. I began to fear for our health, and determined to leave the city. But for a considerable time I found it impossible to procure a dwelling out of it. There were many boarding houses in the vicinity, but they were all overflowing with guests. We were advised to avoid as much as possible walking out in the heat of the day, but the mornings and evenings were delightful, particularly the former, if taken sufficiently early. For several weeks I was never in bed after 4 o'clock, and at this hour I almost daily accompanied my "help" to market, where the busy novelty of the scene afforded me much amusement. Many waggon loads of enormous watermelons were brought to market every day, and I was sure to see groups of men, women, and children, seated on the pavement round the spot where they were sold, sucking in prodigious quantities of this water fruit. Their manner of devouring them is extremely unpleasant. The huge fruit is cut into half a dozen sections of about a foot long, and then, dripping as it is with water, applied to the mouth, from either side of which pour copious streams of the fluid, while, ever and anon, a mouthful of the hard black seeds are shot out in all directions, to the great annoyance of all within reach. When I first tasted this fruit, I thought it very vile stuff indeed, but before the end of the season we all learned to like it. When taken with claret and sugar, it makes delicious wine and water. It is the custom for the gentlemen to go to market at Cincinnati. The smartest men in the place, and those of the highest standing, do not scruple to leave their beds with the sun 6 days in the week, and, prepared with a mighty basket, to sally forth in search of meat, butter, eggs, and vegetables. I have continually seen them returning with their weighty basket on one arm, and an enormous ham depending from the other. And now arrived the 4th of July, that greatest of all American festivals. On the 4th of July, 1776, the Declaration of their Independence was signed at the State House in Philadelphia. To me, the dreary coldness and want of enthusiasm in American manners is one of their greatest defects, and I therefore hailed the demonstrations of general feeling which this day elicits with real pleasure. On the 4th of July the hearts of the people seem to awaken from a 364 days' sleep. They appear high-spirited, gay, animated, social, generous, or at least liberal in expense; and would they but refrain from spitting on that hallowed day, I should say that on the 4th of July at least they appeared to be an amiable people. It is true that the women have but little to do with the pageantry, the splendour or the gaiety of the day, but setting this defect aside, it was indeed a glorious sight to behold a jubilee so heartfelt as this, and had they not had the bad taste and bad feeling to utter an annual oration with unvarying abuse of the mother country, to say nothing of the warlike manifesto called Declaration of Independence, our gracious king himself might look upon the scene and say that it was good, nay, even rejoice that 12 millions of bustling bodies, at 4,000 miles distance from his own throne and his altars, should make their own laws and drink their own tea after the fashion that pleased them best. One source of deep interest to us in this new clime was the frequent recurrence of thunderstorms. Those who have only listened to thunder in England have but a faint idea of the language which the gods speak when they are angry. Thomson's description, however, will do. It is hardly possible that words can better paint the spectacle or more truly echo to the sound than his do. The only point he does not reach is the vast blaze of rose-coloured light that ever and anon sets the landscape on fire. In reading this celebrated description in America, and observing how admirably true it was to nature there, I seemed to get a glimpse at a poet's machinery, and to perceive that in order to produce effect he must give his images more vast than he finds them in nature, but the proportions must be just, and the colouring true. Everything seems colossal on this great continent. If it rains, if it blows, if it thunders, all is done fortissimo, but I often felt terror yield to wonder and delight, so grand, so glorious were the scenes a storm exhibited. Accidents are certainly more frequent than with us, but not so much so as reasonably to bring terror home to one's bosom every time a mass of lurid clouds is seen rolling up against the wind. It seems hardly fair to quarrel with a place because its staple commodity is not pretty, but I am sure I should have liked Cincinnati much better if the people had not dealt so very largely in hogs. The immense quantity of business done in this line would hardly be believed by those who had not witnessed it. I never saw a newspaper without remarking such advertisements as the following: "Wanted immediately, 4,000 fat hogs." "For sale, 2,000 barrels of prime pork." But the annoyance came nearer than this. If I determined upon a walk up Main Street, the chances were 500 to 1 against my reaching the shady side without brushing by a snout fresh dripping from the kennel. When we had screwed our courage to the enterprise of mounting a certain noble-looking Sugarloaf Hill that promised pure air and a fine view, we found the brook we had to cross at its foot red with the stream from a pig slaughter-house, while our noses, instead of meeting "the thyme that loves the green hill's breast," were greeted by odours that I will not describe, and which I heartily hope my readers cannot imagine. Our feet, that on leaving the city had expected to press the flowery sod, literally got entangled in pigs' tails and jawbones, and thus the prettiest walk in the neighbourhood was interdicted for ever. One of the sights to stare at in America is that of houses moving from place to place. We were often amused by watching this exhibition of mechanical skill in the streets. They make no difficulty of moving dwellings from one part of the town to another. Those I saw travelling were all of them frame houses, that is, built wholly of wood, except the chimneys, but it is said that brick buildings are sometimes treated in the same manner. The largest dwelling that I saw in motion was one containing 2 stories of 4 rooms each. 40 oxen were yoked to it. The first few yards brought down the 2 stacks of chimneys, but it afterwards went on well. The great difficulties were the first getting it in motion, and the stopping exactly in the right place. This locomotive power was extremely convenient at Cincinnati, as the constant improvements going on there made it often desirable to change a wooden dwelling for one of brick, and whenever this happened we were sure to see the X number 100 of Main Street, or the X number 55 of Second Street, creeping quietly out of town to take possession of a humble suburban station on the common above it. The most agreeable acquaintance I made in Cincinnati, and indeed one of the most talented men I ever met, was Mr. Flint, the author of several extremely clever volumes, and the editor of the Western Monthly Review. His conversational powers are of the highest order. He is the only person I remember to have known with first-rate powers of satire, and even of sarcasm, whose kindness of nature and of manner remained perfectly uninjured. In some of his critical notices there is a strength and keenness second to nothing of the kind I have ever read. He is a warm patriot, and so true-hearted an American that we could not always be of the same opinion on all the subjects we discussed, but whether it were the force and brilliancy of his language, his genuine and manly sincerity of feeling, or his bland and gentlemanlike manner that beguiled me, I know not. But certainly he is the only American I ever listened to whose unqualified praise of his country did not appear to me somewhat overstrained and ridiculous. On one occasion, but not at the house of Mr. Flint, I passed an evening in company with a gentleman said to be a scholar and a man of reading. He was also what is called a serious gentleman, and he appeared to have pleasure in feeling that his claim to distinction was acknowledged in both capacities. There was a very amiable, serious lady in the company, to whom he seemed to trust for the development of his celestial pretensions, and to me he did the honour of addressing most of his terrestrial superiority. The difference between us was, that when he spoke to her, he spoke as to a being who, if not his equal, was at least deserving high distinction, and he gave her smiles such as Michael might have vouchsafed to Eve. To me he spoke as Paul to the offending Jews. He did not, indeed, shake his raiment at me, but he used his pocket handkerchief so as to answer the purpose, and if every sentence did not end with "I am clean," pronounced by his lips, his tone, his look, his action fully supplied the deficiency. Our poor Lord Byron, as may be supposed, was the bull's-eye against which every dart in his black little quiver was aimed. I had never heard any serious gentleman talk of Lord Byron at full length before, and I listened attentively. It was evident that the noble passages which are graven on the hearts of the genuine lovers of poetry had altogether escaped the serious gentleman's attention, and it was equally evident that he knew by rote all those that they wished the mighty master had never written. I told him so, and I shall not soon forget the look he gave me. Of other authors his knowledge was very imperfect, but his criticisms very amusing. Of Pope he said, "He is so entirely gone by that in our country it is considered quite fustian to speak of him." But I persevered and named The Rape of the Lock as evincing some little talent, and being in a tone that might still hope for admittance in the drawing-room. But on the mention of this poem the serious gentleman became almost as strongly agitated as when he talked of Don Juan, and I was unfeignedly at a loss to comprehend the nature of his feelings, till he muttered with an indignant shake of the handkerchief, "The very title!" At the name of Dryden he smiled, and the smile spoke as plainly as a smile could speak. How the old woman twaddles! "We only know Dryden by quotations, madam, and these indeed are found only in books that have long since had their day." "And Shakespeare, sir?" "Shakespeare, madam, is obscene, and thank God we are sufficiently advanced to have found it out. If we must have the abomination of stage plays, let them at least be marked by the refinement of the age in which we live." This was certainly being au courant du jour. Of Massinger he knew nothing. Of Ford he had never heard. Gray had had his day. Prior he had never read, but understood he was a very childish writer. Chaucer and Spenser he tied in a couple, and dismissed by saying that he thought it was neither more or less than affectation to talk of authors who wrote in a tongue no longer intelligible. This was the most literary conversation I was ever present at in Cincinnati. The pleasant, easy, unpretending talk on all subjects, which I enjoyed in Mr. Flint's family, was an exception to everything else I met at Cincinnati. In truth, there are many reasons which render a very general diffusion of literature impossible in America. I can scarcely class the universal reading of newspapers as an exception to this remark. If I could, my statement would be exactly the reverse, and I should say that America beat the world in letters. The fact is, that throughout all ranks of society, from the successful merchant, which is the highest, to the domestic serving man, which is the lowest, they are all too actively employed to read, except at such broken moments as may suffice for a peep at a newspaper. It is for this reason, I presume, that every American newspaper is more or less a magazine, wherein the merchant may scan, while he holds out his hand for an invoice, stanzas by Mrs. Hemans, or a garbled extract from Moore's Life of Byron. The lawyer may study his brief faithfully, and yet contrive to pick up the valuable dictum of some American critic, that Bulwer's novels are decidedly superior to Sir Walter Scott's. Nay, even the auctioneer may find time, as he bustles to his tub or his tribune, to support his pretensions to polite learning by glancing his quick eye over the columns, and reading that Miss Mitford's descriptions are indescribable. If you buy a yard of ribbon, the shopkeeper lays down his newspaper, perhaps 2 or 3, to measure it. I have seen a brewer's drayman perched on the shaft of his dray, and reading one newspaper while another was tucked under his arm. And I once went into the cottage of a country shoemaker, of the name of Harris, where I saw a newspaper half full of original poetry, directed to Madison F. Harris. To be sure of the fact, I asked the man if his name were Madison. "Yes, madam, Madison Franklin Harris is my name." The last and the liar divided his time, I fear too equally, for he looked pale and poor. This, I presume, is what is meant by the general diffusion of knowledge so boasted of in the United States. Such as it is, the diffusion of it is general enough certainly, but I greatly doubt its being advantageous to the population. The only reading men I met with were those who made letters their profession, and of these there were some who would hold a higher rank in the great republic, not of America but of letters, did they write for persons less given to the study of magazines and newspapers; and they might hold a higher rank still, did they write for the few and not for the many. I was always drawing a parallel, perhaps a childish one, between the external and internal deficiency of polish and of elegance in the native volumes of the country. Their compositions have not that condensation of thought, or that elaborate finish, which the consciousness of writing for the scholar and the man of taste is calculated to give, nor have their dirty blue paper and slovenly types the polished elegance that fits a volume for the hand or the eye of the fastidious epicure in literary enjoyment. Footnote: I must make an exception in favour of the American Quarterly Review. To the eye of the body it is in all respects exactly the same thing as the English Quarterly Review. The first book I bought in America was the Chronicles of the Canongate. In asking the price, I was agreeably surprised to hear $1.50 named, being about 1/6 of what I used to pay for its fellows in England; but on opening the grim pages, it was long before I could again call them cheap. To be sure, the pleasure of a bright, well-printed page ought to be quite lost sight of in the glowing, galloping, bewitching course that the imagination sets out upon with a new Waverley novel. And so it was with me till I felt the want of it, and then I am almost ashamed to confess how often, in turning the thin dusky pages, my poor earth-born spirit paused in its pleasure to sigh for hot-pressed wire wove. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Domestic Manners of the Americans by Frances Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, Removal to the Country, Walk in the Forest, Equality. At length my wish of obtaining a house in the country was gratified. A very pretty cottage, the residence of a gentleman who was removing into town for the convenience of his business as a lawyer, was to let, and I immediately secured it. It was situated in a little village about 1.5 miles from the town, close to the foot of the hills formerly mentioned as the northern boundary of it. We found ourselves much more comfortable here than in the city. The house was pretty and commodious, our sitting rooms were cool and airy, we had got rid of the detestable mosquitoes, and we had an ice house that never failed. Beside all this we had the pleasure of gathering our tomatoes from our own garden, and receiving our milk from our own cow. Our manner of life was infinitely more to my taste than before. It gave us all the privileges of rusticity, which are fully as incompatible with a residence in a little town of Western America as with a residence in London. We lived on terms of primeval intimacy with our cow, for if we lay down on our lawn, she did not scruple to take a sniff at the book we were reading, but then she gave us her own sweet breath in return. The verge of the cool-looking forest that rose opposite our windows was so near, that we often used it as an extra drawing-room, and there was no one to wonder if we went out with no other preparation than our parasols, carrying books and work enough to while away a long summer day in the shade. The meadow that divided us from it was covered with a fine short grass that continued for a little way under the trees, making a beautiful carpet, while sundry logs and stumps furnished our sofas and tables. But even this was not enough to satisfy us when we first escaped from the city, and we determined upon having a day's enjoyment of the wildest forest scenery we could find. So we packed up books, albums, pencils, and sandwiches, and despite a burning sun dragged up a hill so steep that we sometimes fancied we could rest ourselves against it by only leaning forward a little. In panting and in groaning we reached the top, hoping to be refreshed by the purest breath of heaven, but to have tasted the breath of heaven we must have climbed yet farther, even to the tops of the trees themselves, for we soon found that the air beneath them stirred not, nor ever had stirred, as it seemed to us, since first it settled there, so heavily did it weigh upon our lungs. Still we were determined to enjoy ourselves, and forward we went, crunching knee-deep through aboriginal leaves, hoping to reach some spot less perfectly airtight than our landing place. Wearied with the fruitless search, we decided on reposing a while on the trunk of a fallen tree. Being all considerably exhausted, the idea of sitting down on this tempting log was conceived and executed simultaneously by the whole party, and the whole party sunk together through its treacherous surface into a mass of rotten rubbish that had formed part of the pith and marrow of the eternal forest 100 years before. We were by no means the only sufferers by the accident. Frogs, lizards, locusts, katydids, beetles and hornets had the whole of their various tenements disturbed, and testified their displeasure very naturally by annoying us as much as possible in return. We were bit, we were stung, we were scratched, and when at last we succeeded in raising ourselves from the venerable ruin, we presented as woeful a spectacle as can well be imagined. We shook our not ambrosial garments, and panting with heat, stings, and vexation, moved a few paces from the scene of our misfortune, and again sat down, but this time it was upon the solid earth. We had no sooner began to chew the cud of the bitter fancy that had beguiled us to these mountain solitudes, than a new annoyance assailed us. A cloud of mosquitoes gathered round, and while each sharp proboscis sucked our blood, they teased us with their humming chorus till we lost all patience, and started again on our feet, pretty firmly resolved never to try the al fresco joys of an American forest again. The sun was now in its meridian splendour, but our homeward path was short and downhill, so again packing up our preparations for felicity, we started homeward, or, more properly speaking, we started, for in looking for an agreeable spot in this dungeon forest, we had advanced so far from the verge of the hill that we had lost all trace of the precise spot where we had entered it. Nothing was to be seen but multitudes of tall, slender, melancholy stems, as like as peas, and standing within a foot of each other. The ground, as far as the eye could reach, which certainly was not far, was covered with an unvaried bed of dried leaves. No trace, no track, no trail, as Mr. Cooper would call it, gave us a hint which way to turn, and having paused for a moment to meditate, we remembered that chance must decide for us at last, so we set forward, in no very good mood, to encounter new misfortunes. We walked about a quarter of a mile, and coming to a steep descent, we thought ourselves extremely fortunate, and began to scramble down, nothing doubting that it was the same we had scrambled up. In truth, nothing could be more like, but alas! things that are like are not the same. When we had slipped and stumbled down to the edge of the wood and were able to look beyond it, we saw no pretty cottage with the shadow of its beautiful acacias coming forward to meet us. All was different, and what was worse, all was distant from the spot where we had hoped to be. We had come down the opposite side of the ridge, and now had to win our weary way a distance of 3 miles round its base. I believe we shall none of us ever forget that walk. The bright, glowing, furnace-like heat of the atmosphere seemed to scorch as I recall it. It was painful to tread, it was painful to breathe, it was painful to look round. Every object glowed with the reflection of the fierce tyrant that glared upon us from above. We got home alive, which agreeably surprised us, and when our parched tongues again found power of utterance, we promised each other faithfully never to propose any more parties of pleasure in the grim, store-like forests of Ohio. We were now in daily expectation of the arrival of Mr. T., but day after day, and week after week passed, till we began to fear some untoward circumstance might delay his coming till the spring. At last, when we had almost ceased to look out for him, on the road which led from the town, he arrived, late at night, by that which leads across the country from Pittsburgh. The pleasure we felt at seeing him was greatly increased by his bringing with him our eldest son, which was a happiness we had not hoped for. Our walks and our drives now became doubly interesting. The young men, fresh from a public school, found America so totally unlike all the nations with which their reading had made them acquainted, that it was indeed a new world to them. Had they visited Greece or Rome, they would have encountered objects with whose images their minds had been long acquainted; or had they travelled to France or Italy, they would have seen only what daily conversation had already rendered familiar. But at our public schools, America, except perhaps as to her geographical position, is hardly better known than Fairyland, and the American character has not been much more deeply studied than that of the anthropophagi. All therefore was new, and everything amusing. The extraordinary familiarity of our poor neighbours startled us at first, and we hardly knew how to receive their uncouth advances, or what was expected of us in return. However, it sometimes produced some very laughable scenes. Upon one occasion 2 of my children set off upon an exploring walk up the hills. They were absent rather longer than we expected, and the rest of our party determined upon going out to meet them. We knew the direction they had taken, but thought that it would be as well to inquire at a little public house at the bottom of the hill, if such a pair had been seen to pass. A woman, whose appearance more resembled a Covent Garden market woman than anything else I can remember, came out and answered my question with the most jovial good humour in the affirmative, and prepared to join us in our search. Her look, her voice, her manner, were so exceedingly coarse and vehement that she almost frightened me. She passed her arm within mine, and to the inexpressible amusement of my young people, she dragged me on, talking and questioning me without ceasing. She lived but a short distance from us, and I am sure intended to be a very good neighbour, but her violent intimacy made me dread to pass her door. My children, including my sons, she always addressed by their Christian names, excepting when she substituted the word honey. This familiarity of address, however, I afterwards found was universal throughout all ranks in the United States. My general appellation amongst my neighbours was the Old Englishwoman, but in mentioning each other they constantly employed the term lady, and they evidently had a pleasure in using it, for I repeatedly observed that in speaking of a neighbour, instead of saying Mrs. Such a one, they described her as the lady over the way what takes in washing, or as that there lady out by the gully what is making dip candles. Mr. Trollope was as constantly called the old man, while draymen, butchers' boys, and the labourers on the canal were invariably denominated them gentlemen. Nay, we once saw one of the most gentlemanlike men in Cincinnati introduce a fellow in dirty shirt sleeves and all sorts of detestable et cetera to one of his friends with this formula: "D, let me introduce this gentleman to you." Our respective titles certainly were not very important, but the eternal shaking hands with these ladies and gentlemen was really an annoyance, and the more so as the near approach of the gentleman was always redolent of whiskey and tobacco. But the point where this republican equality was the most distressing was in the long and frequent visitations that it produced. No one dreams of fastening a door in Western America. I was told that it would be considered as an affront by the whole neighbourhood. I was thus exposed to perpetual and most vexatious interruptions from people whom I had often never seen, and whose names still oftener were unknown to me. Those who are native there and to the manner born, seem to pass over these annoyances with more skill than I could ever acquire. More than once I have seen some of my acquaintance beset in the same way, without appearing at all distressed by it. They continued their employment or conversation with me, much as if no such interruption had taken place. When the visitor entered, they would say, "How do you do?" and shake hands. "Tolerable, I thank ye. How be you?" was the reply. If it was a female, she took off her hat. If a male, he kept it on, and then taking possession of the first chair in their way, they would retain it for an hour together without uttering another word. At length, rising abruptly, they would again shake hands with, "Well now, I must be going, I guess," and so take themselves off, apparently well contented with their reception. I could never attain this philosophical composure. I could neither write nor read, and I always fancied I must talk to them. I will give the minutes of a conversation which I once set down after one of their visits, as a specimen of their tone and manner of speaking and thinking. My visitor was a milkman. Well now, so ye be from the old country. Ay, you'll see sights here, I guess." "I hope I shall see many." "That's a fact. I expect your little place of an island don't grow such dreadful fine corn as you sees here." Corn always means Indian corn, or maize. "It grows no corn at all, sir." "Possible. No wonder then that we read such awful stories in the papers of your poor people being starved to death." "We have wheat, however." "Ay, for your rich folks, but I calculate the poor seldom gets a belly full." "You have certainly much greater abundance here." "I expect so. Why they do say that if a poor body contrives to be smart enough to scrape together a few dollars, that your King George always comes down upon him and takes it all away. Don't he?" "I do not remember hearing of such a transaction." "I guess they be pretty close about it. Your papers bean't like our'n, I reckon. Now we says and prints just what we likes." "You spend a good deal of time in reading the newspapers." "And I'd like you to tell me how we can spend it better. How should freemen spend their time but looking after their government, and watching that them fellers as we gives offices to doos their duty, and gives themselves no airs?" "But I sometimes think, sir, that your fences might be in more thorough repair, and your roads in better order, if less time was spent in politics." "The Lord! To see how little you knows of a free country! Why, what's the smoothness of a road put against the freedom of a free–born American? And what does a broken zigzag signify, comparable to knowing that the men we have been pleased to send up to Congress speaks handsome and straight, as we chooses they should?" "It is from a sense of duty, then, that you all go to the liquor store to read the papers?" "To be sure it is, and he'd be no true born American as didn't. I don't say that the father of a family should always be after liquor, but I do say that I'd rather have my son drunk 3 times a week than not look after the affairs of his country." Our autumn walks were delightful. The sun ceased to scorch, the want of flowers was no longer peculiar to Ohio, and the trees took a colouring which in richness, brilliance, and variety exceeded all description. I think it is the maple or sugar tree that first sprinkles the forest with rich crimson, the beech follows with all its harmony of golden tints, from pale yellow up to the brightest orange. The dogwood gives almost the purple colour of the mulberry. The chestnut softens all with its frequent mass of delicate brown, and the sturdy oak carries its deep green into the very lap of winter. These tints are too bright for the landscape painter. The attempt to follow nature in an American autumn scene must be abortive. The colours are in reality extremely brilliant, but the medium through which they are seen increases the effect surprisingly. Of all the points in which America has the advantage of England, the one I felt most sensibly was the clearness and brightness of the atmosphere. By day and by night this exquisite purity of air gives tenfold beauty to every object. I could hardly believe the stars were the same. The Great Bear looked like a constellation of suns, and Jupiter justified all the fine things said of him in those beautiful lines from I know not what spirited pen, beginning, "I looked on thee, Jove, till my gaze Shrunk, smote by the power of thy blaze." I always remarked that the first silver line of the moon's crescent attracted the eye on the first day in America, as strongly as it does here on the third. I observed another phenomenon in the crescent moon of that region, the cause of which I less understood. That appearance which Shakespeare describes as "the new moon with the old moon in her lap," and which I have heard ingeniously explained as the effect of earth light, was less visible there than here. Cuyp's clearest landscapes have an atmosphere that approaches nearer to that of America than any I remember on canvas; but even Cuyp's air cannot reach the lungs, and therefore can only give an idea of half the enjoyment, for it makes itself felt as well as seen, and is indeed a constant source of pleasure. Our walks were, however, curtailed in several directions by my old Cincinnati enemies, the pigs. Immense droves of them were continually arriving from the country by the road that led to most of our favourite walks. They were often fed and lodged in the prettiest valleys, and worse still were slaughtered beside the prettiest streams. Another evil threatened us from the same quarter that was yet heavier. Our cottage had an ample piazza. a luxury almost universal in the country houses of America, which, shaded by a group of acacias, made a delightful sitting room. From this favourite spot we one day perceived symptoms of building in a field close to it. With much anxiety we hastened to the spot, and asked what building was to be erected there. "'Tis to be a slaughter-house for hogs," was the dreadful reply. As there were several gentlemen's houses in the neighbourhood, I asked if such an erection might not be indicted as a nuisance. "A what?" "A nuisance," I repeated, and explained what I meant. "No, no," was the reply, "that may do very well for your tyrannical country, where a rich man's nose is more thought of than a poor man's mouth; but hogs be profitable produce here, and we be too free for such a law as that, I guess." During my residence in America, little circumstances like the foregoing often recall to my mind a conversation I once held in France with an old gentleman on the subject of their active police, and its omnipresent gendarmerie. "Croyez-moi, madame, il n'y a que ceux à qui ils ont affaire qui les trouvent de trop." And the old gentleman was right, not only in speaking of France, but of the whole human family, as philosophers call us. The well-disposed, those whose own feeling of justice would prevent their annoying others, will never complain of the restraints of the law. All the freedom enjoyed in America, beyond what is enjoyed in England, is enjoyed solely by the disorderly at the expense of the orderly, and were I a stout knight, either of the sword or of the pen, I would fearlessly throw down my gauntlet and challenge the whole republic to prove the contrary. But being, as I am, a feeble looker-on, with a needle for my spear, and "I talk" for my device, I must be contented with the power of stating the fact, perfectly certain that I shall be contradicted by one loud shout from Maine to Georgia. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Domestic Manners of the Americans, by Frances Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Religion. I had often heard it observed before I visited America, that one of the great blessings of its constitution was the absence of a national religion, the country being thus exonerated from all obligation of supporting the clergy, those only contributing to do so whose principles led them to it. My residence in the country has shown me that a religious tyranny may be exerted very effectually without the aid of the government, in a way much more oppressive than the paying of tithe, and without obtaining any of the salutary decorum which I presume no one will deny is the result of an established mode of worship. As it was impossible to remain many weeks in the country without being struck with the strange anomalies produced by its religious system, my early notes contain many observations on the subject, but as nearly the same scenes recurred in every part of the country, I state them here not as belonging to the West alone, but to the whole Union, the same cause producing the same effect everywhere. The whole people appear to be divided into an almost endless variety of religious factions, and I was told that to be well received in society, it was necessary to declare yourself as belonging to some one of these. Let your acknowledged belief be what it may, you are said to be not a Christian unless you attach yourself to a particular congregation. Besides the broad and well-known distinctions of Episcopalian, Catholic, Presbyterian, Calvinist, Baptist, Quaker, Swedenborgian, Universalist, Dunker, etc., 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 there are innumerable others springing out of these, each of which assumes a church government of its own. Of this the most intriguing and factitious individual is invariably the head, and in order, as it should seem, to show a reason for this separation, each congregation invests itself with some queer variety of external observance that has the melancholy effect of exposing all religious ceremonies to contempt. It is impossible, in witnessing all these unseemly vagaries, not to recognize the advantages of an established church, as a sort of headquarters for quiet, unpresuming Christians, who are contented to serve faithfully, without insisting upon having each a little separate banner, embroidered with a device of their own imagining. The Catholics alone appear exempt from the fury of division and subdivision that has seized every other persuasion. Having the Pope for their common head regulates, I presume, their movements, and prevents the outrageous display of individual whim which every other sect is permitted. I had the pleasure of being introduced to the Catholic Bishop of Cincinnati, and have never known in any country a priest of a character and bearing more truly apostolic. He was an American, but I should never have discovered it from his pronunciation or his manner. He received his education partly in England and partly in France. His manners were highly polished, his piety active and sincere, and infinitely more mild and tolerant than that of the factitious sectarians who form the great majority of the American priesthood. I believe I am sufficiently tolerant, but this does not prevent my seeing that the object of all religious observances is better obtained when the government of the Church is confided to the wisdom and experience of the most venerated among the people, than when it is placed in the hands of every tinker and tailor who chooses to claim a share in it. Nor is this the only evil attending the want of a national religion supported by the state. As there is no legal and fixed provision for the clergy, it is hardly surprising that their services are confined to those who can pay them. The vehement expressions of insane or hypocritical zeal, such as were exhibited during the revival, can but ill atone for the want of village worship, any more than the eternal talk of the admirable and unequalled government can atone for the continual contempt of social order. Church and state hobble along side by side, notwithstanding their boasted independence. Almost every man you meet will tell you that he is occupied in labours most abundant for the good of his country, and almost every woman will tell you that besides those things that are within her house, she has coming upon her daily the care of all the churches. Yet in spite of this universal attention to the government, its laws are half asleep, and in spite of the old women and their Dorcas societies, atheism is awake and thriving. In the smaller cities and towns, prayer meetings take the place of almost all other amusements, but as the thinly scattered population of most villages can give no parties and pay no priests, they contrive to marry, christen, and bury without them. A stranger taking up his residence in any city in America must think the natives the most religious people upon earth, but if chance lead him among her western villages, he will rarely find either churches or chapels, prayer or preacher, except indeed at that most terrific Saturnalia, a camp meeting. I was much struck with the answer of a poor woman whom I saw ironing on a Sunday. "Do you make no difference in your occupations on a Sunday?" I said. "I bean't a Christian, ma'am. We have got no opportunity," was the reply. It occurred to me that in a country where all men are equal, the government would be guilty of no great crime did it so far interfere as to give them all an opportunity of becoming Christians if they wished it. But should the federal government dare to propose building a church and endowing it in some village that has never heard the bringing home of bell and burial, it is perfectly certain that not only the sovereign state, where such an abomination was proposed, would rush into the Congress to resent the odious interference, but that all the other states would join the clamour, and such an intermeddling administration would run great risk of impeachment and degradation. Where there is a church government so constituted as to deserve human respect, I believe it will always be found to receive it, even from those who may not assent to the dogma of its creed; and where such respect exists, it produces a decorum in manners and language often found wanting where it does not. Sectarians will not venture to rhapsodize, nor infidels to scoff, in the common intercourse of society. Both are injurious to the cause of rational religion, and to check both must be advantageous. It is certainly possible that some of the fanciful variations upon the ancient creeds of the Christian Church, with which transatlantic religionists amuse themselves, might inspire morbid imaginations in Europe as well as in America; but before they can disturb the solemn harmony here, they must prelude by a defiance not only to common sense, but what is infinitely more appalling, to common usage. They must at once rank themselves with the low and the illiterate, for only such prefer the eloquence of the tub to that of the pulpit. The aristocracy must ever, as a body, belong to the established church, and it is but a small proportion of the influential classes who would be willing to allow that they do not belong to the aristocracy. That such feelings influence the professions of men, it were ignorance or hypocrisy to deny. And that nation is wise who knows how to turn even such feelings into a wholesome stream of popular influence. As a specimen of the tone in which religion is mixed in the ordinary intercourse of society, I will transcribe the notes I took of a conversation at which I was present at Cincinnati. I wrote them immediately after the conversation took place. Dr. A. I wish, Mrs. M., that you would explain to me what a revival is. I hear it talked of all over the city, and I know it means something about Jesus Christ and religion, but that is all I know. Will you instruct me farther? Mrs. M. I expect, Dr. A., that you want to laugh at me, but that makes no difference. I am firm in my principles, and I fear no one's laughter. Dr. A. Well, but what is a revival? Mrs. M. It is difficult, very difficult, to make those see who have no light, to make those understand whose souls are darkened. A revival means just an elegant kindling of the spirit. It is brought about to the Lord's people by the hands of his saints, and it means salvation in the highest. Dr. A. But what is it the people mean by talking of feeling the revival, and waiting in spirit for the revival, and the ecstasy of the revival? Mrs. M. Oh, Doctor, I am afraid that you are too far gone astray to understand all that. It is a glorious assurance, a whispering of the everlasting covenant. It is the bleating of the lamb. It is the welcome of the shepherd. It is the essence of love. It is the fullness of glory. It is being in Jesus. It is Jesus being in us. It is taking the Holy Ghost into our bosoms. It is sitting ourselves down by God. It is being called to the high places. It is eating and drinking and sleeping in the Lord. It is becoming a lion in the faith. It is being lowly and meek and kissing the hand that smites. It is being mighty and powerful and scorning reproof. It is... Dr. A. Thank you, Mrs. M. I feel quite satisfied, and I think I understand a revival now almost as well as you do yourself. Mrs. A. My, where can you have learned all that stuff, Mrs. M.? Mrs. M. How benighted you are! From the Holy Book, from the Word of the Lord, from the Holy Ghost, and Jesus Christ themselves. Mrs. A. It does seem so droll to me to hear you talk of the Word of the Lord. Why, I have been brought up to look upon the Bible as nothing better than an old newspaper. Mrs. O. Surely you only say this for the sake of hearing what Mrs. M. will say in return. You do not mean it. Mrs. A. La, yes, to be sure I do. Dr. A. I profess that I by no means wish my wife to read all she might find there. What says the Colonel, Mrs. M.? Mrs. M. As to that, I never stop to ask him. I tell him every day that I believe in Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, and that it is his duty to believe in them too, and then my conscience is clear, and I don't care what he believes. Really, I have no notion of one's husband interfering in such matters. Dr. A. You are quite right. I am sure I give my wife leave to believe just what she likes, but she is a good woman, and does not abuse the liberty, for she believes nothing. It was not once, nor twice, nor thrice, but many, many times during my residence in America that I was present when subjects which custom as well as principle had taught me to consider as fitter for the closet than the tea-table were thus lightly discussed. I hardly know whether I was more startled at first hearing, in little dainty namby-pamby tones, a profession of atheism over a teacup, or at having my attention called from a Johnny cake to a rhapsody on election and the second birth. But notwithstanding this revolting license, persecution exists to a degree unknown, I believe, in our well-ordered land since the days of Cromwell. I had the following anecdote from a gentleman perfectly well acquainted with the circumstances. A tailor sold a suit of clothes to a sailor a few moments before he sailed, which was on a Sunday morning. The corporation of New York prosecuted the tailor, and he was convicted and sentenced to a fine greatly beyond his means to pay. Mr. F., a lawyer of New York, defended him with much eloquence, but in vain. His powerful speech, however, was not without effect, for it raised him such a host of Presbyterian enemies as sufficed to destroy his practice. Nor was this all. His nephew was at the time preparing for the bar, and soon after the above circumstance occurred, his certificates were presented and refused, with this declaration, that no man of the name and family of F. should be admitted. I have met this young man in society. He is a person of very considerable talent, and being thus cruelly robbed of his profession, he has become the editor of a newspaper. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Domestic Manners of the Americans by Frances Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Peasantry compared to that of England. Early marriages. Charity. Independence and equality. Cottage prayer meeting. Mohawk, as our little village was called, gave us an excellent opportunity of comparing the peasants of the United States with those of England, and of judging the average degree of comfort enjoyed by each. I believe Ohio gives as fair a specimen as any part of the Union. If they have the roughness and inconveniences of a new state to contend with, they have higher wages and cheaper provisions. If I err in supposing it a mean state in point of comfort, it certainly is not in taking too low a standard. Mechanics, if good workmen, are certain of employment and good wages, rather higher than with us. The average wages of a laborer throughout the Union is $10 a month, with lodging, boarding, washing, and mending. If he lives at his own expense, he has $1 a day. It appears to me that the necessaries of life, that is to say, meat, bread, butter, tea, and coffee, not to mention whiskey, are within the reach of every sober, industrious, and healthy man who chooses to have them. And yet I think that an English peasant with the same qualifications would, in coming to the United States, change for the worse. He would find wages somewhat higher, and provisions in Western America considerably lower. But this statement, true as it is, can lead to nothing but delusion, if taken apart from other facts, fully as certain, and not less important, but which require more detail in describing, and which perhaps cannot be fully comprehended, except by an eye-witness. The American poor are accustomed to eat meat 3 times a day. I never inquired into the habits of any cottagers in Western America, where this was not the case. I found afterwards in Maryland, Pennsylvania, and other parts of the country where the price of meat was higher, that it was used with more economy, yet still a much larger portion of the weekly income is thus expended than with us. Ardent spirits, though lamentably cheap, still cost something, and the use of them among the men, with more or less of discretion, according to the character, is universal. Footnote: about $1 a gallon is the retail price of good whiskey. If bought wholesale or of inferior quality, it is much cheaper. Tobacco also grows at their doors and is not taxed. Yet this too costs something, and the air of heaven is not in more general use among the men of America than chewing tobacco. I am not now pointing out the evils of dram drinking, but it is evident that where this practice prevails universally, and often to the most frightful excess, the consequence must be that the money spent to obtain the dram is less than the money lost by the time consumed in drinking it. Long, disabling, and expensive fits of sickness are incontestably more frequent in every part of America than in England, and the sufferers have no aid to look to but what they have saved, or what they may be enabled to sell. I have never seen misery exceed what I have witnessed in an American cottage where disease has entered. But if the condition of the labourer be not superior to that of the English peasant, that of his wife and daughters is incomparably worse. It is they who are indeed the slaves of the soil. One has but to look at the wife of an American cottager, and ask her age, to be convinced that the life she leads is one of hardship, privation, and labour. It is rare to see a woman in this station who has reached the age of 30 without losing every trace of youth and beauty. You continually see women with infants on their knee, that you feel sure are their grandchildren, till some convincing proof of the contrary is displayed. Even the young girls, though often with lovely features, look pale, thin, and haggard. I do not remember to have seen in any single instance among the poor a specimen of the plump, rosy, laughing physiognomy so common among our cottage girls. The horror of domestic service, which the reality of slavery and the fable of equality have generated, excludes the young women from that sure and most comfortable resource of decent English girls; and the consequence is, that with a most irreverent freedom of manner to the parents, the daughters are, to the full extent of the word, domestic slaves. This condition, which no periodical merry-making, no village fete, ever occurs to cheer, is only changed for the still sadder burdens of a teeming wife. They marry very young. In fact, in no rank of life do you meet with young women in that delightful period of existence between childhood and marriage, wherein, if only tolerably well spent, so much useful information is gained, and the character takes a sufficient degree of firmness to support with dignity the more important parts of wife and mother. The slender childish thing, without vigour of mind or body, is made to stem a sea of trouble that dims her young eye, and makes her cheek grow pale, even before nature has given it the last beautiful finish of the full-grown woman. "We shall get along," is the answer in full for all that can be said in way of advice to a boy and girl who take it into their heads to go before a magistrate and "get married." And they do get along, till sickness overtakes them, by means perhaps of borrowing a kettle from one and a teapot from another; but intemperance, idleness, or sickness will, in 1 week, plunge those who are even getting along well into utter destitution, and where this happens they are completely without resource. The absence of poor laws is, without doubt, a blessing to the country, but they have not that natural and reasonable dependence on the richer classes, which, in countries differently constituted, may so well supply their place. I suppose there is less alms-giving in America than in any other Christian country on the face of the globe. It is not in the temper of the people either to give or to receive. I extract the following pompous passage from a Washington paper of February 1829, a season of uncommon severity and distress, which I think justifies my observation. Among the liberal evidences of sympathy for the suffering poor of this city, 2 have come to our knowledge which deserve to be especially noticed; the one a donation by the President of the United States to the committee of the ward in which he resides, of $50. The other, the donation by a few of the officers of the War Department to the Howard and Dorcas Societies, of $72. When such mention is made of a gift of about £9 sterling from the Sovereign Magistrate of the United States, and of £13 sterling as a contribution from one of the State Departments, the inference is pretty obvious, that the sufferings of the destitute in America are not liberally relieved by individual charity. I had not been 3 days at Mohawk Cottage before a pair of ragged children came to ask for medicine for a sick mother, and when it was given to them, the eldest produced a handful of cents, and desired to know what he was to pay. The superfluous milk of our cow was sought after eagerly, but every newcomer always proposed to pay for it. When they found out that the "English old woman" did not sell anything, I am persuaded they by no means liked her the better for it; but they seemed to think that if she were a fool it was no reason that they should be so too, and accordingly the borrowing, as they called it, became very constant, but always in a form that showed their dignity and freedom. One woman sent to borrow a pound of cheese, another half a pound of coffee, and more than once an intimation accompanied the milk jug that the milk must be fresh and unskimmed. On one occasion the messenger refused the milk, and said, "Mother only wanted a little cream for her coffee." I could never teach them to believe, during above a year that I lived at this house, that I would not sell the old clothes of the family; and so pertinacious were they in bargain making, that often, when I had given them the articles which they wanted to purchase, they would say, "Well, I expect I shall have to do a turn of work for this; you may send for me when you want me." But as I never did ask for the turn of work, and as this formula was constantly repeated, I began to suspect that it was spoken solely to avoid uttering the most un-American phrase, I thank you. There was one man whose progress in wealth I watched with much interest and pleasure. When I first became his neighbour, himself, his wife, and 4 children were living in one room, with plenty of beefsteaks and onions for breakfast, dinner, and supper, but with very few other comforts. He was one of the finest men I ever saw, full of natural intelligence and activity of mind and body, but he could neither read nor write. He drank but little whisky, and rarely chewed tobacco, and was therefore more free from that plague spot of spitting which rendered male colloquy so difficult to endure. He worked for us frequently, and used to walk into the drawing room and seat himself on the sofa and tell me all his plans. He made an engagement with the proprietor of the wooded hill before mentioned, by which half the wood he could fell was to be his own. His unwearied industry made this a profitable bargain, and from the proceeds he purchased the materials for building a comfortable frame, or wooden, house. He did the work almost entirely himself. He then got a job for cutting rails, and as he could cut twice as many in a day as any other man in the neighbourhood, he made a good thing of it. He then let half his pretty house, which was admirably constructed, with an ample portico, that kept it always cool. His next step was contracting for the building of a wooden bridge, and when I left Mohawk he had fitted up his half of the building as an hotel and a grocery store, and I have no doubt that every sun that sets sees him a richer man than when it rose. He hopes to make his son a lawyer, and I have little doubt that he will live to see him sit in Congress. When this time arrives, the woodcutter's son will rank with any other member of Congress, not of courtesy, but of right, and the idea that his origin is a disadvantage will never occur to the imagination of the most exalted of his fellow citizens. This is the only feature in American society that I recognize as indicative of the equality they profess. Any man's son may become the equal of any other man's son, and the consciousness of this is certainly a spur to exertion. On the other hand, it is also a spur to that coarse familiarity, untempered by any shadow of respect, which is assumed by the grossest and the lowest in their intercourse with the highest and most refined. This is a positive evil, and, I think, more than balances its advantages. And here again it may be observed that the theory of equality may be very daintily discussed by English gentlemen in a London dining room, when the servant, having placed a fresh bottle of cool wine on the table, respectfully shuts the door, and leaves them to their walnuts and their wisdom. But it will be found less palatable when it presents itself in the shape of a hard, greasy paw, and is claimed in accents that breathe less of freedom than of onions and whiskey. Strong indeed must be the love of equality in an English breast, if it can survive a tour through the Union. There was one house in the village which was remarkable from its wretchedness. It had an air of indecent poverty about it, which long prevented my attempting an entrance, but at length, upon being told that I could get chicken and eggs there whenever I wanted them, I determined upon venturing. The door being open to my knock, I very nearly abandoned my almost blunted purpose. I never beheld such a den of filth and misery. A woman, the very image of dirt and disease, held a squalid imp of a baby on her hip bone while she kneaded her dough with her right fist only. A great lanky girl of 12 years old was sitting on a barrel gnawing a corn cob. When I made known my business, the woman answered, "No, not I got no chickens to sell, nor eggs neither, but my son will, plenty I expect. Here, Nick," bawling at the top of a ladder, "here's an old woman what wants chickens." Half a moment brought Nick to the bottom of the ladder, and I found my merchant was one of a ragged crew whom I had been used to observe in my daily walk playing marbles in the dust and swearing lustily. He looked about 10 years old. "Have you chicken to sell, my boy?" "Yes, and eggs too, more nor what you'll buy." Having inquired price, condition, and so on, I recollected that I had been used to give the same price at market, the feathers plucked, and the chicken prepared for the table, and I told him that he ought not to charge the same. "Oh, for that, I expect I can fix 'em as well as ever them was, whatever you got in market." "You fix them?" "Yes, to be sure, why not?" "I thought you were too fond of marbles." He gave me a keen glance, and said, You don't know When will you be wanting the chickens?" He brought them at the time directed, extremely well "fixed," and I often dealt with him afterwards. When I paid him, he always thrust his hand into his breeches pocket, which I presume, as being the keep, was fortified more strongly than the dilapidated outer works, and drew from thence rather more dollars, half-dollars, levies, and fips than his dirty little hand could well hold. My curiosity was excited, and though I felt an involuntary disgust towards the young Jew, I repeatedly conversed with him. "You are very rich, Nick," I said to him one day, on his making an ostentatious display of change, as he called it. He sneered with a most unchildish expression of countenance, and replied, "I guess 'twould be a bad job for if that was all I'd got to show." I asked him how he managed his business. He told me that he bought eggs by the hundred and lean chickens by the score from the wagons that passed their door on the way to market; that he fatted the latter in coops he had made himself, and could easily double their price, and that his eggs answered well too, when he sold them out by the dozen. "And do you give the money to your mother?" "I expect not," was the answer, with another sharp glance of his ugly blue eyes. "What do you do with it, Nick?" His look said plainly, "What is that to you?" but he only answered quaintly enough, "I takes care of it." How Nick got his first dollar is very doubtful. I was told that when he entered the village store, the person serving always called in another pair of eyes; but having obtained it, the spirit, activity, and industry with which he caused it to increase and multiply would have been delightful in one of Miss Edgeworth's dear little clean bright looking boys, who would have carried all he got to his mother; but in Nick it was detestable. No human feeling seemed to warm his young heart, not even the love of self-indulgence, for he was not only ragged and dirty, but looked considerably more than half starved, and I doubt not his dinners and suppers half fed his fat chickens. I by no means give this history of Nick, the chicken merchant, as an anecdote characteristic in all respects of America. The only part of the story which is so is the independence of the little man, and is one instance out of 1,000 of the hard, dry, calculating character that is the result of it. Probably Nick will be very rich. Perhaps he will be president. I once got so heartily scolded for saying that I did not think all American citizens were equally eligible to that office, that I shall never again venture to doubt it. Another of our cottage acquaintance was a market gardener, from whom we frequently bought vegetables. From the wife of this man we one day received a very civil invitation to "please come and pass the evening with them in prayer." The novelty of the circumstance, and its great dissimilarity to the ways and manners of our own country, induced me to accept the invitation, and also to record the visit there. We were received with great attention, and a place was assigned us on one of the benches that surrounded the little parlour. Several persons, looking like mechanics and their wives, were present. Every one sat in profound silence, and with that quiet subdued air that serious people assume on entering a church. At length a long, black, grim looking man entered. His dress, the cut of his hair, and his whole appearance strongly recalled the idea of one of Cromwell's fanatics. He stepped solemnly into the middle of the room, and took a chair that stood there, but not to sit upon it. He turned the back towards him, on which he placed his hands, and stoutly uttering a sound between a hem and a cough, he deposited freely on each side of him a considerable portion of masticated tobacco. He then began to preach. His text was "Live in hope," and he continued to expound it for 2 hours, in a drawling nasal tone, with no other respite than what he allowed himself for expectoration. If I say that he repeated the words of this text 100 times, I think I shall not exceed the truth, for that allows more than a minute for each repetition, and in fact the whole discourse was made up of it. The various tones in which he uttered it might have served as a lesson on emphasis, as a question, in accents of triumph, in accents of despair, of pity, of threatening, of authority, of doubt, of hope, of faith. Having exhausted every imaginable variety of tone, he abruptly said, "Let us pray," and twisting his chair round knelt before it. Every one knelt before the seat they had occupied, and listened for another half hour to a rant of miserable, low, familiar jargon that he presumed to improvise to his Maker as a prayer. In this, however, the cottage apostle only followed the example set by every preacher throughout the Union, excepting those of the Episcopalian and Catholic congregations. They only do not deem themselves privileged to address the Deity in strains of crude and unweighed importunity. These ranters may sometimes be very much in earnest, but surely the least we can say of it is that they praise their God amiss. I inquired afterwards of a friend, well acquainted with such matters, how the grim preacher of hope got paid for his labours, and he told me that the trade was an excellent one, for that many a good wife bestowed more than a tithe of what her good man entrusted to her keeping in rewarding the zeal of these self-chosen apostles. These sable ministers walk from house to house, or if the distance be considerable, ride on a comfortable ambling nag. They are not only as empty as wind, but resemble it in other particulars, for they blow where they list, and no man knoweth whence they come, nor whither they go. When they see a house that promises comfortable lodging and entertainment, they enter there, and say to the good woman of the house, "Sister, shall I pray with you?" If the answer be favourable, and it is seldom otherwise, he installs himself and his horse till after breakfast the next morning. The best meat, drink, and lodging are his while he stays, and he seldom departs without some little contribution in money for the support of the crucified and suffering Church. Is it not strange that the most intelligent people in the world should prefer such a religion as this to a form established by the wisdom and piety of the ablest and best among the erring sons of men, solemnly sanctioned by the nation's law, and rendered sacred by the use of their fathers? It would be well for all reasoners on the social system to observe steadily, and with an eye obscured by no beam of prejudice, the result of the experiment that is making on the other side of the Atlantic. If I mistake not, they might learn there, better than by any abstract speculation, what are the points on which the magistrates of a great people should dictate to them, and on what points they should be left freely to their own guidance. I sincerely believe that if a fire worshipper or an Indian Brahmin were to come to the United States, prepared to preach and pray in English, he would not be long without a very respectable congregation. The influence of a religion sanctioned by the government could in no country, in the 19th century, interfere with the speculations of a philosopher in his closet; but it might and must steady the weak and wavering opinions of the multitude. There is something really pitiable in the effect produced by the want of this rudder oar. I knew a family where one was a Methodist, one a Presbyterian, and a third a Baptist, and another where one was a Quaker, one a declared atheist, and another a Universalist. These are all females, and all moving in the best society that America affords. But one and all of them as incapable of reasoning on things past, present, and to come, as the infants they nourish, yet one and all of them perfectly fit to move steadily and usefully in a path marked out for them. But I shall be called an itinerant preacher myself if I pursue this theme. As I have not the magic power of my admirable friend Miss Mitford, to give grace and interest to the humblest rustic details, I must not venture to linger among the cottages that surrounded us; but before I quit them, I must record the pleasing recollection of one or two neighbours of more companionable rank, from whom I received so much friendly attention and such unfailing kindness in all my little domestic embarrassments, that I shall never recall the memory of Mohawk without paying an affectionate tribute to these far distant friends. I wish it were within the range of hope that I might see them again in my own country, and repay, in part, the obligations I owe them. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Domestic Manners of the Americans, by Frances Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Theatre, Fine Arts, Dedicacy, Shaking Quakers, Big Bone Lick, Visit of the President. The theatre at Cincinnati is small and not very brilliant in decoration, but in the absence of every other amusement, our young men frequently attended it, and in the bright clear nights of autumn and winter, the 1.5 miles of distance was not enough to prevent the less enterprising members of the family from sometimes accompanying them. The great inducement to this was the excellent acting of Mr. and Mrs. Alexander Drake, the managers. Mr. Drake was an Englishman. Nothing could be more distinct than their line of acting, but the great versatility of their powers enabled them often to appear together. Her cast was the highest walk of tragedy, and his the broadest comedy, but yet, as Goldsmith says of his sister heroines, I have known them change characters for a whole evening together, and have wept with him and laughed with her, as it was their will and pleasure to ordain. I think in his comedy he was superior to any actor I ever saw in the same parts, except Emery. Alexander Drake's comedy was like that of the French, who never appear to be acting at all. He was himself the comic being the author aimed at depicting. Let him speak whose words he would, from Shakespeare to Colman, it was impossible not to feel that half the fun was his own. He had, too, in a very high degree, the power that Fawcett possessed, of drawing tears by a sudden touch of natural feeling. His comic songs might have set the gravity of judges and bishops together at defiance. Liston is great, but Alexander Drake was greater. Mrs. Drake, formerly Miss Denny, greatly resembles Miss O'Neill. A proof of this is, that Mr. Kean, who had heard of the resemblance, arrived at New York late in the evening, and having repaired to the theatre, saw her for the first time across the stage, and immediately exclaimed, "That's Miss Denny." Her voice, too, has the same rich and touching tones, and is superior in power. Her talent is decidedly first rate. Deep and genuine feeling, correct judgment, and the most perfect good taste, distinguish her play in every character. Her last act of Belvidera is superior in tragic effect to anything I ever saw on the stage, the one great exception to all comparison, Mrs. Siddons, being set aside. It was painful to see these excellent performers playing to a miserable house, not a third full, and the audience probably not including 6 persons who would prefer their playing to that of the vilest strollers. In proof of this, I saw them as managers give place to paltry third-rate actors from London, who would immediately draw crowded houses and be overwhelmed with applause. Poor Drake died just before we left Ohio, and his wife, who besides her merit as an actress is a most estimable and amiable woman, is left with a large family. I have little, or rather no doubt, of her being able to obtain an excellent engagement in London, but her having property in several of the Western theatres will, I fear, detain her in a neighbourhood where she is neither understood nor appreciated. She told me many very excellent professional anecdotes collected during her residence in the West. One of these particularly amused me as a specimen of Western idiom. A lady who professed a great admiration for Mrs. Drake had obtained her permission to be present upon one occasion at her theatrical toilet. She was dressing for some character in which she was to stab herself, and her dagger was lying on the table. The visitor took it up, and examining it with much emotion, exclaimed, "What! do you really jab this into yourself, Sevagarus?" We also saw the great American star, Mr. Forrest. What he may become, I will not pretend to prophesy; but when I saw him play Hamlet at Cincinnati, not even Mrs. Drake's sweet Ophelia could keep me beyond the third act. It is true that I have seen Kemble, Macready, Kean, Young, C. Kemble, Cook, and Talma play Hamlet, and I might not, perhaps, be a very fair judge of this young actor's merits, but I was greatly amused when a gentleman, who asked my opinion of him, told me, upon hearing it, that he would not advise me to state it freely in America, for they would not bear it. The theatre was really not a bad one, though the very poor receipts rendered it impossible to keep it in high order; but an annoyance infinitely greater than decorations indifferently clean, was the style and manner of the audience. Men came into the lower tier of boxes without their coats, and I have seen shirt sleeves tucked up to the shoulder. The spitting was incessant, and the mixed smell of onions and whiskey was enough to make one feel even the Drake's acting dearly bought by the obligation of enduring its accompaniments. The bearing and attitudes of the men are perfectly indescribable, the heels thrown higher than the head, the entire rear of the person presented to the audience, the whole length supported on the benches, are among the varieties that these exquisite posture masters exhibit. The noises, too, were perpetual, and of the most unpleasant kind. The applause is expressed by cries and thumping with the feet instead of clapping, and when a patriotic fit seized them, and Yankee Doodle was called for, every man seemed to think his reputation as a citizen depended on the noise he made. Two very indifferent figurantes, probably from the Ambigu Comique or La Gaieté, made their appearance at Cincinnati while we were there; and had Mercury stepped down, or danced a pas seul upon earth, his godship could not have produced a more violent sensation. But wonder and admiration were by no means the only feelings excited. Horror and dismay were produced in at least an equal degree. No one, I believe, doubted their being admirable dancers, but every one agreed that the morals of the Western world would never recover the shock. When I was asked if I had ever seen anything so dreadful before, I was embarrassed how to answer, for the young women had been exceedingly careful, both in their dress and in their dancing, to meet the taste of the people; but had it been Virginie in her most transparent attire, or Taglioni in her most remarkable pirouette, they could not have been more reprobated. The ladies altogether forsook the theatre, the gentlemen muttered under their breath and turned their heads aside when the subject was mentioned, the clergy denounced them from the pulpit, and if they were named at the meetings of the saints, it was to show how deep the horror such a theme could produce. I could not but ask myself if virtue were a plant, thriving under one form in one country, and flourishing under a different one in another? If these Western Americans are right, then how dreadfully wrong we are! It is really a very puzzling subject. But this was not the only point on which I found my notions of right and wrong utterly confounded. Hardly a day passed in which I did not discover that something or other that I had been taught to consider lawful as eating, was held in abhorrence by those around me. Many words to which I had never heard an objectionable meaning attached were totally interdicted, and the strangest paraphrastic sentences substituted. I confess it struck me, that notwithstanding a general stiffness of manner, which I think must exceed that of the scribes and Pharisees, the Americans have imaginations that kindle with alarming facility. I could give many anecdotes to prove this, but will content myself with a few. A young German gentleman of perfectly good manners once came to me greatly chagrined at having offended one of the principal families in the neighbourhood, by having pronounced the word corset before the ladies of it. An old female friend had kindly overcome her own feelings so far as to mention to him the cause of the coolness he had remarked, and strongly advised his making an apology. He told me that he was perfectly well disposed to do so, but felt himself greatly at a loss as how to word it. An English lady, who had long kept a fashionable boarding school in one of the Atlantic cities, told me that one of her earliest cares with every newcomer was the endeavour to substitute real delicacy for this affected precision of manner. Among many anecdotes, she told me one of a young lady about 14, who on entering the receiving room, where she only expected to see a lady who had inquired for her, and finding a young man with her, put her hands before her eyes, and ran out of the room screaming, "A man! a man! a man!" On another occasion, one of the young ladies, in going up stairs to the drawing room, unfortunately met a boy of 14 coming down, and her feelings were so violently agitated that she stopped, panting and sobbing, nor would pass on till the boy had swung himself up on the upper banisters to leave the passage free. At Cincinnati there is a garden where the people go to eat ices, and to look at roses. For the preservation of the flowers there is placed at the end of one of the walks a signpost sort of daub, representing a Swiss peasant girl holding in her hand a scroll, requesting that the roses might not be gathered. Unhappily for the artist, or for the proprietor, or for both, the petticoat of this figure was so short as to show her ankles. The ladies saw and shuddered, and it was formally intimated to the proprietor that if he wished for the patronage of the ladies of Cincinnati he must have the petticoat of this figure lengthened. The affrighted purveyor of ices sent off an express for the artist and his paint pot. He came, but unluckily not provided with any colour that would match the petticoat. The necessity, however, was too urgent for delay, and a flounce of blue was added to the petticoat of red, giving bright and shining evidence before all the men of the immaculate delicacy of the Cincinnati ladies. I confess I was sometimes tempted to suspect that this ultra-refinement was not very deep-seated. It often appeared to me like the consciousness of grossness that wanted a veil, but the veil was never gracefully adjusted. Occasionally, indeed, the very same persons who appeared ready to faint at the idea of a statue would utter some unaccountable sally that was quite startling, and which made me feel that the indelicacy of which we were accused had its limits. The following anecdote is hardly fit to tell, but it explains what I mean too well to be omitted. A young married lady of high standing and the most fastidious delicacy, who had been brought up at one of the Atlantic seminaries of highest reputation, told me that her house, at the distance of half a mile from a populous city, was unfortunately opposite a mansion of worse than doubtful reputation. "It is abominable," she said, "to see the people that go there. They ought to be exposed. I and another lady, an intimate friend of mine, did make one of them look foolish enough last summer. She was passing the day with me, and while we were sitting at the window, we saw a young man we both knew ride up there. We went into the garden and watched at the gate for him to come back, and when he did, we both stepped out, and I said to him, 'Are you not ashamed, Mr. William D., to ride by my house and back again in that manner?' I never saw a man look so foolish." In conversing with ladies on the customs and manners of Europe, I remarked a strong propensity to consider everything as wrong to which they were not accustomed. I once mentioned to a young lady that I thought a picnic party would be very agreeable, and that I would propose it to some of our friends. She agreed that it would be delightful, but she added, "I fear you will not succeed. We are not used to such sort of things here, and I know it is considered very indelicate for ladies and gentlemen to sit down together on the grass." I could multiply anecdotes of this nature, but I think these sufficient to give an accurate idea of the tone of manners in this particular, and I trust to justify the observations I have made. One of the spectacles which produced the greatest astonishment on all of us was the republican simplicity of the courts of justice. We had heard that the judges indulged themselves on the bench in those extraordinary attitudes which doubtless some peculiarity of the American formation leads them to find the most comfortable. Of this we were determined to judge for ourselves, and accordingly entered the court when it was in full business, with 3 judges on the bench. The annexed sketch will better describe what we saw than anything I can write. Our winter passed rapidly away, and pleasantly enough, by the help of frosty walks, a little skating, a visit to Big Bone Lick, and a visit to the Shaking Quakers, a good deal of chess, and a good deal of reading, notwithstanding that we were almost in the backwoods of Western America. The excursion to Big Bone Lick in Kentucky, and that to the Quaker village, were too fatiguing for females at such a season, but our gentlemen brought us home mammoth bones, and shaking Quaker stories in abundance. These singular people, the Shaking Quakers of America, give undeniable proof that communities may exist and prosper, for they have continued for many years to adhere strictly to this manner of life, and have been constantly increasing in wealth. They have formed 2 or 3 different societies in distant parts of the Union, all governed by the same general laws, and all uniformly prosperous and flourishing. There must be some sound and wholesome principle at work in these establishments to cause their success in every undertaking, and this principle must be a powerful one, for it has to combat much that is absurd and much that is mischievous. The societies are generally composed of about an equal proportion of males and females, many of them being men and their wives; but they are all bound by their laws not to cohabit together. Their religious observances are wholly confined to singing and dancing of the most grotesque kind, and this repeated so constantly as to occupy much time; yet these people become rich and powerful wherever they settle themselves. Whatever they manufacture, whatever their farms produce, is always in the highest repute, and brings the highest price in the market. They receive all strangers with great courtesy, and if they bring an introduction, they are lodged and fed for any length of time they choose to stay. They are not asked to join in their labours, but are permitted to do so if they wish it. The Big Bone Lick was not visited, and even partially examined, without considerable fatigue. It appeared from the account of our travellers that the spot which gives the region its elegant name is a deep bed of blue clay, tenacious and unsound, so much so as to render it both difficult and dangerous to traverse. The digging it has been found so laborious that no one has yet hazarded the expense of a complete search into its depths for the gigantic relics so certainly hidden there. The clay has never been moved without finding some of them, and I think it can hardly be doubted that money and perseverance would procure a more perfect specimen of an entire mammoth than we have yet seen. Since the above was written, an immense skeleton, nearly perfect, has been extracted. And now the time arrived that our domestic circle was again to be broken up. Our eldest son was to be entered at Oxford, and it was necessary that his father should accompany him; and after considerable indecision, it was at length determined that I and my daughters should remain another year with our second son. It was early in February, and our travellers prepared themselves to encounter some sharp gales upon the mountains, though the great severity of the cold appeared to be past. We got buffalo robes and double shoes prepared for them, and they were on the eve of departure when we heard that General Jackson, the newly elected President, was expected to arrive immediately at Cincinnati from his residence in the West, and to proceed by steamboat to Pittsburgh on his way to Washington. This determined them not to fix the day of their departure till they heard of his arrival, and then, if possible, to start in the same boat with him; the decent dignity of a private conveyance not being deemed necessary for the President of the United States. The day of his arrival was, however, quite uncertain, and we could only determine to have everything very perfectly in readiness, let it come when it would. This resolution was hardly acted upon when the news reached us that the General had arrived at Louisville, and was expected at Cincinnati in a few hours. All was bustle and hurry at Mohawk Cottage. We quickly dispatched our packing business, and this being the first opportunity we had had of witnessing such a demonstration of popular feeling, we all determined to be present at the debarkation of the great man. We accordingly walked to Cincinnati, and secured a favourable station at the landing place, both for the purpose of seeing the first magistrate, and of observing his reception by the people. We had waited but a few moments when the heavy panting of the steam engines, and then a great discharge of cannon, told us that we were just in time. Another moment brought his vessel in sight. Nothing could be better of its kind than his approach to the shore. The noble steamboat which conveyed him was flanked on each side by one of nearly equal size and splendour. The roofs of all three were covered by a crowd of men. Cannon saluted them from the shore as they passed by, to the distance of 1/4 mile above the town. There they turned about, and came down the river with a rapid but stately motion, the three vessels so close together as to appear one mighty mass upon the water. When they arrived opposite the principal landing, they swept gracefully round, and the side vessels, separating themselves from the centre, fell a few feet back, permitting her to approach before them with her honoured freight. All this manoeuvring was extremely well executed, and really beautiful. The crowd on the shore awaited her arrival in perfect stillness. When she touched the bank, the people on board gave a faint huzza, but it was answered by no note of welcome from the land. This cold silence was certainly not produced by any want of friendly feeling towards the new President. During the whole of the canvassing he had been decidedly the popular candidate at Cincinnati, and for months past we had been accustomed to the cry of "Jackson forever" from an overwhelming majority. But enthusiasm is not either the virtue or the vice of America. More than one private carriage was stationed at the water's edge to await the General's orders, but they were dismissed with the information that he would walk to the hotel. Upon receiving this intimation the silent crowd divided itself in a very orderly manner, leaving a space for him to walk through them. He did so, uncovered, though the distance was considerable and the weather very cold. But he alone, with the exception of a few European gentlemen who were present, was without a hat. He wore his grey hair carelessly but not ungracefully arranged, and, spite of his harsh gaunt features, he looks like a gentleman and a soldier. He was in deep mourning, having very recently lost his wife. They were said to have been very happy together, and I was pained by hearing a voice near me exclaim, as he approached the spot where I stood, "There goes Jackson, where is his wife?" Another sharp voice at a little distance cried, "Adams forever!" and these sounds were all I heard to break the silence. They manage these matters better in the East, I have no doubt, but as yet I was still in the West, and still inclined to think that however meritorious the American character may be, it is not amiable. Mr. T. and his sons joined the group of citizens who waited upon him to the hotel, and were presented to the President in form; that is, they shook hands with him. Learning that he intended to remain a few hours there, or more properly that it would be a few hours before the steamboat would be ready to proceed, Mr. T. secured berths on board, and returned to take a hasty dinner with us. At the hour appointed by the captain, Mr. T. and his son accompanied the General on board, and by subsequent letters I learnt they had conversed a good deal with him, and were pleased by his conversation and manners, but deeply disgusted by the brutal familiarity to which they saw him exposed at every place on their progress at which they stopped. I am tempted to quote one passage as sufficiently descriptive of the manner which so painfully grated against their European feelings. There was not a hulking boy from a keel boat who was not introduced to the President, unless indeed, as was the case with some, they introduced themselves. For instance, I was at his elbow when a greasy fellow accosted him thus: "General Jackson, I guess?" The General bowed assent. "Why, they told me you was dead." "No, Providence has hitherto preserved my life." "And is your wife alive too?" The General, apparently much hurt, signified the contrary, upon which the courtier concluded his harangue by saying, I thought it was the one a t'other of ye." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Domestic Manners of the Americans by Frances Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. American Spring. Controversy between Messrs. Owen and Campbell. Public Ball. Separation of the Sexes. American Freedom. Execution. The American spring is by no means so agreeable as the American autumn. Both move with faltering step and slow. But this lingering pace, which is delicious in autumn, is most tormenting in the spring. In the one case you are about to part with a friend, who is becoming more gentle and agreeable at every step, and such steps can hardly be made too slowly. But in the other you are making your escape from a dreary cavern, where you have been shut up with black frost and biting blasts, and where your best consolation was being smoke-dried. But upon second thoughts, I believe it would be more correct, instead of complaining of the slow pace of the American spring, to declare that they have no spring at all. The beautiful autumn often lingers on till Christmas, after which winter can be trifled with no longer, and generally keeps a stubborn hold throughout the months which we call spring, when he suddenly turns his back, and summer takes his place. The inconceivable uncertainty of the climate is, however, such, that I will not venture to state about what time this change takes place, for it is certain that, let me name what time I would, it would be easy for any weather journalizer to prove me wrong, by quoting that the thermometer was 100 at a period which my statement included in the winter, or 50 long after I made the summer commence. The climate of England is called uncertain, but it can never, I think, be so described by any who have experienced that of the United States. A gentleman on whose accuracy I could depend, told me he had repeatedly known the thermometer vary above 40 degrees in the space of 12 hours. This most unpleasant caprice of the temperature is, I conceive, one cause of the unhealthiness of the climate. At length, however, after shivering and shaking till we were tired of it, and having been half ruined in firewood, which, by the way, is nearly as dear as at Paris, and dearer in many parts of the Union, the summer burst upon us full blown, and the ice house, the piazza, and the jalousies were again in full requisition. It was in the early summer of this year, 1829, that Cincinnati offered a spectacle unprecedented, I believe, in any age or country. Mr. Owen, of Lanark, of New Harmony, of Texas, well known to the world by all or either of these editions, had challenged the whole religious public of the United States to discuss with him publicly the truth or falsehood of all the religions that had ever been propagated on the face of the earth; stating further that he undertook to prove that they were all equally false and nearly equally mischievous. This most appalling challenge was conveyed to the world through the medium of New Orleans newspapers, and for some time it remained unanswered. At length the Reverend Alexander Campbell, from Bethany, not of Judea, but of Kentucky, proclaimed through the same medium that he was ready to take up the gauntlet. The place fixed for this extraordinary discussion was Cincinnati; the time, the second Monday in May, 1829, being about a year from the time the challenge was accepted, thus giving the disputants time to prepare themselves. Mr. Owen's preparation, however, could only have been such as those who run may read, for during the interval he traversed great part of North America, crossed the Atlantic twice, visited England, Scotland, Mexico, Texas, and I know not how many places besides. Mr. Campbell, I was told, passed this period very differently, being engaged in reading with great research and perseverance all the theological works within his reach. But whatever confidence the learning and piety of Mr. Campbell might have inspired in his friends, or in the Cincinnati Christians in general, it was not, as it appeared, sufficient to induce Mr. Wilson, the Presbyterian minister of the largest church in the town, to permit the display of them within its walls. This refusal was greatly reprobated and much regretted, as the curiosity to hear the discussion was very general, and no other edifice offered so much accommodation. A Methodist meeting house, large enough to contain 1,000 persons, was at last chosen. A small stage was arranged round the pulpit, large enough to accommodate the disputants and their stenographers. The pulpit itself was throughout the whole time occupied by the aged father of Mr. Campbell, whose flowing white hair and venerable countenance, constantly expressive of the deepest attention and the most profound interest, made him a very striking figure in the group. Another platform was raised in a conspicuous part of the building, on which were seated 7 gentlemen of the city, selected as moderators. The chapel was equally divided, one half being appropriated to ladies, the other to gentlemen, and the door of entrance reserved for the ladies was carefully guarded by persons appointed to prevent any crowding or difficulty from impeding their approach. I suspect that the ladies were indebted to Mr. Owen for this attention. The arrangements respecting them on this occasion were by no means American. When Mr. Owen rose, the building was thronged in every part. The audience, or congregation, I hardly know which to call them, were of the highest rank of citizens, and as large a proportion of best bonnets fluttered there as the 2-horned church itself could boast. It was in the profoundest silence, and apparently with the deepest attention, that Mr. Owen's opening address was received, and surely it was the most singular one that ever Christian men and women sat to listen to. When I recollect its object, and the uncompromising manner in which the orator stated his mature conviction that the whole history of the Christian mission was a fraud, and its sacred origin a fable, I cannot but wonder that it was so listened to; yet at the time I felt no such wonder. Never did any one practise the suaviter in modo with more powerful effect than Mr. Owen. the gentle tone of his voice, his mild, sometimes playful, but never ironical manner, the absence of every vehement or harsh expression, the affectionate interest expressed for the whole human family, the air of candour with which he expressed his wish to be convinced he was wrong, if indeed he were so, his kind smile, the mild expression of his eyes, in short his whole manner, disarmed zeal, and produced a degree of tolerance that those who did not hear him would hardly believe possible. Half an hour was the time allotted for each haranguer. When this was expired, the moderators were seen to look at their watches. Mr. Owen, too, looked at his without pausing, smiled, shook his head, and said in a parenthesis, "A moment's patience," and continued for nearly another half hour. Mr. Campbell then arose, his person, voice, and manner all greatly in his favour. In his first attack he used his arms, which in general have been considered as belonging to the other side of the question. He quizzed Mr. Owen most unmercifully, pinched him here for his parallelograms, hit him there for his human perfectibility, and kept the whole audience in a roar of laughter. Mr. Owen joined in it most heartily himself, and listened to him throughout with the air of a man who is delighted at the good things he is hearing, and exactly in the cue to enjoy all the other good things that he is sure will follow. Mr. Campbell's watch was the only one which reminded us that we had listened to him for half an hour, and having continued speaking for a few minutes after he had looked at it, he sat down with, I should think, the universal admiration of his auditory. Mr. Owen again addressed us, and his first 5 minutes were occupied in complimenting Mr. Campbell with all the strength his exceeding hearty laughter had left him. But then he changed his tone, and said the business was too serious to permit the next half hour to pass so lightly and so pleasantly as the last, and then he read us what he called his 12 fundamental laws of human nature. These 12 laws he has taken so much trouble to circulate to all the nations of the earth, that it must be quite unnecessary to repeat them here. To me they appear 12 truisms that no man in his senses would ever think of contradicting. But how any one can have conceived that the explanation and defence of these laws could furnish forth occupation for his pen and his voice through whole years of unwearying declamation, or how he can have dreamed that they could be twisted into a refutation of the Christian religion, is a mystery which I never expect to understand. From this time Mr. Owen entrenched himself behind his 12 laws, and Mr. Campbell, with equal gravity, confined himself to bringing forward the most elaborate theological authorities in evidence of the truth of revealed religion. Neither appeared to me to answer the other, but to confine themselves to the utterance of what they had uppermost in their own minds when the discussion began. I lamented this on the side of Mr. Campbell, as I am persuaded he would have been much more powerful had he trusted more to himself and less to his books. Mr. Owen is an extraordinary man, and certainly possessed of talent, but he appears to me so utterly benighted in the midst of his own theories, that he has quite lost the power of looking through them, so as to get a peep at the world as it really exists around him. At the conclusion of the debate, which lasted for 15 sittings, Mr. Campbell desired the whole assembly to sit down. They obeyed. He then requested all who wished well to Christianity to rise, and a very large majority were in an instant on their legs. He again requested them to be seated, and then desired those who believed not in its doctrines to rise, and a few gentlemen and one lady obeyed. Mr. Owen protested against this manoeuvre, as he called it, and refused to believe that it afforded any proof of the state of men's minds, or of women's either, declaring that not only was such a result to be expected in the present state of things, but that it was the duty of every man who had children to feed not to hazard the sale of his hogs or his iron by a declaration of opinions which might offend the majority of his customers. It was said that at the end of the 15 meetings the numerical account of the Christians and the infidels of Cincinnati remained exactly what it was when they began. This was a result that might have been perhaps anticipated, but what was much less to have been expected, neither of the disputants ever appeared to lose their temper. I was told they were much in each other's company, constantly dining together, and on all occasions expressed most cordially their mutual esteem. All this, I think, could only have happened in America. I am not quite sure that it was very desirable it should have happened anywhere. In noting the various brilliant events which diversified our residence in the western metropolis, I have omitted to mention the birthday ball, as it is called, a festivity which, I believe, has place on the 22nd of February in every town and city throughout the Union. It is the anniversary of the birth of General Washington, and well deserves to be marked by the Americans as a day of jubilee. I was really astonished at the coup d'oeil on entering, for I saw a large room filled with extremely well-dressed company, among whom were many very beautiful girls. The gentlemen also were exceedingly smart, but I had not yet been long enough in Western America not to feel startled at recognising in almost every full-dressed beau that passed me the master or shopman that I had been used to see behind the counter or lolling at the door of every shop in the city. The fairest and finest belles smiled and smirked on them with as much zeal and satisfaction as I ever saw bestowed on an eldest son, and I therefore could feel no doubt of their being considered as of the highest rank. Yet it must not be supposed that there is no distinction of classes. At this same ball I was looking among the many very beautiful girls I saw there for one more beautiful still, with whose lovely face I had been particularly struck at the school examination I have mentioned. I could not find her, and asked a gentleman why the beautiful Miss C. was not there. "You do not yet understand our aristocracy," he replied. "The family of Miss C. are mechanics." "But the young lady has been educated at the same school as these whom I see here, and I know her brother has a shop in the town, quite as large and apparently as prosperous as those belonging to any of these young men. What is the difference?" "He is a mechanic, he assists in making the articles he sells. The others call themselves merchants." The dancing was not quite like, yet not very unlike, what we see at an assize or race ball in a country town. They call their dances cotillions instead of quadrilles, and the figures are called from the orchestra in English, which has very ludicrous effect on European ears. The arrangements for the supper were very singular, but eminently characteristic of the country. The gentlemen had a splendid entertainment spread for them in another large room of the hotel, while the poor ladies had each a plate put into their hands as they pensively promenaded the ball room during their absence; and shortly afterwards servants appeared, bearing trays of sweetmeats, cakes, and creams. The fair creatures then sat down on a row of chairs placed round the walls, and each making a table of her knees, began eating her sweet but sad and sulky repast. The effect was extremely comic, their gala dresses and the decorated room forming a contrast the most unaccountable with their uncomfortable and forlorn condition. This arrangement was owing neither to economy nor want of a room large enough to accommodate the whole party, but purely because the gentlemen liked it better. This was the answer given me when my curiosity tempted me to ask why the ladies and gentlemen did not sup together, and this was the answer repeated to me afterwards by a variety of people to whom I put the same question. I am led to mention this feature of American manners very frequently, not only because it constantly recurs, but because I consider it as being in a great degree the cause of that universal deficiency in good manners and graceful demeanour, both in men and women, which is so remarkable. Where there is no court, which everywhere else is the glass wherein the higher orders dress themselves, and which again reflected from them to the classes below, goes far towards polishing in some degree a great majority of the population, it is not to be expected that manners should be made so much a study, or should attain an equal degree of elegance; but the deficiency and the total difference is greater than this cause alone could account for. The hours of enjoyment are important to human beings everywhere, and we everywhere find them preparing to make the most of them. Those who enjoy themselves only in society, whether intellectual or convivial, prepare themselves for it, and such make but a poor figure when forced to be content with the sweets of solitude; while on the other hand, those to whom retirement affords the greatest pleasure, seldom give or receive much in society. Wherever the highest enjoyment is found by both sexes, in scenes where they meet each other, both will prepare themselves to appear with advantage there. The men will not indulge in the luxury of chewing tobacco, or even of spitting, and the women will contrive to be capable of holding a higher post than that of unwearied tea makers. In America, with the exception of dancing, which is almost wholly confined to the unmarried of both sexes, all the enjoyments of the men are found in the absence of the woman. They dine, they play cards, they have musical meetings, they have suppers, all in large parties, but all without women. Were it not that such is the custom, it is impossible but that they would have ingenuity enough to find some expedient for sparing the wives and daughters of the opulent the sordid offices of household drudgery which they almost all perform in their families. Even in the slave states, though they may not clear starch and iron, mix puddings and cakes one half of the day, and watch them baking the other half, still the very highest occupy themselves in their household concerns in a manner that precludes the possibility of their becoming elegant and enlightened companions. In Baltimore, Philadelphia, and New York, I met with some exceptions to this, but speaking of the country generally, it is unquestionably true. Had I not become heartily tired of my prolonged residence in a place I cordially disliked, and which, moreover, I began to fear would not be attended with the favourable results we had anticipated, I should have found an almost inexhaustible source of amusement in the notions and opinions of the people I conversed with; and as it was, I often did enjoy this in a considerable degree. We received, as I have mentioned, much personal kindness, but this by no means interfered with the national feeling of, I believe, unconquerable dislike, which evidently lives at the bottom of every truly American heart against the English. This shows itself in 1,000 little ways, even in the midst of the most kind and friendly intercourse, but often in a manner more comic than offensive. Sometimes it was thus: "Well now, I think your government must just be fit to hang themselves for that last war they cooked up. It has been the ruin of you, I expect, for it has just been the making of us." Then, "Well, I do begin to understand your broken English better than I did, but no wonder I could not make it out very well at first, as you come from London, for everybody knows that London slang is the most dreadful in the world. How queer it is now that all the people that live in London should put the H where it is not, and never will put it where it is." I was egotistical enough to ask the lady who said this if she found that I did so. "No, you do not," was the reply; but she added with a complacent smile, "It is easy enough to see the pains you take about it. I expect you have heard how we Americans laugh at you all for it, and so you are trying to learn our way of pronouncing." One lady asked me very gravely if we had left home in order to get rid of the vermin with which the English of all ranks were afflicted. "I have heard from unquestionable authority," she added, "that it is quite impossible to walk through the streets of London without having the head filled." I laughed a little, but spoke not a word. She coloured highly, and said, "There is nothing so easy as to laugh, but truth is truth, laughed at or not." I must preface the following anecdote by observing that in America nearly the whole of the insect tribe are classed under the general name of bug. The unfortunate cosmopolite known by that name amongst us is almost the only one not included in this term. A lady abruptly addressed me with, "Don't you hate chintzes, Mrs. Trollope?" "No, indeed," I replied; "I think them very pretty." "There now, if that is not being English! I reckon you call that loving your country. Well, thank God, we Americans have something better to love our country for than that comes to. We are not obliged to say that we like nasty, filthy chintzes to show that we are good patriots." "Chintzes? What are chintzes?" "Possible! Do you pretend you don't know what chintzes are? Why, the nasty little stinking bloodsuckers that all the beds in London are full of." I have since been informed that chinche is Spanish for bug, but at the time the word suggested only the material of a curtain. Among other instances of that species of modesty so often seen in America, and so unknown to us, I frequently witnessed one, which, while it evinced the delicacy of the ladies, gave opportunity for many lively sallies from the gentlemen. I saw the same sort of thing repeated on different occasions, at least a dozen times. E.g., a young lady is employed in making a shirt, which it would be a symptom of absolute depravity to name. A gentleman enters, and presently begins the sprightly dialogue with, "What are you making, Miss Clarissa?" "Only a frock for my sister's doll, sir." "A frock! Not possible! Don't I see that it is not a frock? Come, Miss Clarissa, what is it?" "'Tis just an apron for one of our negroes, Mr. Smith." "How can you, Miss Clarissa? Why, is not the two side joined together? I expect you were better tell me what it is." "My! Why then, Mr. Smith, it is just a pillow case." "Now that passes! Miss Clarissa! 'Tis a pillow case for a giant, then. Shall I guess, miss?" "Quit, Mr. Smith; behave yourself, or I'll certainly be affronted." Before the conversation arrives at this point, both gentleman and lady are in convulsions of laughter. I once saw a young lady so hard driven by a wit, that to prove she was making a bag and nothing but a bag, she sewed up the ends before his eyes, showing it triumphantly, and exclaiming, "There now, what can you say to that?" One of my friends startled me one day by saying in an affectionate but rather compassionate tone, "How will you bear to go back to England to live, and bring up your children in a country where you know you are considered as no better than the dirt in the streets?" I begged she would explain. "Why, you know I would not affront you for anything; but the fact is, we Americans know rather more than you think for, and certainly if I was in England I should not think of associating with anything but lords. I have always been among the first here, and if I travelled I should like to do the same. I don't mean, I'm sure, that I would not come to see you, but you know you are not lords, and therefore I know very well how you are treated in your own country." I very rarely contradicted statements of this kind, as I found it less trouble and infinitely more amusing to let them pass. Indeed, had I done otherwise, it would have been of little avail, as among the many conversations I held in America respecting my own country, I do not recollect a single instance in which it was not clear that I knew much less about it than those I conversed with. On the subject of national glory, I presume I got more than my share of buffeting; for being a woman, there was no objection to their speaking out. One lady, indeed, who was a great patriot, evinced much delicacy towards me, for upon some one speaking of New Orleans, she interrupted them, saying, "I wish you would not talk of New Orleans," and then turning to me, added with great gentleness, "It must be so painful to your feelings to hear that place mentioned." The immense superiority of the American to the British navy was a constant theme, and to this I always listened as nearly as possible in silence. I repeatedly heard it stated, so often indeed, and from such various quarters, that I think there must be some truth in it, that the American sailors fire with the certainty of slaughter, whereas our shots are sent very nearly at random. "This," said a naval officer of high reputation, "is the blessed effect of your game laws. Your sailors never fire at a mark, whilst our free tars, from their practice in pursuit of game, can any of them split a hair." But the favourite, the constant, the universal sneer, that met me everywhere, was on our old fashioned attachments to things obsolete. Had they a little wit among them, I am certain they would have given us the cognomen of "my grandmother, the British," for that is the tone they take, and it is thus they reconcile themselves to the crude newness of everything around them. "I wonder you are not sick of kings, chancellors, and archbishops, and all your fustian of wigs and gowns," said a very clever gentleman to me once, with an affected yawn. "I protest the very sound almost sets me to sleep." It is amusing to observe how soothing the idea seems, that they are more modern, more advanced than England. Our classic literature, our princely dignities, our noble institutions, are all gone by relics of the dark ages. This, and the vastness of their naked territory, make up the flattering unction which is laid upon the soul, as an antidote to the little misgivings which from time to time arises, lest their large country be not of quite so much importance among the nations as a certain paltry old-fashioned little place that they wot of. I was once sitting with a party of ladies, among whom were one or two young girls, whose curiosity was greater than their patriotism, and they asked me many questions respecting the splendour and extent of London. I was endeavouring to satisfy them by the best description I could give, when we were interrupted by another lady, who exclaimed, "Do hold your tongues, girls, about London. If you want to know what a beautiful city is, look at Philadelphia. When Mrs. Trollope has been there, I think she will allow that it is better worth talking about than that great overgrown collection of nasty, filthy, dirty streets that they call London." Once in Ohio, and once in the District of Columbia, I had an atlas displayed before me, that I might be convinced by the evidence of my own eyes what a very contemptible little country I came from. I shall never forget the gravity with which, on the latter occasion, a gentleman drew out his graduated pencil case, and showed me past contradiction that the whole of the British dominions did not equal in size one of their least important states; nor the air with which, after the demonstration, he placed his feet upon the chimney piece, considerably higher than his head, and whistled Yankee Doodle. Their glorious institutions, their unequalled freedoms, were, of course, not left unsung. I took some pains to ascertain what they meant by their glorious institutions, and it is with no affectation of ignorance that I profess I never could comprehend the meaning of the phrase, which is, however, on the lip of every American when he talks of his country. I asked if by their institutions they meant their hospitals and penitentiaries. "Oh no, we mean the glorious institutions which are coeval with the Revolution." "Is it," I asked, "your institution of marriage, which you have made purely a civil and not a religious rite, to be performed by a justice of the peace instead of a clergyman?" "Oh no, we speak of our divine political institutions." Yet still I was in the dark, nor can I guess what they mean, unless they call incessant electioneering, without pause or interval, for a single day, for a single hour of their whole existence, a glorious institution. Their unequalled freedom I think I understand better. Their code of common law is built upon ours, and the difference between us is this: in England the laws are acted upon, in America they are not. I do not speak of the police of the Atlantic cities. I believe it is well arranged. In New York it is celebrated for being so, but out of the range of their influence, the contempt of law is greater than I can venture to state with any hope of being believed. Trespass, assault, robbery, nay, even murder, are often committed without the slightest attempt at legal interference. During the summer that we passed most delightfully in Maryland, our rambles were often restrained in various directions by the advice of our kind friends, who knew the manners and morals of the country. When we asked the cause, we were told, "There is a public house on that road, and it will not be safe to pass it." The line of the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal passed within a few miles of Mrs. S.'s residence. It twice happened during our stay with her that dead bodies were found partially concealed near it. The circumstance was related as a sort of half-hour's wonder, and when I asked particulars of those who on one occasion brought the tale, the reply was, "Oh, he was murdered, I expect, or maybe he died of the canal fever, but they say he had marks of being throttled." No inquest was summoned, and certainly no more sensation was produced by the occurrence than if a sheep had been found in the same predicament. The abundance of food and the scarcity of hanging were also favourite topics, as proving their superiority to England. They are both excellent things, but I do not admit the inference. A wide and most fertile territory, as yet but thinly inhabited, may easily be made to yield abundant food for its population; and where a desperate villain knows, that when he has made his town or his village too hot to hold him, he has nothing to do but travel a few miles west, and be sure of finding plenty of beef and whiskey, with no danger that the law shall follow him, it is not extraordinary that execution should be rare. Once during our residence in Cincinnati, a murderer of uncommon atrocity was taken, tried, convicted, and condemned to death. It had been shown on his trial that some years before he had murdered a wife and child at New Orleans, but little notice had been taken of it at the time. The crime which had now thrown him into the hands of justice was the recent murder of a second wife, and the chief evidence against him was his own son. The day of his execution was fixed, and the sensation produced was so great from the strangeness of the occurrence, no white man having ever been executed at Cincinnati, that persons from 60 miles distance came to be present at it. Meanwhile some good people began to start doubts as to the righteousness of hanging a man, and made application to the governor of the State of Ohio to commute the sentence into imprisonment. Footnote: the governors of states have the same power over life and death as is vested with us in the Crown. The governor for some time refused to interfere with the sentence of the tribunal before which he had been tried, but at length, frightened at the unusual situation in which he found himself, he yielded to the importunity of the Presbyterian party who had assailed him, and sent off an order to the sheriff accordingly. But this order was not to reprieve him, but to ask him if he pleased to be reprieved and sent to the penitentiary instead of being hanged. The sheriff waited upon the criminal and made his proposal, and was answered, "If anything can make me agree to it, it would be the hope of living long enough to kill you and my dog of a son. However, I won't agree, and you shall have the hanging of me." The worthy sheriff, to whom the ghastly office of executioner is assigned, said all in his power to persuade him to sign the offered document, but in vain. He obtained nothing but abuse for his efforts. The day of execution arrived. The place appointed was the side of a hill, the only one cleared of trees near the town, and many hours before the time fixed we saw it entirely covered by an immense multitude of men, women, and children. At length the hour arrived, the dismal cart was seen slowly mounting the hill, the noisy throng was hushed into solemn silence, the wretched criminal mounted the scaffold, when again the sheriff asked him to sign the acceptance of the commutation proposed, but he spurned the paper from him, and cried aloud, "Hang me!" Midday was the moment appointed for cutting the rope. The sheriff stood, his watch in one hand and a knife in the other. The hand was lifted to strike, when the criminal stoutly exclaimed, "I sign!" and he was conveyed back to prison amidst the shouts, laughter, and ribaldry of the mob. I am not fond of hanging, but there was something in all this that did not look like the decent dignity of wholesome justice. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Domestic Manners of the Americans, by Frances Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Camp Meeting. It was in the course of this summer that I found the opportunity I had long wished for, of attending a camp meeting, and I gladly accepted the invitation of an English lady and gentleman to accompany them in their carriage to the spot where it is held. This was in a wild district on the confines of Indiana. The prospect of passing a night in the backwoods of Indiana was by no means agreeable, but I screwed up my courage to the proper pitch, and set forth determined to see with my own eyes and hear with my own ears what a camp meeting really was. I had heard it said that being at a camp meeting was like standing at the gate of heaven, and seeing it opening before you. I had heard it said that being at a camp meeting was like finding yourself within the gates of hell. In either case there must be something to gratify curiosity, and compensate one for the fatigue of a long rumbling ride and a sleepless night. We reached the ground chosen about an hour before midnight, and the approach to it was highly picturesque. The spot chosen was the verge of an unbroken forest, where a space of about 20 acres appeared to have been partially cleared for the purpose. Tents of different sizes were pitched very near together in a circle round the cleared space. Behind them were ranged an exterior circle of carriages of every description, and at the back of each were fastened the horses which had drawn them thither. Through this triple circle of defence we distinguished numerous fires burning brightly within it, and still more numerous lights flickering from the trees that were left in the enclosure. The moon was in meridian splendour above our heads. We left the carriage to the care of a servant, who was to prepare a bed in it for Mrs. B. and me, and entered the inner circle. The first glance reminded me of Vauxhall, from the effect of the lights among the trees and the moving crowd below them, But the second showed a scene totally unlike anything I had ever witnessed. 4 high frames, constructed in the form of altars, were placed at the 4 corners of the enclosure. On these were supported layers of earth and sod, on which burned immense fires of blazing pine wood. On one side a rude platform was erected to accommodate the preachers, 15 of whom attended this meeting, and with very short intervals for necessary refreshment and private devotion, preached in rotation, day and night, from Tuesday to Saturday. When we arrived the preachers were silent, but we heard issuing from nearly every tent mingled sounds of praying, preaching, singing, and lamentation. The curtains in front of each tent were dropped, and the faint light that gleamed through the white drapery, backed as it was by the dark forest, had a beautiful and mysterious effect that set the imagination at work, and had the sounds which vibrated around us been less discordant, harsh, and unnatural, I should have enjoyed it. But listening at the corner of a tent, which poured forth more than its proportion of clamour, in a few moments chased every feeling derived from imagination, and furnished realities that could neither be mistaken or forgotten. Great numbers of persons were walking about the ground, who appeared, like ourselves, to be present only as spectators. Some of these very unceremoniously contrived to raise the drapery of this tent at one corner, so as to afford us a perfect view of the interior. The floor was covered with straw, which round the sides was heaped in masses that might serve as seats, but which at that moment were used to support the heads and the arms of the close-packed circle of men and women who kneeled on the floor. Out of about 30 persons thus placed, perhaps half a dozen were men. One of these, a handsome-looking youth of 18 or 20, kneeled just below the opening through which I looked. His arm was encircling the neck of a young girl who knelt beside him, with her hair hanging dishevelled upon her shoulders, and her features working with the most violent agitation. Soon after, they both fell forward on the straw, as if unable to endure in any other attitude the burning eloquence of a tall, grim figure in black, who, standing erect in the centre, was uttering with incredible vehemence an oration that seemed to hover between praying and preaching. His arms hung stiff and immovable by his side, and he looked like an ill-constructed machine, set in action by a movement so violent as to threaten its own destruction, so jerkingly, painfully, yet rapidly, did his words tumble out, the kneeling circle ceasing not to call in every variety of tone on the name of Jesus, accompanied with sobs, groans, and a sort of low howling inexpressibly painful to listen to. But my attention was speedily withdrawn from the preacher and the circle round him by a figure which knelt alone at some distance. It was a living image of Scott's Macbriar, as young, as wild, and as terrible. His thin arms, tossed above his head, had forced themselves so far out of the sleeves that they were bare to the elbow, his large eyes glared frightfully, and he continued to scream, without an instant's intermission, the word "Glory!" with a violence that seemed to swell every vein to bursting. It was too dreadful to look upon long, and we turned away shuddering. We made the circuit of the tents, pausing where attention was particularly excited by sounds more vehement than ordinary. We contrived to look into many. All was strewed with straw, and the distorted figures that we saw kneeling, sitting, and lying amongst it, joined to the woeful and convulsive cries, gave to each the air of a cell in Bedlam. One tent was occupied exclusively by negroes. They were all full dressed, and looked exactly as if they were performing a scene on the stage. One woman wore a dress of pink gauze trimmed with silver lace, another was dressed in pale yellow silk, one or two had splendid turbans, and all wore a profusion of ornaments. The men were in snow-white pantaloons, with gay-coloured linen jackets. One of these, a youth of coal-black comeliness, was preaching with the most violent gesticulations, frequently springing high from the ground and clapping his hands over his head. Could our missionary societies have heard the trash he uttered, by way of an address to the Deity, they might perhaps have doubted whether his conversion had much enlightened his mind. At midnight a horn sounded through the camp, which, we were told, was to call the people from private to public worship. and we presently saw them flocking from all sides to the front of the preacher's stand. Mrs. B. and I contrived to place ourselves with our backs supported against the lower part of this structure, and we were thus enabled to witness the scene which followed without personal danger. There were about 2,000 persons assembled. One of the preachers began in a low nasal tone, and like all other Methodist preachers, assured us of the enormous depravity of man as he comes from the hands of his Maker, and of his perfect sanctification after he had wrestled sufficiently with the Lord to get hold of him, etc. The admiration of the crowd was evinced by almost constant cries of "Amen, Amen! Jesus, Jesus! Glory, glory!" and the like. But this comparative tranquillity did not last long. The preacher told them that "this night was the time fixed upon for anxious sinners to wrestle with the Lord," that he and his brethren were "at hand to help them," and that such as needed their help were to come forward into the pen. The phrase forcibly recalled Milton's lines: "Blind mouths that scarce themselves know how to hold A sheep hook, or have learned aught else, The least that to the faithful herdsman's art belongs. But when they list their lean and flashy songs, Grate on their scrannel pipes of wretched straw, The hungry sheep look up, and are not fed, But swoln with wind, and with the rank mist they draw, Rot inwardly, and foul contagion spread." The pen was the space immediately below the preacher's stand. We were therefore placed on the edge of it, and were enabled to see and hear all that took place in the very centre of this extraordinary exhibition. The crowd fell back at the mention of the pen, and for some minutes there was a vacant space before us. The preachers came down from their stand and placed themselves in the midst of it, beginning to sing a hymn, calling upon the penitents to come forth. As they sung, they kept turning themselves round to every part of the crowd, and by degrees the voices of the whole multitude joined in the chorus. This was the only moment at which I perceived anything like the solemn and beautiful effect which I had heard ascribed to this woodland worship. It is certain that the combined voices of such a multitude, heard at dead of night from the depths of their eternal forests, the many fair young faces turned upward, and looking paler and lovelier as they met the moonbeams, the dark figures of the officials in the middle of the circle, the lurid glare thrown by the altar fires on the woods beyond, did altogether produce a fine and solemn effect that I shall not easily forget; but ere I had well enjoyed it, the scene changed, and sublimity gave way to horror and disgust. The exhortation nearly resembled that which I had heard at the Revival, but the result was very different; for instead of the few hysterical women who had distinguished themselves on that occasion, above 100 persons, nearly all females, came forward, uttering howlings and groans so terrible that I shall never cease to shudder when I recall them. They appeared to drag each other forward, and on the word being given, "Let us pray," they all fell on their knees, but this posture was soon changed for others that permitted greater scope for the convulsive movement of their limbs, and they were soon all lying on the ground in an indescribable confusion of heads and legs. They threw about their limbs with such incessant and violent motions, that I was every instant expecting some serious accident to occur. But how am I to describe the sounds that proceeded from this strange mass of human beings? I know no words which can convey an idea of it. Hysterical sobbings, convulsive groans, shrieks and screams the most appalling, burst forth on all sides. I felt sick with horror. As if their hoarse and overstrained voices failed to make noise enough, they soon began to clap their hands violently. The scene described by Dante was before me: "Quivi sospiri, pianti ed alti guai risonavon per l'aere, orribili favelle, parole di dolore, accenti d'ira, voci alti e flocche, e suon di man con elle." Many of these wretched creatures were beautiful young females. The preachers moved about among them, at once exciting and soothing their agonies. I heard the muttered "Sister, dear sister." I saw the insidious lips approach the cheeks of the unhappy girls. I heard the murmured confessions of the poor victims, and I watched their tormentors breathing into their ears consolations that tinged the pale cheek with red. Had I been a man, I am sure I should have been guilty of some rash act of interference. Nor do I believe that such a scene could have been acted in the presence of Englishmen without instant punishment being inflicted, not to mention the salutary discipline of the treadmill, which beyond all question would in England have been applied to check so turbulent and so vicious a scene. After the first wild burst that followed their prostration, the meanings in many instances became loudly articulate, and I then experienced a strange vibration between tragic and comic feeling. A very pretty girl, who was kneeling in the attitude of Canova's Magdalen immediately before us, amongst an immense quantity of jargon, broke out thus: "Woe, woe to the backsliders! Hear it, Jesus! When I was 15 my mother died, and I backslided, oh Jesus, I backslided! Take me home to my mother! Jesus, take me home to her, for I am weary! Oh, John Mitchell, John Mitchell!" And after sobbing piteously behind her raised hands, she lifted her sweet face again, which was as pale as death, and said, "Shall I sit on the sunny bank of salvation with my mother, my own dear mother? Oh, Jesus, take me home, take me home!" Who could refuse a tear to this earnest wish for death in one so young and so lovely? But I saw her, ere I left the ground, with her hand fast locked, and her head supported by a man who looked very much as Don Juan might when sent back to earth as too bad for the regions below. One woman near us continued to "call on the Lord," as it is termed, in the loudest possible tone, and without a moment's interval for the 2 hours that we kept our dreadful station. She became frightfully hoarse, and her face so red as to make me expect she would burst a blood vessel. Among the rest of her rant she said, "I will hold fast to Jesus, I will never let him go. If they take me to hell, I will still hold him fast, fast, fast." The stunning noise was sometimes varied by the preachers beginning to sing, but the convulsive movements of the poor maniacs only became more violent. At length the atrocious wickedness of this horrible scene increased to a degree of grossness that drove us from our station. We returned to the carriage at about 3 o'clock in the morning, and passed the remainder of the night in listening to the ever increasing tumult at the pen. To sleep was impossible. At daybreak the horn again sounded to send them to private devotion, and in about an hour afterwards I saw the whole camp as joyously and eagerly employed in preparing and devouring their most substantial breakfasts, as if the night had been passed in dancing; and I marked many a fair but pale face that I recognized as a demoniac of the night, simpering beside a swain, to whom she carefully administered hot coffee and eggs. The preaching saint and the howling sinner seemed alike to relish this mode of recruiting their strength. After enjoying abundance of strong tea, which proved a delightful restorative after a night so strangely spent, I wandered alone into the forest, and I never remember to have found perfect quiet more delightful. We soon after left the ground, but before our departure we learnt that a very satisfactory collection had been made by the preachers for Bibles, tracts, and all other religious purposes. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Domestic Manners of the Americans, by Frances Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Danger of rural excursions. Sickness. It is by no means easy to enjoy the beauties of American scenery in the West, even when you are in a neighbourhood that affords much to admire. At least in doing so you run considerable risk of injuring your health. Nothing is considered more dangerous than exposure to midday heat, except exposure to evening damp, and the twilight is so short that if you set out on an expedition when the fervid heat subsides, you can hardly get half a mile before sundown, as they call it, warns you that you must run or drive home again as fast as possible for fear you should get a chill. I believe we braved all this more than any one else in the whole country, and if we had not, we should have left Cincinnati without seeing anything of the country around it. Though we kept steadily to our resolution of passing no more sylvan hours in the forests of Ohio, we often spent entire days in Kentucky, tracing the course of a creek, or climbing the highest points within our reach, in the hope of catching a glimpse of some distant object. A beautiful reach of the Ohio, or the dark windings of the pretty Licking, were indeed always the most remarkable features of the landscape. There was one spot, however, so beautiful that we visited it again and again. It was by no means free from mosquitoes, and being on the bank of a stream, with many enormous trees lying on the half-cleared ground around, it was just such a place as we had been told 100 times was particularly dangerous. Nevertheless, we dared everything for the sake of dining beside our beautiful rippling stream, and watching the bright sunbeams dancing on the grassy bank, at such a distance from our retreat that they could not heat us. A little below the basin that cooled our wine was a cascade of sufficient dimensions to give us all the music of a waterfall, and all the sparkling brightness of clear water when it is broken again and again by jutting crags. To sit beside this miniature cascade, and read or dream away a day, was one of our greatest pleasures. It was indeed a mortifying fact, that whenever we found a picturesque nook, where turf and moss and deep shade, and a crystal stream and fallen trees, majestic in their ruin, tempted us to sit down and be very cool and very happy, we invariably found that that spot lay under the imputation of malaria. A row upon the Ohio was another of our favourite amusements, but in this, I believe, we were also very singular, for often, when enjoying it, we were shouted out by the young free-borns on the banks, as if we had been so many monsters. The only rural amusement in which we ever saw any of the natives engaged was eating strawberries and cream in a pretty garden about 3 miles from the town. Here we actually met 3 or 4 carriages, a degree of dissipation that I never witnessed on any other occasion. The strawberries were tolerable strawberries, but the cream was the vilest sky blue, and the charge $half to each person, which being about the price of half a fat sheep, I thought pretty considerable much, if I may be permitted to use an expressive phrase of the country. We had repeatedly been told by those who knew the land, that the second summer was the great trial to the health of Europeans settled in America, but we had now reached the middle of our 2nd August, and with the exception of the fever one of my sons had suffered from the summer after our arrival, we had all enjoyed perfect health. But I was now doomed to feel the truth of the above prediction, for before the end of August I fell low before the monster that is for ever stalking through that land of lakes and rivers, breathing fever and death around. It was 9 weeks before I left my room, and when I did I looked more fit to walk into the potter's field, as they call the English burying ground, than anywhere else. Long after my general health was pretty well restored, I suffered from the effect of the fever in my limbs, and lay in bed, reading several weeks after I had been pronounced convalescent. Several American novels were brought me. Mr. Flint's Frances Berrien is excellent, a little wild and romantic, but containing scenes of first-rate interest and pathos. Hope Leslie and Redwood, by Miss Sedgwick, an American lady, have both great merit, and I now first read the whole of Mr. Cooper's novels. By the time these American studies were completed, I never closed my eyes without seeing myriads of bloody scalps floating around me. Long slender figures of Red Indians crept through my dreams with noiseless tread, panthers flared, forests blazed, and whichever way I fled, a light foot, a keen eye, and a long rifle were sure to be on my trail. An additional ounce of calomel hardly sufficed to neutralize the effect of these raw head and bloody bones adventures. I was advised to plunge immediately into a course of fashionable novels. It was a great relief to me, but as my head was by no means clear, I sometimes jumbled strangely together the civilized rogues and assassins of Mr. Bulwer, and the wild men, women, and children slayers of Mr. Cooper, and truly, between them, I passed my dreams in very bad company. Still I could not stand, nor even sit upright. What was I to read next? A happy thought struck me. I determined upon beginning with Waverley, and reading through, not for the first time certainly, the whole series. And what a world did I enter upon! The wholesome vigour of every page seemed to communicate itself to my nerves. I ceased to be languid and fretful, and though still a cripple, I certainly enjoyed myself most completely as long as my treat lasted, but this was a shorter time than any one would believe who has not found how such volumes melt before the constant reading of a long idle day. When it was over, however, I had the pleasure of finding that I could walk half a dozen yards at a time, and take short airings in an open carriage, and better still, could sleep quietly. It was no very agreeable conviction which greeted my recovery, that our Cincinnati speculation for my son would in no way answer our expectation, and very soon after he was again seized with the bilious fever of the country, which terminated in that most distressing of all maladies, an ague. I never witnessed its effects before, and therefore made myself extremely miserable at what those around me considered of no consequence. I believe this frightful complaint is not immediately dangerous, but I can never believe that the violent and sudden prostration of strength, the dreadfully convulsive movements which distort the limbs, the livid hue that spreads itself over the complexion, can take place without shaking the seat of health and life. Repeatedly we thought the malady cured, and for a few days the poor sufferer believed himself restored to health and strength. But again and again it returned upon him, and he began to give himself up as the victim of ill health. My own health was still very infirm, and it took but little time to decide that we must leave Cincinnati. The only impediment to this was the fear that Mr. Trollope, who was to join us in the spring, might have set out, and thus arrive at Cincinnati after we had left. However, as the time he had talked of leaving England was later in the season, I decided upon running the risk. But the winter had set in with great severity, and the river being frozen, the steamboats could not run, the frost continued unbroken through the whole of February, and we were almost weary of waiting for its departure, which was to be the signal of ours. The breaking up of the ice on the Licking and Ohio formed a most striking spectacle. At night the river presented a solid surface of ice, but in the morning it showed itself a collection of floating icebergs of every imaginable size and form, whirling against each other with frightful violence, and with a noise unlike any sound I remember. This sight was a very welcome one, as it gave us hopes of immediate departure, but my courage failed when I heard that one or two steamboats, weary of waiting, meant to start on the morrow. The idea of running against these floating islands was really alarming, and I was told by many that my fears were not without foundation, for that repeated accidents had happened from this cause. And then they talked of the little Miami River, whose mouth we were to pass, sending down masses of ice that might stop our progress. In short, we waited patiently and prudently till the learned in such matters told us that we might start with safety. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Domestic Manners of the Americans by Frances Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Departure from Cincinnati, Society on board the steamboat, Arrival at Wheeling, Bel Esprit. We quitted Cincinnati the beginning of March 1830, and I believe there was not one of our party who did not experience a sensation of pleasure in leaving it. We had seen again and again all the queer varieties of its little world, had amused ourselves with its consequence, its taste, and its ton, till they had ceased to be amusing. Not a hill was left unclimbed, nor a forest path unexplored, and with the exception of 2 or 3 individuals who bore heads and hearts peculiar to no clime, but which are found scattered through the world, as if to keep us everywhere in good humour with it, we left naught to regret at Cincinnati. The only regret was that we had ever entered it, for we had wasted health, time, and money there. We got on board the steamboat which was to convey us to Wheeling at 3 o'clock. She was a noble boat, by far the finest we had seen. The cabins were above, and the deck passengers, as they are called, were accommodated below. In front of the ladies' cabin was an ample balcony, sheltered by an awning. Chairs and sofas were placed there, and even at that early season nearly all the female passengers passed the whole day there. The name of this splendid vessel was the Lady Franklin. By the way, I was often amused by the evident fondness which the Americans show for titles. The wives of their eminent men constantly receive that of Lady. We heard of Lady Washington, Lady Jackson, and many other ladies. The eternal recurrence of their militia titles is particularly ludicrous, met with, as they are, among the tavern keepers, market gardeners, etc. But I think the most remarkable instance which we noticed of this sort of aristocratical longing occurred at Cincinnati. Mr. T, in speaking of a gentleman of the neighbourhood, called him Mr. M. "General M, sir," observed his companion. "I beg his pardon," rejoined Mr. T, "but I was not aware of his being in the army." "No, sir, not in the army," was the reply, "but he was Surveyor General of the district." The weather was delightful, all trace of winter had disappeared, and we again found ourselves moving rapidly up the stream, and enjoying all the beauty of the Ohio. Of the male part of the passengers we saw nothing, excepting at the short silent periods allotted for breakfast, dinner, and supper, at which we were permitted to enter their cabin and place ourselves at their table. In the Lady Franklin we had decidedly the best of it, for we had our beautiful balcony to sit in. In all respects, indeed, our accommodations were very superior to what we had found in the boat which brought us from New Orleans to Memphis, where we were stowed away in a miserable little chamber close aft under the cabin, and given to understand by the steward that it was our duty to remain there till such time as the bell should ring for meals. The separation of the sexes, so often mentioned, is nowhere more remarkable than on board the steamboats. Among the passengers on this occasion we had a gentleman and his wife, who really appeared to suffer from the arrangement. She was an invalid, and he was extremely attentive to her, as far at least as the regulations permitted. When the steward opened the door of communication between the cabins, to permit our approaching the table, her husband was always stationed close to it, to hand her to her place; and when he accompanied her again to the door, he always lingered for a moment or two on the forbidden threshold, nor left his station till the last female had passed through. Once or twice he ventured, when all but his wife were on the balcony, to sit down beside her for a moment in our cabin, but the instant either of us entered, he started like a guilty thing and vanished. While mentioning the peculiar arrangements which are thought necessary to the delicacy of the American ladies, or the comfort of the American gentlemen, I am tempted to allude to a story which I saw in the papers respecting the visits which it was stated Captain Basil Hall persisted in making to his wife and child on board a Mississippi steamboat, after being informed that doing so was contrary to law. Now, I happen to know that neither himself or Mrs. Hall ever entered the ladies' cabin during the whole voyage, as they occupied a state-room which Captain Hall had secured for his party. The veracity of newspaper statements is perhaps nowhere quite unimpeachable, but if I am not greatly mistaken, there are more direct falsehoods circulated by the American newspapers than by all the others in the world, and the one great and never failing source of these voluminous works of imagination is England and the English. How differently would such a voyage be managed on the other side of the Atlantic, were such a mode of travelling possible there! Such long, calm river excursions would be perfectly delightful, and parties would be perpetually formed to enjoy them. Even were all the parties strangers to each other, the knowledge that they were to eat, drink, and steam away together for a week or a fortnight, would induce something like a social feeling in any other country. It is true that the men became sufficiently acquainted to game together, and we were told that the opportunity was considered as so favourable that no boat left New Orleans without having as its cabin passengers one or two gentlemen from that city, whose profession it was to drill the 52 elements of a pack of cards to profitable duty. This, doubtless, is an additional reason for the strict exclusion of the ladies from their society. The constant drinking of spirits is another, for though they do not scruple to chew tobacco and to spit incessantly in the presence of women, they generally prefer drinking and gaming in their absence. I often used to amuse myself with fancying the different scene which such a vessel would display in Europe. The noble length of the gentlemen's cabin would be put into requisition for a dance, while that of the ladies, with their delicious balcony, would be employed for refreshments, instead of sitting down in two long, silent, melancholy rows, to swallow as much coffee and beefsteak as could be achieved in 10 minutes. Then song and music would be heard borne along by the midnight breeze. But on the Ohio, when light failed to show us the bluffs and the trees, with their images inverted in the stream, we crept into our little cots, listening to the ceaseless churning of the engine, in hope it would prove a lullaby till morning. We were 3 days in reaching Wheeling, where we arrived at last, at 2 o'clock in the morning, an uncomfortable hour to disembark with a good deal of luggage, as the steamboat was obliged to go on immediately, but we were instantly supplied with a dray, and in a few moments found ourselves comfortably seated before a good fire at an hotel near the landing place. Our rooms, with fires in them, were immediately ready for us, and refreshments brought, with all that sedulous attention which in this country distinguishes a slave state. In making this observation I am very far from intending to advocate the system of slavery. I conceive it to be essentially wrong, but so far as my observation has extended, I think its influence is far less injurious to the manners and morals of the people than the fallacious ideas of equality which are so fondly cherished by the working classes of the white population in America. That these ideas are fallacious is obvious, for in point of fact the man possessed of dollars does command the services of the man possessed of no dollars. But these services are given grudgingly and of necessity, with no appearance of cheerful goodwill on the one side or of kindly interest on the other. I never failed to mark the difference on entering a slave state. I was immediately comfortable and at my ease, and felt that the intercourse between me and those who served me was profitable to both parties and painful to neither. It was not till I had leisure for more minute observation that I felt aware of the influence of slavery upon the owners of slaves. When I did, I confess I could not but think that the citizens of the United States had contrived, by their political alchemy, to extract all that was most noxious both in democracy and in slavery, and had poured the strange mixture through every vein of the moral organization of their country. Wheeling is the state of Virginia, and appears to be a flourishing town. It is the point at which most travellers from the West leave the Ohio, to take the stages which travel the mountain road to the Atlantic cities. It has many manufactories, among others one for blowing and cutting glass, which we visited. We were told by the workmen that the articles finished there were equal to any in the world, but my eyes refused their assent. The cutting was very good, though by no means equal to what we see in daily use in London, but the chief inferiority is in the material, which is never altogether free from colour. I had observed this also in the glass of the Pittsburgh manufactory, the labour bestowed on it always appearing greater than the glass deserved. They told us also that they were rapidly improving in the art, and I have no doubt that this was true. Wheeling has little of beauty to distinguish it, except the ever lovely Ohio, to which we here bid adieu, and a fine bold hill which rises immediately behind the town. This hill, as well as every other in the neighbourhood, is bored for coal. Their mines are all horizontal. The coal burns well, but with a very black and dirty cinder. We found the coach by which we meant to proceed to Little Washington full, and learnt that we must wait 2 days before it would again leave the town. Posting was never heard of in the country, and the mail travelled all night, which I did not approve of. We therefore found ourselves compelled to pass 2 days at the Wheeling Hotel. I know not how this weary interval would have worn away, had it not been for the fortunate circumstance of our meeting with a bel esprit among the boarders there. We descended to the common sitting room, for private parlours there are none, before breakfast the morning after our arrival. Several ordinary individuals entered, till the party amounted to 8 or 9. Again the door opened, and in swam a female, who had once certainly been handsome, and who, it was equally evident, still thought herself so. She was tall and well formed, dressed in black, with many gaudy trinkets about her. A scarlet fichu relieved the sombre colour of her dress, and a very smart little cap at the back of her head set off an immense quantity of sable hair, which naturally, or artificially, adorned her forehead. A becoming quantity of rouge gave the finishing touch to her figure, which had a degree of pretension about it that immediately attracted our notice. She talked fluently and without any American restraint, and I began to be greatly puzzled as to who or what she could be. A lady, in the English sense of the word, I was sure she was not, and she was a little like an American female of what they call good standing. A beautiful girl of 17 entered soon after, and called her Ma, and both mother and daughter chattered away about themselves and their concerns in a manner that greatly increased my puzzle. After breakfast, being much in want of amusement, I seated myself by her, and entered into conversation. I found her nothing loath, and in about a minute and a half she put a card into my hand, setting forth that she taught the art of painting upon velvet in all its branches. She stated to me with great volubility that no one but herself and her daughter knew anything of this invaluable branch of art, but that for $25 they were willing to communicate all they knew. In 5 minutes more she informed me that she was the author of some of the most cutting satires in the language, and then she presented me a paper, containing a prospectus, as she called it, of a novel upon an entirely new construction. I was strangely tempted to ask her if it went by steam, but she left me no time to ask anything, for continuing in the autobiography she had so obligingly begun, she said, "I used to write against all the Adams faction. I will go upstairs in a moment and fetch you down my satires against that side. But oh, my dear madam, it is really frightful to think how talent is neglected in this country. Ah, I know what you are going to say, my dear madam. You will tell me that it is not so in yours. I know it, but alas, the Atlantic! However, I really must tell you how I have been treated. Not only did I publish the most biting satires against the Adams faction, but I wrote songs and odes in honour of Jackson, and my daughter, Cordelia, sang a splendid song of my writing before 800 people, entirely and altogether written in his praise, and would you believe it, my dear madam, he has never taken the slightest notice of me, or made me the least remuneration. But you can't suppose I mean to bear it quietly. No, I promise him that is not my way. The novel I have just mentioned to you was begun as a sentimental romance. That, perhaps, after all, is my real forte. But after the provocation I received at Washington, I turned it into a satirical novel, and I now call it Yankee Doodle Court. By the way, my dear madam, I think if I could make up my mind to cross the terrible Atlantic, I should be pretty well received after writing Yankee Doodle Court." I took the opportunity of a slight pause to ask her to what party she now belonged, since she had forsworn both Adams and Jackson. "Oh, Clay, Clay for ever! He is a real true-hearted Republican. The others are neither more nor less than tyrants." When next I entered the sitting-room she again addressed me to deplore the degenerate taste of the age. "Would you believe it? I have at this moment a comedy ready for representation. I call it The Mad Philosopher. It is really admirable, and its success certain if I could get it played. I assure you the neglect I meet with amounts perfectly to persecution, but I have found out how to pay them, and to make my own fortune. Sat here," as she constantly produced satire, "sat here is the only weapon that can revenge neglect, and I flatter myself I know how to use it. Do me the favour to look at this." She then presented me with a tiny pamphlet, whose price, she informed me, was 25 cents, which I readily paid to become the possessor of this chef d'oeuvre. The composition was pretty nearly such as I anticipated, excepting that the English language was done to death by her pen still more than by her tongue. The epigraph, which was subscribed "Original," was as follows: "Your popularity's on the decline, you had your triumph, now I'll have mine." These are a rather favourable specimen of the verses that follow. In a subsequent conversation she made me acquainted with another talent, informing me that she had played the part of Charlotte in Love à la Mode when General Lafayette honoured the theatre at Cincinnati with his presence. She now appeared to have run out the catalogue of her accomplishments, and I came to the conclusion that my new acquaintance was a strolling player. But she seemed to guess my thoughts, for she presently added, "It was a Thespian corps that played before the General." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Domestic Manners of the Americans by Frances Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Departure for the mountains in the stage. Scenery of the Allegheny. Hagerstown. The weather was bleak and disagreeable during the 2 days we were obliged to remain at Wheeling. I had got heartily sick of my gifted friend. We had walked up every side of the rugged hill, and I set off on my journey towards the mountains with more pleasure than is generally felt in quitting a pillow before daylight for a cold corner in a rumbling stage-coach. This was the first time we had got into an American stage, although we had traversed above 2,000 miles of the country, and we had all the satisfaction in it which could be derived from the conviction that we were travelling in a foreign land. This vehicle had no step, and we climbed into it by a ladder. When that was removed, I remembered with some dismay that the females at least were much in the predicament of sailors who, in danger, have no door to creep out. But when a misfortune is absolutely inevitable, we are apt to bear it remarkably well. Who would utter that constant petition of ladies on rough roads, "Let me get out," when compliance would oblige the pleader to make a step of 5 feet before she could touch the ground? The coach had 3 rows of seats, each calculated to hold 3 persons, and as we were only 6, we had, in the phrase of Milton, to "inhabit lax" this exalted abode, and accordingly we were for some miles tossed about like a few potatoes in a wheelbarrow. Our knees, elbows, and heads required too much care for their protection to allow us leisure to look out of the windows, but at length the road became smoother, and we became more skilful in the art of balancing ourselves so as to meet the concussion with less danger of dislocation. We then found that we were travelling through a very beautiful country, essentially different in its features from what we had been accustomed to round Cincinnati. It is true we had left La Belle Rivière behind us, but the many limpid and rapid little streams that danced through the landscape to join it more than atoned for its loss. The country already wore an air of more careful husbandry, and the very circumstance of a wide and costly road, though not a very smooth one, which in theory might be supposed to injure picturesque effect, was beautiful to us, who, since we had entered the muddy mouth of the Mississippi, had never seen anything except a steamboat and a levee professing to have so noble an object as public accommodation. Through the whole of the vast region we had passed, excepting at New Orleans itself, every trace of the art of man appeared to be confined to the individual effort of "getting along," which, in Western phrase, means contriving to live with as small a portion of the encumbrances of civilized society as possible. This road was made at the expense of the government as far as Cumberland, a town situated among the Alleghany Mountains, and from the nature of the ground must have been a work of great cost. I regretted not having counted the number of bridges between Wheeling and Little Washington, a distance of 34 miles. Over one stream only there are 25, all passed by the road. They frequently occurred within 100 yards of each other, so serpentine is its course. They are built of stone, and sometimes very neatly finished. Little Washington is in Pennsylvania, across a corner of which the road runs. This is a free state, but we were still waited upon by negroes, hired from the neighbouring state of Virginia. We arrived at night, and set off again at 4 in the morning. All, therefore, that we saw of Little Washington was its hotel, which was clean and comfortable. The first part of the next day's journey was through a country much less interesting. Its character was unvaried for nearly 30 miles, consisting of an uninterrupted succession of forest-covered hills. As soon as we had wearily dragged to the top of one of these, we began to rumble down the other side as rapidly as our 4 horses could trot, and no sooner arrived at the bottom than we began to crawl up again, the trees constantly so thick and so high as to preclude the possibility of seeing 50 yards in any direction. The latter part of the day, however, amply repaid us. At 4 o'clock we began to ascend the Alleghany Mountains. The first ridge on the western side is called Laurel Hill, and takes its name from the profuse quantity of evergreens with which it is covered, not any among them, however, being the shrub to which we give the name of laurel. The whole of this mountain region, through 90 miles of which the road passes, is a garden. The almost incredible variety of plants, and the lavish profusion of their growth, produce an effect perfectly enchanting. I really can hardly conceive a higher enjoyment than a botanical tour among the Alleghany Mountains to any one who had science enough to profit by it. The magnificent rhododendron first caught our eyes. It fringes every cliff, nestles beneath every rock, and blooms around every tree. The azalea, the sumac, and every variety of that beautiful mischief, the kalmia, are in equal profusion. Cedars of every size and form were above, around, and underneath us. Firs more beautiful and more various than I had ever seen were in equal abundance, but I know not whether they were really such as I had never seen in Europe, or only in infinitely greater splendour and perfection of growth. The species called the hemlock is, I think, second to the cedar only in magnificence. Oak and beech, with innumerable roses and wild vines, hanging in beautiful confusion among their branches, were in many places scattered among the evergreens. The earth was carpeted with various mosses and creeping plants, and though still in the month of March, not a trace of the nakedness of winter could be seen. Such was the scenery that showed us we were indeed among the far-famed Alleghany Mountains. As our noble terrace road, the Simplon of America, rose higher and higher, all that is noblest in nature was joined to all that is sweetest. The blue tops of the higher ridges formed the outline. Huge masses of rock rose above us on the left, half hid at intervals by the bright green shrubs, while to the right we looked down upon the tops of the pines and cedars which clothed the bottom. I had no idea of the endless variety of mountain scenery. My notions had been of rocks and precipices, of torrents and of forest trees, but I little expected that the first spot which should recall the garden scenery of our beautiful England would be found among the mountains, yet so it was. From the time I entered America, I had never seen the slightest approach to what we call pleasure grounds. A few very worthless and scentless flowers were all the specimens of gardening I had seen in Ohio. No attempt at garden scenery was ever dreamed of, and it was with the sort of delight with which one meets an old friend that we looked on the lovely mixture of trees, shrubs, and flowers that now continually met our eyes. Often, on descending into the narrow valleys, we found a little spot of cultivation, a garden or a field, hedged round with sumacs, rhododendrons, and azaleas, and a cottage covered with roses. These valleys are spots of great beauty. A clear stream is always found running through them, which is generally converted to the use of the miller at some point not far from the road, and here, as on the heights, great beauty of colouring is given to the landscape by the bright hue of the vegetation and the sober grey of the rocks. The first night we passed among the mountains recalled us painfully from the enjoyment of nature to all the petty miseries of personal discomfort. Arrived at our inn, a forlorn parlour, filled with the blended fumes of tobacco and whiskey, received us, and chilled, as we began to feel ourselves with the mountain air, we preferred going to our cold bedrooms rather than sup in such an atmosphere. We found linen on the beds which they assured us had only been used a few nights. Every kind of refreshment we asked for, we were answered, "We do not happen to have that article." We were still in Pennsylvania, and no longer waited upon by slaves. It was therefore with great difficulty that we procured a fire in our bedrooms from the surly looking young lady who condescended to officiate as chambermaid, and with much more, that we extorted clean linen for our beds. That done, we patiently crept into them supperless, while she made her exit muttering about the difficulty of "fixing English folks." The next morning cheered our spirits again. We now enjoyed a new kind of alpine witchery. The clouds were floating around and below us, and the distant peaks were indistinctly visible as through a white gauze veil, which was gradually lifted up till the sun rose and again let in upon us the full glory of these interminable heights. We were told before we began the ascent that we should find snow 4 inches deep on the road, but as yet we had seen none, and indeed it was with difficulty we persuaded ourselves that we were not travelling in the midst of summer. As we proceeded, however, we found the northern declivities still covered with it, and at length towards the summit the road itself had the promised 4 inches. The extreme mildness of the air, and the brilliant hue of the evergreens, contrasted strangely with this appearance of winter. It was difficult to understand how the snow could help melting in such an atmosphere. Again and again we enjoyed all the exhilarating sensations that such scenes must necessarily inspire; but in attempting a continued description of our progress over these beautiful mountains, I could only tell again of rocks, cedars, laurels, and running streams, of blue heights and green valleys, yet the continually varying combinations of these objects afforded us unceasing pleasure. From one point, preeminently above any neighbouring ridge, we looked back upon the enormous valley of the West. It is a stupendous view, but having gazed upon it for some moments, we turned to pursue our course, and the certainty that we should see it no more raised no sigh of regret. We dined on the second day at a beautiful spot, which we were told was the highest point of this road, being 2,846 feet above the level of the sea. We were regaled luxuriously on wild turkey and mountain venison, which latter is infinitely superior to any furnished by the forests of the Mississippi or the Ohio. The vegetables also were extremely fine, and we were told by a pretty girl, who superintended the slaves that waited on us, for we were again in Virginia, that the vegetables of the Alleghany were reckoned the finest in America. She told us also that wild strawberries were profusely abundant and very fine; that their cows found for themselves during the summer plenty of flowery food, which produced a copious supply of milk; that their spring gave them the purest water of icy coldness in the warmest seasons; and that the climate was the most delicious in the world, for though the thermometer sometimes stood at 90, their cool breeze never failed them. What a spot to turn hermit in for a summer! My eloquent mountaineer gave me some specimens of ground plants, far unlike anything I had ever seen. One particularly, which she called the ground pine, is peculiar, as she told me, to the Alleghany, and in some places runs over whole acres of ground. It is extremely beautiful. The rooms were very prettily decorated with this elegant plant, hung round it in festoons. In many places the clearing has been considerable. The road passes through several fine farms, situated in sheltered hollows. We were told that the wolves continue to annoy them severely, but that panthers, the terror of the West, are never seen, and bears very rarely. Of snakes they confessed they had abundance, but very few that were considered dangerous. In the afternoon we came in sight of the Monongahela River, and its banks gave us for several miles a beautiful succession of wild and domestic scenery. In some points the black rock rises perpendicularly from its margin, like those at Chepstow; at others a mill, with its owner's cottage, its corn plat, and its poultry, presents a delightful image of industry and comfort. Brownsville is a busy looking little town, built upon the banks of this river. It would be pretty were it not stained by the hue of coal. I do not remember in England to have seen any spot, however, near a coal mine, so dyed in black as Wheeling and Brownsville. At this place we crossed the Monongahela in a flat ferry boat, which very commodiously received our huge coach and 4 horses. On leaving the black little town, we were again cheered by abundance of evergreens, reflected in the stream, with fantastic piles of rock, half visible through the pines and cedars above, giving often the idea of a vast Gothic castle. It was a folly, I confess, but I often lamented that there were not such, that travelling for thousands of miles without meeting any nobler trace of the ages that are past than a mass of rotten leaves, or a fragment of fallen rock, produces a heavy, earthly, matter-of-fact effect upon the imagination, which can hardly be described, and for which the greatest beauty of scenery can furnish only an occasional and transitory remedy. Our second night in the mountains was passed at a solitary house of rather forlorn appearance, but we fared much better than the night before, for they gave us clean sheets, a good fire, and no scolding. We again started at 4 o'clock in the morning, and eagerly watched for the first gleam of light that should show the same lovely spectacle we had seen the day before; nor were we disappointed, though the show was somewhat different. The vapours caught the morning ray as it first darted over the mountain top, and passing it to the scene below, we seemed enveloped in a rainbow. We had now but one ridge left to pass over, and as we reached the top and looked down on the new world before us, I hardly knew whether most to rejoice that "all the toil of the long past way" was over, or to regret that our mountain journey was drawing to a close. The novelty of my enjoyment had doubtless added much to its keenness. I have never been familiar with mountain scenery. Wales has shown me all I ever saw, and the region of the Alleghany Alps in no way resembles it. It is a world of mountains rising around you in every direction and in every form, savage, vast, and wild; yet almost at every step some lovely spot meets your eye, green, bright, and blooming, as the most cherished nook belonging to some noble flora in our own beautiful land. It is a ride of 90 miles through calmes, rhododendrons, azaleas, vines, and roses, sheltered from every blast that blows by vast masses of various coloured rocks, on which tall pines and cedars wave their dark green crests; while in every direction you have a background of blue mountain tops that play at bo peep with you in the clouds. After descending the last ridge we reached Hagerstown, a small neat place between a town and a village, and here by the piety of the Presbyterian coachmasters we were doomed to pass an entire day and 2 nights, as the accommodation line must not run on the Sabbath. I must, however, mention that this day of enforced rest was not Sunday. Saturday evening we had taken in at Cumberland a portly passenger, whom we soon discovered to be one of the proprietors of the coach. He asked us with great politeness if we should wish to travel on the Sabbath, or to delay our journey. We answered that we would rather proceed. "The coach then shall go on to morrow," replied the liberal coachmaster with the greatest courtesy, and accordingly we travelled all Sunday, and arrived at Hagerstown on Sunday night. At the door of the inn our civil proprietor left us, but when we inquired of the waiter at what hour we were to start on the morrow, he told us that we should be obliged to pass the whole of Monday there, as the coach which was to convey us forward would not arrive from the east till Tuesday morning. Thus we discovered that the waiving the Sabbath keeping by the proprietor was for his own convenience, and not for ours, and that we were to be tied by the leg for 24 hours notwithstanding. This was quite a Yankee trick. Luckily for us, the inn at Hagerstown was one of the most comfortable I ever entered. It was there that we became fully aware that we had left Western America behind us. Instead of being scolded, as we literally were at Cincinnati, for asking for a private sitting room, we here had 2 without asking at all. A waiter, quite comme il faut, summoned us to breakfast, dinner, and tea, which we found prepared with abundance and even elegance. The master of the house met us at the door of the eating room, and after asking if we wished for anything not on the table, retired. The charges were in no respect higher than at Cincinnati. A considerable creek, called Conococheague Creek, runs near the town, and the valley through which it passes is said to be the most fertile in America. On leaving Hagerstown we found to our mortification that we were not to be the sole occupants of the bulky accommodation, 2 ladies and 2 gentlemen appearing at the door ready to share it with us. We again started at 4 o'clock by the light of a bright moon, and rumbled and nodded through the roads considerably worse than those over the mountains. As the light began to dawn, we discovered our ladies to be an old woman and her pretty daughter. Soon after daylight we found that our pace became much slower than usual, and that from time to time our driver addressed to his companion on the box many and vehement exclamations. The gentlemen put their heads out to ask what was the matter, but could get no intelligence, till the mail overtook us, when both vehicles stopped, and an animated colloquy of imprecations took place between the coachmen. At length we learnt that one of our wheels was broken in such a manner as to render it impossible for us to proceed. Upon this the old lady immediately became a principal actor in the scene. She sprung to the window, and addressing the set of gentlemen who completely filled the mail, exclaimed, "Gentlemen, can't you make room for two, only me and my daughter?" The naive simplicity of this request set both the coaches into an uproar of laughter. It was impossible to doubt that she acted upon the same principle as the pious Catholic, who, addressing heaven with a prayer for himself alone, added, "Pour ne pas fatiguer ta miséricorde." Our laugh, however, never daunted the old woman, or caused her for a moment to cease the reiteration of her request. "Only for two of us, gentlemen, can't you find room for two?" Our situation was really very embarrassing, but not to laugh was impossible. After it was ascertained that our own vehicle could not convey us, and that the mail had not even room for two, we decided upon walking to the next village, a distance, fortunately, of only 2 miles, and awaiting there the repair of the wheel. We immediately set off at the brisk pace that 6 o'clock and a frosty morning in March were likely to inspire, leaving our old lady and her pretty daughter considerably in the rear, our hearts having been rather hardened by the exclusive nature of her prayer for aid. When we had again started upon our new wheel, the driver, to recover the time he had lost, drove rapidly over a very rough road, and in consequence of which our self-seeking old lady fell into a perfect agony of terror, and her cries of "We shall be over! Oh Lord, we shall be over! We must over! We shall be over!" lasted to the end of the stage, which with laughing, walking, and shaking, was a most fatiguing one. End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Domestic Manners of the Americans. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Baltimore, Catholic Cathedral, St. Mary's, College Sermons, Infant School. As we advanced towards Baltimore, the look of cultivation increased, the fences wore an air of greater neatness, the houses began to look like the abodes of competence and comfort, and we were consoled for the loss of the beautiful mountains by knowing that we were approaching the Atlantic. From the time of quitting the Ohio River, though unquestionably it merits its title of the Beautiful, especially when compared with the dreary Mississippi, I strongly felt the truth of an observation I remembered to have heard in England, that little rivers were more beautiful than great ones. As features in a landscape this is assuredly the case. Where the stream is so wide that the objects on the opposite shore are indistinct, all the beauty must be derived from the water itself; whereas when the stream is narrow, it becomes only a part of the composition. The Monongahela, which is in size between the Wye and the Thames, is infinitely more picturesque than the Ohio. To enjoy the beauty of the vast rivers of this vast country, you must be upon the water, and then the power of changing the scenery by now approaching one shore and now the other is very pleasing. But travelling as we now did by land, the wild, rocky, narrow, rapid little rivers we encountered were 1,000 times more beautiful. The Patapsco, near which the road runs as you approach Baltimore, is at many points very picturesque. The large blocks of grey rock, now close upon its edge, now retiring to give room for a few acres of bright green herbage, give great interest and variety to its course. Baltimore is, I think, one of the handsomest cities to approach in the Union. The noble column erected to the memory of Washington, and the Catholic Cathedral with its beautiful dome, being built on a commanding eminence, are seen at a great distance. As you draw nearer, many other domes and towers become visible, and as you enter Baltimore Street, you feel that you are arrived in a handsome and populous city. We took up our quarters at an excellent hotel where the coach stopped, and the next day were fortunate enough to find accommodation in the house of a lady, well known to many of my European friends. With her and her amiable daughter we spent a fortnight very agreeably, and felt quite aware that if we had not arrived in London or Paris, we had at least left far behind the half-horse, half-alligator tribes of the West, as the Kentuckians call themselves. Baltimore is in many respects a beautiful city. It has several handsome buildings, and even the private dwelling houses have a look of magnificence from the abundance of white marble with which many of them are adorned. The ample flights of steps and the lofty door frames are in most of the best houses formed of this beautiful material. This has been called the City of Monuments, from its having the stately column erected to the memory of General Washington, and which bears a colossal statue of him at the top. Another pillar of less dimensions, recording some victory, I forget which. Both these are of brilliant white marble. There are also several pretty marble fountains in different parts of the city, which greatly add to its beauty. These are not, it is true, quite so splendid as that of the Innocents, or many others at Paris, but they are fountains of clear water, and they are built of white marble. There is one which is sheltered from the sun by a roof supported by light columns. It looks like a temple dedicated to the genius of the spring. The water flows into a marble cistern, to which you descend by a flight of steps of delicate whiteness, and return by another. These steps are never without groups of negro girls, some carrying the water on their heads with that graceful steadiness of step which requires no aid from the hand, some tripping gaily with their yet unfilled pitchers, many of them singing in the soft rich voice peculiar to their race, and all dressed with that strict attention to taste and smartness which seems the distinguishing characteristic of the Baltimore females of all ranks. The Catholic Cathedral is considered by all Americans as a magnificent church, but it can hardly be so classed by any one who has seen the churches of Europe. Its interior, however, has an air of neatness that amounts to elegance. The form is a Greek cross having a dome in the centre, but the proportions are ill preserved. The dome is too low, and the arches which support it are flattened and too wide for their height. On each side of the high altar are chapels to the Saviour and the Virgin. The altars in these, as well as the high altar, are of native marble of different colours, and some of the specimens are very beautiful. The decorations of the altar are elegant and costly. The prelate is a cardinal, and bears, moreover, the title of Archbishop of Baltimore. There are several paintings in different parts of the church, which we heard were considered as very fine. There are two presented by Louis XVIII. One of these is the Descent from the Cross by Paulin Guérin, the other a copy from Rubens, as they told us, of a legend of St. Louis and the Holy Land, but the composition of the picture is so abominably bad that I conceive the legend of its being after Rubens must be as fabulous as its subject. The admiration in which these pictures are held is an incontestable indication of the state of art in the country. We attended Mass in this church the Sunday after our arrival, and I was perfectly astonished at the beauty and splendid appearance of the ladies who filled it. Excepting on a very brilliant Sunday at the Tuileries, I never saw so showy a display of morning costume, and I think I never saw anywhere so many beautiful women at one glance. They all appeared to be in full dress, and were really all beautiful. The sermon, I am very attentive to sermons, was a most extraordinary one. The priest began by telling us that he was about to preach upon a vice that he would not mention or name from the beginning of his sermon to the end. Having thus excited the curiosity of his hearers by proposing a riddle to them, he began. Adam, he said, was most assuredly the first who had committed this sin, and Cain the next. Then, following the advice given by the listener in the Plaideur, "Passons au déluge, je vous prie," he went on to mention the particular propriety of Noah's family on this point, and then continued. Now observe, what did God show the greatest dislike to? What was it that Jesus was never even accused of? What was it Joseph hated the most? Who was the disciple that Jesus chose for his friend? And thus he went on for nearly an hour in a strain that was often perfectly unintelligible to me, but which, as far as I could comprehend it, appeared to be a sort of exposé and commentary upon private anecdotes which he had found, or fancied he had found in the Bible. I never saw the attention of a congregation more strongly excited, and I really wished, in Christian charity, that something better had rewarded it. There are a vast number of churches and chapels in the city in proportion to its extent, and several that are large and well built. The Unitarian Church is the handsomest I have ever seen dedicated to that mode of worship. But the prettiest among them is a little bijou of a thing belonging to the Catholic College. The institution is dedicated to St. Mary, but this little chapel looks, though in the midst of a city, as if it should have been sacred to St. John of the Wilderness. There is a sequestered little garden behind it, hardly large enough to plant cabbages in, which yet contains Mount Calvary bearing a lofty cross. The tiny path which leads up to this sacred spot is not much wider than a sheep track, and its cedars are but shrubs, but all is in proportion, and notwithstanding its fairy dimensions, there is something of holiness and quiet beauty about it that excites the imagination strangely. The little chapel itself has the same touching and impressive character. A solitary lamp, whose glare is tempered by delicately painted glass, hangs before the altar. The light of day enters dimly yet richly through crimson curtains, and the silence with which the well-lined doors opened from time to time, admitting a youth of the establishment, who, with noiseless tread, approached the altar, and kneeling, offered a whispered prayer and retired, had something in it more calculated perhaps to generate holy thoughts than even the swelling anthem heard beneath the resounding dome of St. Peter's. Baltimore has a handsome museum, superintended by one of the Peel family, well known for their devotion to natural science and to works of art. It is not their fault if the specimens which they are enabled to display in the latter department are very inferior to their splendid exhibitions in the former. The theatre was closed when we were in Baltimore, but we were told that it was very far from being a popular or fashionable amusement. We were, indeed, told this everywhere throughout the country, and the information was generally accompanied by the observation that the opposition of the clergy was the cause of it. But I suspect that this is not the principal cause, especially among the men, who, if they were so implicit in their obedience to the clergy, would certainly be more constant in their attendance at the churches. Nor would they, moreover, deem the theatre more righteous because an English actor or a French dancer performed there. Yet on such occasions the theatres overflow. The cause, I think, is in the character of the people. I never saw a population so totally divested of gaiety. There is no trace of this feeling from one end of the Union to the other. They have no fêtes, no fairs, no merrymakings, no music in the streets, no punch, no puppet shows. If they see a comedy or a farce they may laugh at it, but they can do very well without it, and the consciousness of the number of cents that must be paid to enter a theatre, I am very sure turns more steps from its door than any religious feeling. A distinguished publisher of Philadelphia told me that no comic publication had ever yet been found to answer in America. We arrived at Baltimore at the season of the "conference." I must be excused from giving any very distinct explanation of this term, as I did not receive any. From what I could learn, it much resembles a revival. We entered many churches and heard much preaching, and not one of the reverend orators could utter the reproach, "Peut-on si bien prêcher qu'elle ne dorme au sermon?" For I never dozed at any. There was one preacher whose manner and matter were so peculiar that I took the liberty of immediately writing down a part of his discourse as a specimen. I confess I began writing in the middle of a sentence, for I waited in vain for a beginning. It was as follows. Nevertheless, we must not lose sight of the one important, great, and only object, for the Lord is mighty, his works are great, likewise wonderful, likewise wise, likewise merciful. And moreover we must ever keep in mind and close to our hearts all his precious blessings and unspeakable mercies and overflowings, and moreover we must never lose sight of, no, never lose sight of, nor ever cease to remember, nor ever let our souls forget, nor ever cease to dwell upon and to reverence and to welcome and to bless and to give thanks and to sing Hosanna and give praise." And here my fragment of paper failed, but this strain continued without a shadow of meaning that I could trace, in a voice inconceivably loud, for more than an hour. After he had finished his sermon, a scene exactly resembling that at the Cincinnati revival took place. 2 other priests assisted in calling forward the people and in whispering comfort to them. One of these men roared out in the coarsest accents, "Do you want to go to hell tonight?" The church was almost entirely filled with women, who vied with each other in howlings and contortions of the body. Many of them tore their clothes nearly off. I was much amused, spite of the indignation and disgust the scene inspired, by the vehemence of the negro part of the congregation. They seemed determined to bellow louder than all the rest, to show at once their piety and their equality. At this same chapel, a few nights before, a woman had fallen into a fit of ecstasy from the gallery into the arms of the people below, a height of 12 feet. A young slave who waited upon us at the table, when this was mentioned, said that similar accidents had frequently happened, and that once she had seen it herself. Another slave in the house told us that she liked religion right well, but that she never took fits in it, because she was always fixed up in her best when she went to chapel, and she did not like to have all her best clothes broke up. We visited the infant school, instituted in this city by Mr. Ibbotson, an amiable and intelligent Englishman. It was the first infant school, properly so called, which I had ever seen, and I was greatly pleased with all the arrangements, and the apparent success of them. The children, of whom we saw about 100, boys and girls, were between 18 months and 6 years. The apartment was filled with all sorts of instructive and amusing objects. A set of Dutch toys, arranged as a cabinet of natural history, was excellent. A numerous collection of large wooden bricks filled one corner of the room. The walls were hung with gay papers of different patterns, each representing some pretty group of figures. Large and excellent coloured engravings of birds and beasts were exhibited in succession as the theme of a little lesson, and the sweet flute of Mr. Ibbotson gave tune and time to the prettiest little concert of chirping birds that I ever listened to. A geographical model, large enough to give clear ideas of continent, island, cape, isthmus, etc., all set in water, is placed before the children, and the pretty creatures point their little rosy fingers with a look of intense interest as they are called upon to show where each of them is to be found. The dress, both of boys and girls, was elegantly neat, and their manner, when called upon to speak individually, was well bred, intelligent, and totally free from the rude indifference which is so remarkably prevalent in the manners of American children. Mr. Ibbotson will be benefactor to the Union if he become the means of spreading the admirable method by which he had polished the manner, and awakened the intellect of these beautiful little republicans. I have conversed with many American ladies on the total want of discipline and subjection which I observed universally among children of all ages, and I never found any who did not both acknowledge and deplore the truth of the remark. In the state of Ohio they have a law, I know not if it exist elsewhere, that if a father strike his son, he shall pay a fine of $10 for every such offence. I was told by a gentleman of Cincinnati that he had seen this fine inflicted there at the requisition of a boy of 12 years of age, whose father, he proved, had struck him for lying. Such a law, they say, generates a spirit of freedom. What else may it generate? Mr. Ibbotson, who seems perfectly devoted, heart and head, to the subject, told me that he was employed in organizing successive schools that should receive the pupils as they advanced in age. If he prove himself as capable of completing education as he appears to be of beginning it, his institution will be a very valuable one. It would indeed be valuable anywhere, but in America, where discipline is not, where from the shell they are beings that cannot rule, nor ever will be ruled, it is invaluable. About 2 miles from Baltimore is a fort, notably situated on the Patapsco, and commanding the approach from the Chesapeake Bay. As our visit was on a Sunday, we were not permitted to enter it. The walk to this fort is along a fine terrace of beautiful verdure, which commands a magnificent view of the city, with its columns, towers, domes, and shipping, and also of the Patapsco River, which is here so wide as to present almost a sea view. This terrace is ornamented with abundance of evergreens and wild roses innumerable, but the whole region has the reputation of being unhealthy, and the fort itself most lamentably so. Before leaving the city of monuments, I must not omit naming one reared to the growing wealth of the country. Mr. Barham's Hotel is said to be the most splendid in the Union, and it is certainly splendid enough for a people more luxurious than the citizens of the Republic appear yet to be. I heard different and indeed perfectly contradictory accounts of the success of the experiment, but at least every one seemed to agree that the liberal projector was fully entitled to exclaim, "'Tis not in mortals to command success. I've done more, Jonathan, I've deserved it." After enjoying a very pleasant fortnight, the greater part of which was passed in rambling around this pretty city and its environs, we left it, not without regret, and all indulging the hope that we should be able to pay it another visit. End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Domestic Manners of the Americans. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, Voyage to Washington, Capital, City of Washington, Congress, Indians, Funeral of a Member of Congress. By far the shortest route to Washington, both as to distance and time, is by land, but I much wished to see the celebrated Chesapeake Bay, and it was therefore decided that we should take our passage in the steamboat. It is indeed a beautiful little voyage, and well worth the time it costs, but as to the beauty of the bay, it must, I think, be felt only by sailors. It is, I doubt not, a fine shelter for ships from the storms of the Atlantic, but its very vastness prevents its striking the eye as beautiful. It is, in fact, only a fine sea view. But the entrance from it into the Potomac River is very noble, and is one of the points at which one feels conscious of the gigantic proportions of the country without having recourse to a graduated pencil case. The passage up this river to Washington is interesting from many objects that it passes, but beyond all else by the view it affords of Mount Vernon, the seat of General Washington. It is there that this truly great man passed the last years of his virtuous life, and it is there that he lies buried. It was easy to distinguish as we passed the cypress that waves over his grave. The latter part of the voyage shows some fine river scenery, but I did not discover this till some months afterwards, for we now arrived late at night. Our first object the next morning was to get a sight of the Capitol, and our impatience sent us forth before breakfast. The mists of morning still hung around this magnificent building when first it broke upon our view, and I am not sure that the effect produced was not the greater for this circumstance. At all events we were struck with admiration and surprise. None of us, I believe, expected to see so imposing a structure on that side of the Atlantic. I am ill at describing buildings, but the beauty and majesty of the American Capitol might defy an abler pen than mine to do it justice. It stands so finely too, high and alone. The magnificent western facade is approached from the city by terraces and steps of bolder proportions than I ever before saw. The elegant eastern front, to which many persons give the preference, is on a level with a newly planted but exceedingly handsome enclosure, which, in a few years, will offer the shade of all the most splendid trees which flourish in the Union, to cool the brows and refresh the spirits of the members. The view from the Capitol commands the city and many miles around, and it is itself an object of imposing beauty to the whole country adjoining. We were again fortunate enough to find a very agreeable family to board with, and soon after breakfast left our comfortless hotel near the water for very pleasant apartments in F Street. The streets that intersect the great avenues in Washington are distinguished by the letters of the alphabet. I was delighted with the whole aspect of Washington. Light, cheerful, and airy, it reminded me of our fashionable watering places. It has been laughed at by foreigners, and even by natives, because the original plan of the city was on an enormous scale, and but a very small part of it has been as yet executed. But I confess I see nothing in the least degree ridiculous about it. The original design, which was as beautiful as it was extensive, has been in no way departed from, and all that has been done well. From the base of the hill on which the Capitol stands extends a street of most magnificent width, planted on each side with trees and ornamented by many splendid shops. This street, which is called Pennsylvania Avenue, is above a mile in length, and at the end of it is the handsome mansion of the President. Conveniently near to his residence are the various public offices, all handsome, simple, and commodious. Ample areas are left round each, where grass and shrubs refresh the eye. In another of the principal streets is the General Post Office, and not far from it a very noble town hall. Towards the quarter of the President's house are several handsome dwellings, which are chiefly occupied by the foreign ministers. The houses in the other parts of the city are scattered, but without ever losing sight of the regularity of the original plan; and to a person who has been travelling much through the country, and marked the immense quantity of new manufactories, new canals, new railroads, new towns, and new cities, which are springing, as it were, from the earth in every part of it, the appearance of the metropolis rising gradually into life and splendour is a spectacle of high historic interest. Commerce had already produced large and handsome cities in America before she had attained to an individual political existence, and Washington may be scorned as a metropolis, where such cities as Philadelphia and New York exist. But I considered it as the growing metropolis of the growing population of the Union, and it already possesses features noble enough to sustain its dignity as such. The residence of the foreign legations and their families gives a tone to the society of this city which distinguishes it greatly from all others. It is also, for a great part of the year, the residence of the senators and representatives, who must be presumed to be the élite of the entire body of citizens, both in respect to talent and education. This cannot fail to make Washington a more agreeable abode than any other city in the Union. The total absence of all sights, sounds, or smells of commerce adds greatly to the charm. Instead of drays, you see handsome carriages, and instead of the busy, bustling hustle of men shuffling on to a sale of dry goods or prime broadstuffs, you see very well-dressed personages lounging leisurely up and down Pennsylvania Avenue. Mr. Pishy Thompson, the English bookseller, with his pretty collection of all sorts of pretty literature fresh from London, and Mr. Somebody the jeweller, with his brilliant shop full of trinkets, are the principal points of attraction and business. What a contrast to all other American cities! The members who pass several months every year in this lounging easy way, with no labour but a little talking, and with a douceur of $8 a day to pay them for it, must feel the change sadly when their term of public service is over. There is another circumstance which renders the evening parties at Washington extremely unlike those of other places in the Union. This is the great majority of gentlemen. The expense, the trouble, or the necessity of a ruling eye at home, one or all of these reasons, prevents the members' ladies from accompanying them to Washington. At least I heard of very few who had their wives with them. The female society is chiefly to be found among the families of the foreign ministers, those of the officers of state, and of the few members, the wealthiest and most aristocratic of the land, who bring their families with them. Some few independent persons reside in or near the city, but this is a class so thinly scattered that it can hardly be accounted a part of the population. But strange to say, even here a theatre cannot be supported for more than a few weeks at a time. I was told that gambling is the favourite recreation of the gentlemen, and that it is carried to a very considerable extent. But here, as elsewhere within the country, it is kept extremely well out of sight. I do not think I was present with a pack of cards a dozen times, during more than 3 years that I remained in the country. Billiards are much played, though in most places the amusement is illegal. It often appeared to me that the old women of a state made the laws, and the young men broke them. Notwithstanding the diminutive size of the city, we found much to see and to amuse us. The Patent Office is a curious record of the fertility of the mind of man when left to its own resources, but it gives ample proof also that it is not under such circumstances it is most usefully employed. This Patent Office contains models of all the mechanical inventions that have been produced in the Union, and the number is enormous. I asked the man who showed these what proportion of them had been brought into use. He said about 1 in 1,000. He told me also that they chiefly proceeded from mechanics and agriculturalists settled in remote parts of the country, who had begun by endeavouring to hit upon some contrivance to enable them to get along without sending some 1,000 and odd miles for the thing they wanted. If the contrivance succeeded, they generally became so fond of this offspring of their ingenuity, that they brought it to Washington for a patent. At the Secretary of State's office we were shown autographs of all the potentates with whom the Union were in alliance, which, I believe, pretty well includes all. To the parchments bearing these royal signs manual were appended, of course, the official seals of each, enclosed in gold or silver boxes of handsome workmanship. I was amused by the manner in which one of their own, just prepared for the court of Russia, was displayed to us, and the superiority of their decorations pointed out. They were superior, and in much better taste than the rest, and I only wish that the feeling that induced this display would spread to every corner of the Union, and mix itself with every act and with every sentiment. Let America give a fair portion of other attention to the arts and the graces that embellish life, and I will make her another visit, and write another book as unlike this as possible. Among the royal signatures, the only ones which much interested me were 2 from the hand of Napoleon. The earliest of years, when he was first consul, was a most illegible scrawl, and as the tradition went was written on horseback, but his writing improved greatly after he became an emperor, the subsequent signature being firmly and clearly written, "I long to steal both." The purity of the American character, formed and founded on the purity of the American government, was made evident to our senses by the display of all the offerings of esteem and regard which had been presented by various sovereigns to the different American ministers who had been sent to their courts. The object of the law which exacted this deposit from every individual so honoured was, they told us, to prevent the possibility of bribery being used to corrupt any envoy of the Republic. I should think it would be a better way to select for the office such men as they felt could not be seduced by a sword or a snuff-box, but they, doubtless, know their own business best. The Bureau for Indian Affairs contains a room of great interest. The walls are entirely covered with original portraits of all the chiefs who from time to time have come to negotiate with their "Great Father," as they call the President. These portraits are by Mr. King, and it cannot be doubted are excellent likenesses, as are all the portraits I have ever seen from the hands of that gentleman. The countenances are full of expression, but the expression in most of them is extremely similar, or rather I should say that they have but 2 sorts of expression. The one is that of very noble and warlike daring, the other of a gentle and naive simplicity that has no mixture of folly in it, but which is inexpressibly engaging, and the more touching perhaps, because at the moment we were looking at them, those very hearts which lent the eyes such meek and friendly softness were wrung by a base, cruel, and most oppressive act of their Great Father. We were at Washington at the time that the measure for chasing the last of several tribes of Indians from their forest homes was canvassed in Congress, and finally decided upon by the fiat of the President. If the American character may be judged by their conduct in this matter, they are most lamentably deficient in every feeling of honour and integrity. It is among themselves and from themselves that I have heard the statements which represent them as treacherous and false almost beyond belief in their intercourse with the unhappy Indians. Had I, during my residence in the United States, observed any single feature in their national character that could justify their eternal boast of liberality and the love of freedom, I might have respected them, however much my taste might have been offended by what was peculiar in their manners and customs. But it is impossible for any mind of common honesty not to be revolted by the contradictions of principles and practice. They inveigh against the governments of Europe because, as they say, they favour the powerful and oppress the weak. You may hear this declaimed upon in Congress, roared out at taverns, discussed in every drawing-room, satirized upon the stage, nay, even anathematized from the pulpit. Listen to it, and then look at them at home. You will see them with one hand hoisting the cap of liberty, and with the other flogging their slaves. You will see them 1 hour lecturing their mob on the indefeasible rights of man, and the next driving from their homes the children of the soil whom they have bound themselves to protect by the most solemn treaties. In justice to those who approve not this treacherous policy, I will quote a paragraph from a New York paper which shows that there are some among them who look with detestation on the bold and bad measure decided upon at Washington in the year 1830. We know of no subject at the present moment of more importance to the character of our country for justice and integrity than that which relates to the Indian tribes in Georgia and Alabama, and particularly the Cherokees of the former state. The act passed by Congress just at the end of the session, cooperating with the tyrannical and iniquitous statute of Georgia, strikes a formidable blow at the reputation of the United States in respect to their faith, pledged in almost innumerable instances in the most solemn treaties and compacts. There were many objects of much interest shown us at this Indian Bureau, but from the peculiar circumstances of this most unhappy and ill-used people, it was a very painful interest. The dresses worn by the chiefs when their portraits were taken are many of them splendid, from the embroidery of beads and other ornaments, and the room contains many specimens of their ingenuity and even of their taste. There is a glass case in the room wherein are arranged specimens of worked muslin and other needlework, some very excellent handwriting, and many other little productions of male and female Indians, all proving clearly that they are perfectly capable of civilization. Indeed, the circumstance which renders their expulsion from their native lands, so peculiarly lamentable, is that they were yielding rapidly to the force of example. Their lives were no longer those of wandering hunters, but they were becoming agriculturalists, and the tyrannical arm of brutal power has not now driven them as formerly only from their hunting grounds, their favourite springs, and the sacred bones of their fathers, but it has chased them from the dwellings their advancing knowledge had taught them to make comfortable, from the newly ploughed fields of their pride, and from the crops their sweat had watered. And for what? To add some 1,000 acres of territory to the half-peopled wilderness which borders them. The Potomac, on arriving at Washington, makes a beautiful sweep, which forms a sort of bay round which the city is built. Just where it makes the turn, a wooden bridge is thrown across, connecting the shores of Maryland and Virginia. This bridge is 1.25 miles in length, and is ugly enough. It has since been washed away by the breaking up of the frost of February 1831. The Navy Yard and Arsenal are just above it on the Maryland side, and make a handsome appearance on the edge of the river, following the sweep above mentioned. Near the Arsenal, much too near, is the penitentiary, which, as it was just finished and not inhabited, we examined in every part. It is built for the purpose of solitary confinement for life. A gallows is a much less nerve-shaking spectacle than one of these awful cells, and assuredly, when imprisonment therein for life is substituted for death, it is no mercy to the criminal. But if it be a greater terror to the citizen, it may answer the purpose better. I do not conceive that out of 100 human beings who had been thus confined for a year, one would be found at the end of it who would continue to linger on there, certain it was for ever, if the alternative of being hanged were offered to them. I have written a description of these horrible cells, but Captain Hall's picture of a similar building is so accurate and so clear that it is needless to insert it. Still following the sweep of the river, at the distance of 2 miles from Washington, is Georgetown, formerly a place of considerable commercial importance, and likely, I think, to become so again when the Ohio and Chesapeake canals, which there mouths into the Potomac, shall be in full action. It is a very pretty town, commanding a lovely view, of which the noble Potomac and the almost nobler Capitol are the great features. The country rises into a beautiful line of hills behind Washington, which form a sort of undulating terrace onto Georgetown. This terrace is almost entirely occupied by a succession of gentlemen's seats. At Georgetown the Potomac suddenly contracts itself, and begins to assume that rapid, rocky, and irregular character which marks it afterwards, and renders its course, till it meets the Shenandoah at Harper's Ferry, a series of the most wild and romantic views that are to be found in America. Attending the debates in Congress was, of course, one of our great objects, and as an Englishwoman I was perhaps the more eager to avail myself of the privilege allowed. It was repeatedly observed to me that, at least in this instance, I must acknowledge the superior gallantry of the Americans, and that they herein give a decided proof of surpassing the English in a wish to honour the ladies, as they have a gallery in the House of Representatives erected expressly for them, while in England they are rigorously excluded from every part of the House of Commons. But the inference I draw from this is precisely the reverse of the suggested. It is well known that the reason why the House of Commons was closed against ladies was that their presence was found too attractive, and that so many members were tempted to neglect the business before the House, that they might enjoy the pleasure of conversing with the fair critics in the galleries, that it became a matter of national importance to banish them, and they were banished. It will be long ere the American legislature will find it necessary to pass the same law for the same reason. A lady of Washington, however, told me an anecdote which went far to show that a more intellectual turn in the women would produce a change in the manners of the men. She told me that when the Miss Wrights were in Washington with General Lafayette, they very frequently attended the debates, and that the most distinguished members were always crowding round them. For this unwonted gallantry they apologized to their beautiful countrywomen by saying that if they took equal interest in the debates, the galleries would always be thronged by the members. The privilege of attending these debates would be more valuable could the speakers be better heard from the gallery, but with the most earnest attention I could only follow one or two of the orators whose voices were peculiarly loud and clear. This made it really a labour to listen, but the extreme beauty of the chamber was of itself a reason for going again and again. It was, however, really mortifying to see this splendid hall, fitted up in so stately and sumptuous a manner, filled with men sitting in the most unseemly attitudes, a large majority with their hats on, and nearly all spitting to an excess that decency forbids me to describe. Among the crowd who must be included in this description, a few were distinguished by not wearing their hats, and by sitting on their chairs like other human beings, without throwing their legs above their heads. Whenever I inquired the name of one of these exceptions, I was told that it was Mr. This or Mr. That of Virginia. One day we were fortunate enough to get placed on the sofas between the pillars on the floor of the House. The galleries being shut up for the purpose of making some alterations, which it was hoped might improve the hearing in that part of the House occupied by the members, and which is universally complained of as being very defective. Footnote: as a proof of this defective hearing in the Hall of Congress, I may quote a passage from a newspaper report of a debate on improvements. It was proposed to suspend a ceiling of glass 15 feet above the heads of the members. A member, speaking in favour of this proposal, said, members would then at least be able to understand what was the question before the House, an advantage which most of them did not now possess, respecting more than half the propositions upon which they voted. End footnote. But in our places on the sofas we found we heard very much better than upstairs, and well enough to be extremely amused by the rude eloquence of a thorough horse and alligator orator from Kentucky, who entreated the House repeatedly to go the whole hog. If I mistake not, every debate I listened to in the American Congress was upon one and the same subject, namely, the entire independence of each individual state with regard to the federal government. The jealousy on this point appeared to me to be the very strangest political feeling that ever got possession of the mind of man. I do not pretend to judge the merits of this question. I speak solely of the very singular effect of seeing man after man start eagerly to his feet, to declare that the greatest injury, the basest injustice, the most obnoxious tyranny that could be practised against the state of which he was a member, would be a vote of a few $1,000,000 for the purpose of making their roads or canals, or for drainage, or, in short, for any purpose of improvement whatsoever. During the month we were at Washington I heard a great deal of conversation respecting a recent exclusion from Congress of a gentleman who by every account was one of the most esteemed men in the House, and, I think, the father of it. The crime for which this gentleman was outvoted by his own particular friends and admirers was that he had given his vote for a grant of public money for the purpose of draining a most lamentable and unhealthy district called the Dismal Swamp. One great boast of the country is that they have no national debt, or that they shall have none in 2 years. This seems not very wonderful, considering their productive tariff, and that the income paid to their president is £6,000 per annum; other government salaries being in proportion, and all internal improvements at the expense of the government treasury being voted unconstitutional. The Senate chamber is like the hall of Congress, a semicircle, but of very much smaller dimensions. It is most elegantly fitted up, and what is better still, the senators, generally speaking, look like gentlemen. They do not wear their hats, and the activity of youth being happily past, they do not toss their heels above their heads. I would I could add they do not spit, but alas! I have an oath in heaven, and may not write an untruth. A very handsome room, opening on a noble stone balcony, is fitted up as a library for the members. The collection, as far as a very cursory view could enable me to judge, was very like that of a private English gentleman, but with less Latin, Greek, and Italian. This room also is elegantly furnished; rich Brussels carpet, library tables with portfolios of engravings, abundance of sofas, and so on. The view from it is glorious, and it looks like the abode of luxury and taste. I can by no means attempt to describe all the apartments of this immense building, but the magnificent rotunda in the centre must not be left unnoticed. It is indeed a noble hall, 100 feet in diameter, and of an imposing loftiness, lighted by an ample dome. Almost any pictures, excepting the cartoons, would look paltry in this room, from the immense height of the walls, but the subjects of the 4 pictures which are placed there are of such high historic interest that they should certainly have a place somewhere as national records. One represents the signing of the Declaration of Independence, another the resignation of the presidency by the great Washington, another the celebrated victory of General Gates at Saratoga, and the 4th, I do not well remember, but I think it is some other martial scene commemorating a victory, I rather think that of Yorktown. One other object in the Capitol must be mentioned, though it occurs in so obscure a part of the building that 1 or 2 members to whom I mentioned it were not aware of its existence. The lower part of the edifice, a story below the rotunda, etc., has a variety of committee rooms, courts, and other places of business. In a hall leading to some of these rooms the ceiling is supported by pillars, the capitals of which struck me as peculiarly beautiful. They are composed of the ears and leaves of the Indian corn, beautifully arranged, and forming as graceful an outline as the acanthus itself. This was the only instance I saw in which America has ventured to attempt national originality. The success is perfect. A sense of fitness always enhances the effect of beauty. I will not attempt a long essay on the subject, but if America, in her vastness, her immense natural resources, and her remote grandeur, would be less imitative, she would be infinitely more picturesque and interesting. The President has regular evening parties every other Wednesday, which are called his levees. The last syllable is pronounced by every one as long as possible, being exactly the reverse of the French and English manner of pronouncing the same word. The effect of this from the very frequent repetition of the word in all companies is very droll, and for a long time I thought people were quizzing these public days. The reception rooms are handsome, particularly the grand saloon, which is elegantly, nay splendidly furnished. This has been done since the visit of Captain Hall, whose remarks upon the former state of this room may have hastened its decoration; but there are a few anomalies in some parts of the entertainment which are not very courtly. The company are about as select as that of an Easter day ball at the Mansion House. The churches at Washington are not superb, but the Episcopalian and Catholic were filled with elegantly dressed women. I observed a greater proportion of gentlemen at church at Washington than anywhere else. The Presbyterian ladies go to church 3 times in the day, but the general appearance of Washington on a Sunday is much less puritanical than that of most other American towns. The people walk about, and there are no chains in the streets, as at Philadelphia, to prevent their riding or driving if they like it. The ladies dress well, but not so splendidly as at Baltimore. I remarked that it was not very unusual at Washington for a lady to take the arm of a gentleman who was neither her husband, her father, nor her brother. This remarkable relaxation of American decorum has been probably introduced by the foreign legations. At about a mile from the town, on the high terrace ground above described, is a very pretty place, to which the proprietor has given the name Kalorama. It is not large, or in any way magnificent, but the view from it is charming, and it has a little wood behind, covering about 200 acres of broken ground, that slopes down to a dark, cold little river, so closely shut in by rocks and evergreens, that it might serve as a noonday bath for Diana and her nymphs. The whole of this wood is filled with wild flowers, but such as we cherish fondly in our gardens. A ferry at Georgetown crosses the Potomac, and about 2 miles from it, on the Virginian side, is Arlington, the seat of Mr. Custis, who is the grandson of General Washington's wife. It is a noble looking place, having a portico of stately white columns, which, as the mansion stands high, with a background of dark woods, forms a beautiful object in the landscape. At Georgetown is a nunnery, where many young ladies are educated, and at a little distance from it a college of Jesuits for the education of young men, where, as their advertisements state, the humanities are taught. We attended mass at the chapel of the nunnery, where the female voices that performed the chant were very pleasing. The shadowy form of the veiled abbess in her little sacred parlour, seen through a grating and a black curtain, but rendered clearly visible by the light of a Gothic window behind her, drew a good deal of our attention. Every act of genuflection, even the telling her beads, was discernible, but so mistily that it gave her, indeed, the appearance of a being who had already quitted this life, and was hovering on the confines of the world of shadows. The convent has a considerable enclosure attached to it, where I frequently saw from the heights above it dark figures in awfully thick black veils, walking solemnly up and down. The American lady, who was the subject of one of Prince Hohenlohe's celebrated miracles, was pointed out to us at Washington. All the world declared that her recovery was marvellous. There appeared to be a great many foreigners at Washington, particularly French. In Paris I have often observed that it was a sort of fashion to speak of America as a new Utopia, especially among the young liberals, who, before the happy accession of Philip, fancied that a country without a king was the land of promise; but I sometimes thought that, like many other fine things, it lost part of its brilliance when examined too nearly. I overheard the following question and answer pass between 2 young Frenchmen, who appeared to have met for the first time. "Eh bien, monsieur, comment trouvez-vous la liberté et l'égalité mise en action?" "Mais, messieurs, je vous avoue que le beau idéal que nous autres, nous avons conçu de tout cela à Paris avait quelque chose de plus poétique que ce que nous trouvons ici." On another occasion I was excessively amused by the tone in which one of these young men replied to a question put to him by another Frenchman. A pretty looking woman, but exceedingly deficient in tournure, was standing alone at a little distance from them, and close at their elbows stood a very awkward-looking gentleman. "Qui est cette dame?" said the inquirer. "Monsieur," said my young fat, with an indescribable grimace, "c'est la femelle de ce mâle," indicating his neighbour by an expressive curl of his upper lip. The theatre was not open while we were in Washington, but we afterwards took advantage of our vicinity to the city to visit it. The house is very small, and most astonishingly dirty and void of decoration, considering that it is the only place of public amusement that the city affords. I have before mentioned the want of decorum at the Cincinnati theatre, but certainly that of the capital at least rivalled it in the freedom of action and attitude, a freedom which seems to disdain the restraints of civilized manners. One man in the pit was seized with a violent fit of vomiting, which appeared not in the least to annoy or surprise his neighbours; and the happy coincidence of a physician being at that moment personated on the stage, was hailed by many of the audience as an excellent joke, of which the actor took advantage, and elicited shouts of applause by saying, "I expect my services are wanted elsewhere." The spitting was incessant, and not 1 in 10 of the male part of the illustrious legislative audiences sat according to the usual custom of human beings. The legs were thrown sometimes over the front of the box, sometimes over the side of it; here and there a senator stretched his entire length along a bench, and in many instances the front rail was preferred as a seat. I remarked one young man, whose handsome person, and most elaborate toilet, led me to conclude he was a first-rate personage, and so I doubt not he was. Nevertheless, I saw him take from the pocket of his silk waistcoat a lump of tobacco, and daintily deposit it within his cheek. I am inclined to think that this most vile and universal habit of chewing tobacco is the cause of a remarkable peculiarity in the male physiognomy of Americans. Their lips are almost uniformly thin and compressed. At first I accounted for this upon Lavater's theory, and attributed it to the arid temperament of the people, but it is too universal to be explained, whereas the habit above mentioned, which pervades all classes, excepting the literary, well accounts for it, as the act of expressing the juices of this loathsome herb enforces exactly that position of the lips which gives this remarkable peculiarity to the American countenance. A member of Congress died while we were at Washington, and I was surprised by the ceremony and dignity of his funeral. It seems that whenever a senator or member of Congress dies during the session, he is buried at the expense of the government, the ceremony not coming under the head of internal improvement, and the arrangements for the funeral are not interfered with by his friends, but become matters of state. I transcribed the order of the procession as being rather grand and stately. Chaplains of both houses. Physicians who attend the deceased. Committee of arrangement. The body. Pall borne by 6 members. The relations of the deceased, with the senators and representatives of the state to which he belonged, as mourners. Sergeant at arms of the House of Representatives. The House of Representatives, their Speaker and Clerk preceding. The Senate of the United States. The Vice President and Secretary preceding. The President. The procession was of considerable extent, but not on foot, and the majority of the carriages were hired for the occasion. The body was interred in an open graveyard near the city. I did not see the monument erected on this occasion, but I presume it was in the same style as several others I had remarked in the same burying ground, inscribed to the memory of members who had died at Washington. These were square blocks of masonry, without any pretension to splendour. End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Domestic Manners of the Americans. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21, Stonington, Great Falls of the Potomac. The greatest pleasure I had promised myself in visiting Washington was the seeing a very old friend, who had left England many years ago, and married in America, She was now a widow, and, as I believed, settled in Washington. I soon had the mortification of finding out that she was not in the city, but ere long I learnt that her residence was not more than 10 miles from it. We speedily met, and it was settled that we should pass the summer with her in Maryland, and after a month devoted to Washington, we left it for Stonington. We arrived there the beginning of May, and the kindness of our reception, the interest we felt in becoming acquainted with the family of my friend, the extreme beauty of the surrounding country, and the lovely season altogether, made our stay there a period of great enjoyment. I wonder not that the first settlers in Virginia, with the bold Captain Smith of chivalrous memory at their head, should have fought so stoutly to dispossess the valiant father of Pocahontas of his fair domain, for I certainly never saw a more tempting territory. Stonington is about 2 miles from the most romantic point of the Potomac River, and Virginia spreads her wild but beautiful and most fertile paradise on the opposite shore. The Maryland side partakes of the same character, and perfectly astonished us by the profusion of her wild fruits and flowers. We had not been long within reach of the great falls of the Potomac before a party was made for us to visit them. The walk from Stonington to these falls is through scenery that can hardly be called forest, park, or garden, but which partakes of all three. A little English girl accompanied us, who had but lately left her home. She exclaimed, "Oh, how many English ladies would glory in such a garden as this!" And in truth they might. Cedars, tulip trees, planes, shumacs, junipers, and oaks of various kinds, most of them new to us, shaded our path. Wild vines, with their rich expansive leaves, and their sweet blossom, rivaling the mignonette in fragrance, clustered round their branches. Strawberries in full bloom, violets, anemones, heartsease, and the wild pinks, with many other and still lovelier flowers, which my ignorance forbids me to name, literally covered the ground. The arbor judae, the dogwood in its fullest glory of star-like flowers, azaleas, and wild roses, dazzled our eyes whichever way we turned them. It was the most flowery 2 miles I ever walked. The sound of the falls is heard at Stonington, and the gradual increase of this sound is one of the agreeable features of this delicious walk. I know not why the rush of water is so delightful to the ear. All other monotonous sounds are wearying and harass the spirits, but I never met any one who did not love to listen to a waterfall. A rapid stream, called the Branch Creek, was to be crossed ere we reached the spot where the falls are first visible. This rumbling, turbid, angry little rivulet flows through evergreens and flowering underwood, and is crossed à plusieurs reprises by logs thrown from rock to rock. The thundering noise of the still unseen falls suggests an idea of danger while crossing these rude bridges, which hardly belongs to them. Having reached the other side of the creek, we continued under the shelter of the evergreens for another 1/4 mile, and then emerged upon a sight that drew a shout of wonder and delight from us all. The rocky depths of an enormous river were opened before our eyes, and so huge are the black crags that enclose it, that the thundering torrents of water rushing through, over, and among the rocks of this awful chasm, appear lost and swallowed up in it. The river, or rather the bed of it, is here of great width and most frightful depth, lined on all sides with huge masses of black rock of every imaginable form. The flood that roars through them is seen only at intervals; here in a full heavy sheet of green transparent water, falling straight and unbroken; there dashing along a narrow channel with a violence that makes one dizzy to see and hear. In one place an unfathomed pool shows a mirror of inky blackness, and as still as night. In another the tortured twisted cataract tumbles headlong in a dozen different torrents, half hid by the cloud of spray they send high into the air. Despite this uproar, the slenderest, loveliest shrubs peep forth from among these hideous rocks like children smiling in the midst of danger. As we stood looking at this tremendous scene, one of our friends made us remark that the poison alder and the poison vine threw their graceful but perfidious branches over every rock, and assured us also that innumerable tribes of snakes, found their dark dwellings among them. To call this scene beautiful would be a strange abuse of terms, for it is altogether composed of sights and sounds of terror. The falls of the Potomac are awfully sublime. The dark deep gulf which yawns before you, the foaming roaring cataract, the eddying whirlpool, and the giddy precipice all seem to threaten life and to appall the senses. Yet it was a great delight to sit upon a high and jutting crag and look and listen. I heard with pleasure that it was to the Virginian side of the Potomac that the felicity hunters of Washington resorted to see this fearful wonder, for I never saw a spot where I should less have liked the annoying "how d'ye" of a casual rencontre. One could not even give or receive the exciting "is it not charming?" which Rousseau talks of, for if it were uttered it could not be heard, or, if heard, would fall most earthly dull on the spirit, when rapt by the magic of such a scene. A look, or the silent pressure of the arm, is all the interchange of feeling that such a scene allows, and in the midst of my terror and my pleasure, I wished for the arm and the eye of some few from the other side of the Atlantic. The return from such a scene is more soberly silent than the approach to it, but the cool and quiet hour, the mellowed tints of some gay blossoms, and the closed bells of others, the drowsy hum of the insects that survive the day, and the moist freshness that forbids the foot to weary in its homeward path, have all enjoyment in them, and seem to harmonize with the half-wearied, half-excited state of spirits that such an excursion is sure to produce. And then the entering the cool and moonlit portico, the well-iced sangaree, or still more refreshing coffee that waits you, is all delightful. And if to this be added the happiness of an easy sofa, and a friend like my charming Mrs. S. to soothe you with an hour of Mozart, the most fastidious European might allow that such a day was worth waking for. End of Chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Domestic Manners of the Americans, by Frances Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, Small Landed Proprietors, Slavery. I now, for the first time since I crossed the mountains, found myself sufficiently at leisure to look deliberately round, and mark the different aspects of men and things, in a region which, though bearing the same name, and calling itself the same land, was in many respects as different from the one I had left as Amsterdam from St. Petersburg. There every man was straining and struggling, and striving for himself, heaven knows. Here every white man was waited upon more or less by a slave. There the newly cleared lands, rich with vegetable manure accumulated for ages, demanded the slightest labour to return the richest produce. Where the plough entered, crops the most abundant followed; but where it came not, no spot of native verdure, no native fruits, no native flowers cheered the eye; all was close, dark, stifling forest. Here the soil had long ago yielded its first fruits. Much that had been cleared and cultivated for tobacco, the most exhausting of crops, by the English, required careful and laborious husbandry to produce any return, and much was left as sheep walks. It was in these spots that the natural bounty of the soil and climate was displayed by the innumerable wild fruits and flowers which made every dingle and bushy dell seem a garden. On entering the cottages I found also a great difference in the manner of living. Here indeed there were few cottages without a slave, but there were fewer still that had their beefsteak and onions for breakfast, dinner, and supper. The herrings of the bountiful Potomac supply their place. These are excellent relish, as they call it, when salted, and if I mistake not, are sold at $1.50 per thousand. Whiskey, however, flows everywhere at the same fatally cheap rate of 20 cents, about 1 shilling, the gallon, and its hideous effects are visible on the countenance of every man you meet. The class of people the most completely unlike any existing in England are those who, farming their old freehold estates, and often possessing several slaves, yet live with as few of the refinements, and I think I may say, with as few of the comforts of life, as the very poorest English peasant. When in Maryland, I went into the houses of several of these small proprietors, and remained long enough, and looked and listened sufficiently to obtain a tolerably correct idea of their manner of living. One of these families consisted of a young man, his wife, 2 children, a female slave, and 2 young lads, slaves also. The farm belonged to the wife, and, I was told, consisted of about 300 acres of indifferent land, but all cleared. The house was built of wood, and looked as if the 3 slaves might have overturned it, had they pushed hard against the gable end. It contained one room of about 12 feet square, and another adjoining it, hardly larger than a closet. This second chamber was the lodging room of the white part of the family. Above these rooms was a loft without windows, where I was told the staying company who visited them were lodged. Near this mansion was a shanty, a black hole without any window, which served as kitchen and all other offices, and also as the lodging of the blacks. We were invited to take tea with this family, and readily consented to do so. The furniture of the room was one heavy huge table, and about 6 wooden chairs. When we arrived, the lady was in rather a dusky dishabille, but she vehemently urged us to be seated, and then retired into the closet chamber above mentioned, whence she continued to address to us from behind the door all kinds of genteel country visiting talk, and at length emerged upon us in a smart new dress. Her female slave set out the great table, and placed upon it cups of the very coarsest blue ware, a little brown sugar in one, and a tiny drop of milk in another. No butter, though the lady assured us that she had a dearie and 2 cows. Instead of butter, she hoped we would fix a little relish with our crackers, in ancient English, eat salt meat and dry biscuits. Such was the fare, and for guests that certainly were intended to be honoured. I could not help recalling the delicious repasts which I remember to have enjoyed at little dairy farms in England, not possessed but rented, and at high rents too, where the clean, fresh-coloured, bustling mistress herself skimmed the delicious cream, herself spread the yellow butter on the delightful brown loaf, and placed her curds and her junket, and all the delicate treasures of her dairy before us, and then with hospitable pride placed herself at her board, and added the more delicate relish of good tea and good cream. I remembered all this, and did not think the difference atoned for by the dignity of having my cup handed to me by a slave. The lady I now visited, however, greatly surpassed my quondam friends in the refinement of her conversation. She ambled through the whole time the visit lasted in a sort of elegantly mincing familiar style of gossip, which I think she was imitating from some novel, for I was told she was a great novel reader, and left all household occupations to be performed by her slaves. To say she addressed us in a tone of equality will give no adequate idea of her manner. I am persuaded that no misgiving on the subject ever entered her head. She told us that their estate was her dividend of her father's property. She had married a first cousin, who was as fine a gentleman as she was a lady, and as idle, preferring hunting, as they call shooting, to any other occupation. The consequence was, that but a very small portion of the dividend was cultivated, and their poverty was extreme. The slaves, particularly the lads, were considerably more than half naked, but the air of dignity with which, in the midst of all this misery, the lanky lady said to one of the young negroes, "Attend to your young master, Lycurgus," must have been heard to be conceived in the full extent of its mock heroic. Another dwelling of one of these landed proprietors was a hovel as wretched as the one above described, but there was more industry within it. The gentleman, indeed, was himself one of the numerous tribe of regular whiskey drinkers, and was rarely capable of any work, but he had a family of 12 children, who, with their skeleton mother, worked much harder than I ever saw negroes do. They were accordingly much less elegant and much less poor than the heiress, yet they lived with no appearance of comfort, and with, I believe, nothing beyond the necessaries of life. One proof of this was that the worthless father would not suffer them to raise, even by their own labour, any garden vegetables, and they lived upon their fat pork, salt fish, and corn bread, summer and winter without variation. This, I found, was frequently the case among the farmers. The luxury of whiskey is more appreciated by the men than all the green delicacies from the garden, and if all the ready money goes for that and their darling chewing tobacco, none can be spent by the wife for garden seeds, and as far as my observation extended, I never saw any American ménage where the toast and no toast question would have been decided in favour of the lady. There are some small farmers who hold their lands as tenants, but these are by no means numerous. They do not pay their rent in money, but by making over a third of the produce to the owner, a mode of paying rent considerably more advantageous to the tenant than to the landlord, but the difficulty of obtaining money in payment, excepting for mere retail articles, is very great in all American transactions. "I can pay in produce," is the offer which I was assured is constantly made on all occasions, and if rejected, "Then I guess we can't deal," is the usual rejoinder. This statement does not, of course, include the great merchants of great cities, but refers to the mass of the people scattered over the country. It has, indeed, been my object in speaking of the customs of the people to give an idea of what they are generally. The effect produced upon English people by the sight of slavery in every direction is very new and not very agreeable, and it is not the less painfully felt from hearing upon every breeze the mocking words, "All men are born free and equal." One must be in the heart of American slavery fully to appreciate that wonderfully fine passage in Moore's epistle to Lord Viscount Forbes, which describes, perhaps more faithfully, as well as more powerfully, the political state of America, than anything that has ever been written upon it. "O freedom, freedom, how I hate thy cant! Not eastern bombast, nor the savage rant Of purpled madmen, were they numbered all, From Roman Nero down to Russian Paul, Could grate upon my ears so mean, so base, As the rank jargon of that factious race, Who poor of heart and prodigal of words, Born to be slaves and struggling to be lords, But pant for licence, while they spurn control, And shout for rights with rapine in their soul. Who can with patience for a moment see The medley mass of pride and misery, Of whips and charters, manacles and rights, Of slaving blacks and democratic whites, Of all the piebald polity that reigns In free confusion o'er Columbia's plains? To think that man, thou just and gentle God, Should stand before thee with a tyrant's rod, Or creatures like himself with soul from thee, Yet dare to boast of perfect liberty. Away, away, I'd rather hold my neck By doubtful tenure from a sultan's beck, In climes where liberty has scarce been named, Nor any right but that of ruling claimed, Than thus to live where bastard freedom waves Her fustian flag in mockery o'er slaves, Where, motley laws admitting no degree, Between the vilely slaved and madly free, Alike the bondage and the licensed suit, The brute made ruler, and the man made brute. The condition of domestic slaves, however, does not generally appear to be bad, but the ugly feature is, that should it be so, they have no power to change it. I have seen much kind attention bestowed upon the health of slaves, but it is on these occasions impossible to forget that did this attention fail, a valuable piece of property would be endangered. Unhappily the slaves too know this, and the consequence is that real kindly feeling very rarely can exist between the parties. It is said that slaves born in a family are attached to the children of it who have grown up with them. This may be the case where the petty acts of infant tyranny have not been sufficient to conquer the kindly feeling naturally produced by long and early association, and this sort of attachment may last as long as the slave can be kept in that state of profound ignorance which precludes reflection. The law of Virginia has taken care of this. The state legislators may truly be said to be wiser in their generation than the children of light, and they ensure their safety by forbidding light to enter among them. By the law of Virginia it is penal to teach any slave to read, and it is penal to be aiding and abetting in the act of instructing them. This law speaks volumes. Domestic slaves are, generally speaking, tolerably well fed and decently clothed, and the mode in which they are lodged seems a matter of great indifference to them. They are rarely exposed to the lash, and they are carefully nursed in sickness. These are the favourable features of the situation. The sad one is, that they may be sent to the South and sold. This is the dread of all the slaves north of Louisiana. The sugar plantations, and more than all, the rice grounds of Georgia and the Carolinas, are the terror of American negroes, and well they may be, for they open an early grave to thousands, and to avoid loss it is needful to make their previous labour pay their value. There is something in the system of breeding and rearing negroes in the northern states, for the express purpose of sending them to be sold in the South, that strikes painfully against every feeling of justice, mercy, or common humanity. During my residence in America, I became perfectly persuaded that the state of a domestic slave in a gentleman's family was preferable to that of a hired American help, both because they are more cared for and valued, and because their condition being born with them, their spirits do not struggle against it with that pining discontent which seems the lot of all free servants in America. But the case is widely different with such as, in their own persons, or those of their children, loved in vain, are exposed to the dreadful traffic above mentioned. In what is their condition better than that of the kidnapped negroes on the coast of Africa? Of the horror in which this enforced migration is held, I had a strong proof during our stay in Virginia. The father of a young slave, who belonged to the lady with whom we boarded, was destined to this fate, and within an hour after it was made known to him, he sharpened the hatchet with which he had been felling timber, and with his right hand severed his left from the wrist. But this is a subject on which I do not mean to dilate. It has been lately treated most judiciously by a far abler hand. See Captain Hall's Travels in America. Its effects on the moral feelings and external manners of the people are all I wish to observe upon, and these are unquestionably most injurious. The same man who beards his wealthier and more educated neighbour with the bullying boast, "I'm as good as you," turns to his slave and knocks him down, if the furrow he has ploughed, or the log he has felled, please not this stickler for equality. There is a glaring falsehood on the very surface of such a man's principles that is revolting. It is not among the higher classes that the possession of slaves produces the worst effects. Among the poorer class of landholders, who are often as profoundly ignorant as the negroes they own, the effect of this plenary power over males and females is most demoralizing, and the kind of coarse, not to say brutal authority, which is exercised, furnishes the most disgusting moral spectacle I ever witnessed. In all ranks, however, it appeared to me that the greatest and best feelings of the human heart were paralyzed by the relative positions of slave and owner. The characters, the hearts of children are irretrievably injured by it. In Virginia we boarded for some time in a family consisting of a widow and her 4 daughters, and I there witnessed a scene strongly indicative of the effect I have mentioned. A young female slave, about 8 years of age, had found on the shelf of a cupboard a biscuit, temptingly buttered, of which she had eaten a considerable portion before she was observed. The butter had been copiously sprinkled with arsenic for the destruction of rats, and had been thus most incautiously placed by one of the young ladies of the family. As soon as the circumstance was known, the lady of the house came to consult me as to what had best be done for the poor child. I immediately mixed a large cup of mustard and water, the most rapid of all emetics, and got the little girl to swallow it. The desired effect was instantly produced, but the poor child, partly from nausea, and partly from the terror of hearing her death proclaimed by 6 voices round her, trembled so violently that I thought she would fall. I sat down in the court where we were standing, and as a matter of course took the little sufferer in my lap. I observed a general titter among the white members of the family, while the black stood aloof and looked stupefied. The youngest of the family, a little girl about the age of the young slave, after gazing at me for a few moments in utter astonishment, exclaimed, "My! If Mrs. Trollope has not taken her in her lap and wiped her nasty mouth! Why, I would not have touched her mouth for $200." The little slave was laid on a bed, and I returned to my own apartments. Some time afterwards I sent to inquire for her, and learnt that she was in great pain. I immediately went myself to inquire farther, when another young lady of the family, the one by whose imprudence the accident had occurred, met my anxious inquiries with ill-suppressed mirth, told me they had sent for the doctor, and then burst into uncontrollable laughter. The idea of really sympathizing in the sufferings of a slave appeared to them as absurd as weeping over a calf that had been slaughtered by the butcher. The daughters of my hostess were as lovely as features and complexion could make them, but the neutralizing effect of this total want of feeling upon youth and beauty must be witnessed to be conceived. There seems in general a strong feeling throughout America that none of the negro race can be trusted, and as fear, according to their notions, is the only principle by which a slave can be actuated, it is not wonderful if the imputation be just. But I am persuaded that were a different mode of moral treatment pursued, most important and beneficial consequences would result from it. Negroes are very sensible to kindness, and might, I think, be rendered more profitably obedient by the practice of it towards them than by any other mode of discipline whatever. To emancipate them entirely throughout the Union cannot, I conceive, be thought of, consistently with the safety of the country, but were the possibility of amelioration taken into the consideration of the legislature, with all the wisdom, justice, and mercy that could be brought to bear upon it, the negro population of the Union might cease to be a terror, and their situation no longer be a subject either of indignation or of pity. I observed everywhere throughout the slave states that all articles which can be taken and consumed are constantly locked up, and in large families, where the extent of the establishment multiplies the number of keys, these are deposited in a basket and consigned to the care of a little negress, who is constantly seen following her mistress's steps with this basket on her arm, and this not only that the keys may be always at hand, but because should they be out of sight one moment, that moment would infallibly be employed for purposes of plunder. It seemed to me in this instance, as in many others, that the close personal attendance of these sable shadows must be very annoying, but whenever I mentioned it, I was assured that no such feeling existed, and that use rendered them almost unconscious of their presence. I had indeed frequent opportunities of observing this habitual indifference to the presence of their slaves. They talk of them, of their condition, of their faculties, of their conduct, exactly as if they were incapable of hearing. I once saw a young lady who, when seated at table between a male and a female, was induced by her modesty to intrude on the chair of her female neighbour to avoid the indelicacy of touching the elbow of a man. I once saw this very young lady lacing her stays with the most perfect composure before a negro footman. A Virginian gentleman told me that ever since he had married, he had been accustomed to have a negro girl sleep in the same chamber with himself and his wife. I asked for what purpose this nocturnal attendance was necessary. "Good heavens," was the reply, "if I wanted a glass of water during the night, what would become of me?" Chapter 23